abstract. Yeah, it's complicated. What you say, the way you act, well, it makes me so confused. I don't know what to do anymore. Can't you just make up your mind? My heart drops when you play around. How can you be up when I'm down? Don't wanna think about it right now. Maybe you just wanna be friends, but there's a fight when we are talking. Maybe you just wanna pretend, but I can read between the lines. Even if I can't deny that all the things you said are hurting, still wanna be with you. I think you want it too. 'Cause baby, I don't wanna be. Baby, I don't wanna be. No, baby, I don't wanna be. Baby, I don't wanna be. How it hurts to see you smile, like a dagger hit me. She just seems so juvenile. I just want it to be me. I wanna set your world on fire. Oh, you're so sure I'll stick around. Oh, my heart drops when you play around. How can you be up when I'm down? Don't wanna think about it right now. Maybe you just wanna be friends, but there's a fight when we are talking. Maybe you just wanna pretend, but I can read between the lines. Even if I can't deny that all the things you said are hurting, still wanna be with you. I think you want it too. 'Cause baby, I don't wanna be. Baby, I don't wanna be. Oh, even if I can't deny that all the things you said are hurting, still wanna be with you. I think you want it too. 'Cause baby, I don't wanna be. Oh, baby, I don't wanna be. No, baby, I don't wanna be. Baby, I don't wanna be.
I see something, it's coming up on the horizon. Oh, let me clear my head and get rid of the distractions. Oh, I was down when I saw you in the clouds. Out of phase, filled with doubt. I was drifting in and out, levitate, fade away. I had left full time and space, but you just caught my eye. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Please won't you come over? Let me get to know ya. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Delve into emotion, leave us in this moment. Let your mind be free. Stop holding back, 'cause you can fight it. Oh, I don't know your name, but something in me has ignited. Oh, I was down when I saw you in the clouds. Out of phase, filled with doubt. I was drifting in and out, levitate, fade away. I had left full time and space, but you just caught my eye. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Please won't you come over? Let me get to know ya. Hey, nah, 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 nah. Delve into emotion, leave us in this moment. shut my feelings down. You look at me like I'm different. Still you stay cause you feel something real. Get so lost in my moments. Doesn't mean I don't need you. I fell in love with your colors. They kinda tell me what I'm thinking. I fell in love with the way we are and the way we lose it. There's something different about us, and the reason why we stay. We fly around like paper planes. They never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. 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 We're pouring cup after cup after cup. Yeah, it's just the way we do it. Anything just to block out the real life, real life. Yeah, we love in the way they think we're so messed up. Even if what we're doing is bad, there's so many emotions. Sharing stories that we never had, yeah, none is real. I think we're searching for reasons not to be like them. We fly around like paper planes. They never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. 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 There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us.
Hello everyone and welcome to Rift Masters. Hello, my name is Moose and I am joined by the one and only Dia. Dia, how you doing today, sir?
I am doing quite well. I'm excited to see some action go down on the Wild Rift. It's my favorite kind, as we get lots of very fast plays and a lot of split-second decision-making that I really appreciate. And, given that it's my first time getting to hang out with you on the cast, Moose, I'm excited to see what we can do.
Oh, you know what I'm really excited about? You know what I appreciate? The luscious locks, man. They are phenomenal. I'm like, high-key jealous that I can't grow my hair out like that anymore. It's really quite a feat. But regardless of your glorious hair, we have got some phenomenal and really fun Wild Rift action in store for us here today. Rift Masters has come together with a lot of many prominent players and teams within the Wild Rift scene to create a 4-week, 5-week, if you count the playoffs, not invitational, but matchup tournament, qualifying matches, all the fun stuff that you would like to go with a season, kind of like a season split, but a little bit shorter than most, but still going to be a lot of fun and a lot of money on the line for a lot of these teams and players.
I was going to say that's what it is. It's really a season long of play, and we start with the qualifiers that, of course, are going to lead us into the playoffs. We're going to have day 1 today, and that's where we're going to be. There we go on your screens, talking about the teams that are making it into the quarters and then going through those quarters. So we got one best of 1 to show you guys for the last team to qualify into those quarterfinals, and then we'll be going through the quarterfinals that are best of 3 format. All 4 of those will be broadcast today, and by the time this is done, we'll know who 5th through 8th are in the matchup, which is important. But why is that important, Moose?
So the big thing about this split, and what's really cool about this, is that there's a $30,000 total prize pool that is up for grabs, that is split between the 3 qualifiers and the playoffs. So each week of qualifiers, so today and tomorrow would be a week of qualifiers, has all the teams battling it out, 18 teams today. The top 8 teams are going to get paid out. 5th through 8, $250. The 4th and 3rd. I saw the Ford, and I was like, oh my god, I'm falling apart here. No, the 4th place finish is going to get $500. 3rd place with 8. 2nd place, $1,100. And the 1st place finish, a whopping $1,600. Now, that is important because that is a lot of money for a lot of these Wild Rift teams and for a lot of these players. But more importantly, the higher placing that you get in these qualifier tournaments determines how many points you get to qualify for the playoffs. Now, only the first or the top 4 teams, between the 3 weeks of qualifiers are going to make it in to the playoffs to potentially get that massive prize pool. I mean, the minimum that you can get is $1,000 if you get to that 4th place finish. And if you're able to do that, if you're able to get to that point, I mean, the lion's share of that $30,000 is up for grabs. And that just makes it important to participate and be part of the season every single week, because you might be 1st place week 1, but if you don't participate in weeks 2 or 3, you might not have enough points to actually make it into the playoffs. So it's really important to be consistent and to be effective.
Yeah, you got to be making those top 8 every single time, and all the teams that we will see today have managed to reach that point and will be accumulating those points towards the playoff. But it's the ones that go out a little bit earlier that we have to be worried about, and that's where we'll be talking about teams that we see changing from week to week. Now, this is only going to be day 1, so because we've got day 1 today and day 2 tomorrow, you'll be able to see who makes it through to the finals of the qualifiers on the following day. Today is all about setup. It's about making sure that we got these storylines for the players, who some of which we know and some of which we may or may not, as these guys can come from anywhere. It's an open qualifier.
It is, and that's something that's also really cool. Rift Masters has really allowed for anybody to come in and potentially get their share of this money and this share of exposure as well. You know, a lot of these teams, they still want to be able to make a name for themselves within the Wild Rift community. Yes, some of them have. I mean, obviously, like some of these teams that are going to be part of this tournament have been there. I saw Immortals in the bracket. I think I saw Cloud9 in the bracket. I'm pulling it up right now in just a second. But yeah, I've got, you know, Immortals, we've got Cloud9, we got Enemy, who has been really making some waves in the NA scene recently. No Tribe today. Best of luck to Tribe in Singapore. Best of luck to them in their endeavors. But for today, you know, a lot of players that we know, a lot of teams that we know, and like you said, a lot of players and a lot of teams that are looking to really make a name for themselves. And if a team is able to beat some of these higher prominent teams, that could be really good, not only for their morale, but for their point values moving out of the week 1 qualifier. So really fun to see, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, one of the really exciting things as well is that because we had the Summoner series earlier, some teams have expectations coming out of that. Teams like Cloud9 and Chonk Chortles have some history there of being, I would say, pretty dominant teams that I'm excited to see step up today, see if their paths have changed with the meta and what sorts of things they'll be prioritizing, because I know that I have this very distinct memory of just 3 or 4 weeks ago Nami being super pick ban and then starting to be phased out as other things come in and as more picks start to flood the Rift. Veigar, a very notable recent addition, has provided a lot of utility to teams taking the Rift.
Exactly. And I mean, with Veigar, I do believe that it's still having some issues in the client. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Veigar today or not, but obviously, you know, a lot of these champions, if Veigar is going to be available, that is going to be a pick ban opportunity at any time at this point, unless he gets nerfed to the ground and has the primordial burst put onto his kit. But other than like Veigar, is there a particular champion or a particular composition that you're maybe looking forward to seeing today?
I think that when it comes to Wild Rift, my excitement is always going to be around the picks like Fiora and Camille that you often see banned away, and it's because of the high pace of Wild Rift and how difficult it can be to execute these split push strategies really well, because the map is so small. There's so much mobility. Teleport can get you anywhere that it's very difficult to actually be able to split the map effectively. And when you do see a pick like that come out, if it does work, I think it tells us a lot about the caliber of team that we're dealing with and the coordination that they have in order to be able to separate the map in such a way.
Right. I mean, you said it correctly. Macro play is so important, and the teams that excel in Wild Rift at any region are the teams that are able to say, okay, you know, we've got 3 champions down in the bottom lane. What can we do here? Can we get camps? Can we get the dragon? Can we move the lane forward so that we're then able to set up for something in the mid lane or something in the top lane? And it's so important to know where your champions are at, where your opponent's champions are at, and to make sure that everything is, you know, synchronizing well. It's a domino effect, and you want to make sure that you have everything spaced correctly and you don't want to lose that chain moving forward, which is why I'm really excited to see some of these support plays. I have always been a fan of really high playmaking, really high priority supports, making waves like the Nami, like the tidal wave, making waves, making massive plays for their teams to be able to come through. I would love to see some Janna Monsoons. I would love to see some great solar flares from some Leona picks. But at the end of the day, you know, any support player and any player on the Rift can make that play happen. And it does look like we are ready to jump into our first game of this split. Rift Masters coming through, $30,000 on the line. This is the first game that we get to Castia, and I am so excited to be a part of it.
I mean, I'm already hyped up looking at the draft itself. Chonk Chortle and Yotu is cuter. This is really exciting. We talked about Chonk Chortle, actually, coming into the day and how much history they've got behind them. I'm really scared for this. I'm really scared as any team going up against this squad. And something that I want to watch specifically is how Camel and Nori play, the jungler and AD carry specifically, who have been really bright, shining spots for Chonk. I want to see if they're able to pull something together here. As already, you talked about that playmaking support. Rakan has been removed. So has that Camille that I was looking forward to. But importantly, things like Fiora and weirdly enough, Ziggs are available.
You know, Ziggs, absolutely. I mean, from the time that I started casting Wild Rift until now, Ziggs has been so strong and can be played in different lanes and can be used effectively no matter where you want to put him, either in the mid lane or in the dragon lane. But another really strong support pick, one of the, I think, highest pick champions right now in Wild Rift is that Senna. If you can pair it with the Lucian, if you can pair it with the Xayah, if you can pair it with the Ziggs, I mean, it just puts in such massive pressure there in that dragon lane. And with that first pick getting taken out, it does mean that Yotu is cuter, does have the opportunity to pick up that Ziggs if they want to. Leona is already picked up. They could go for a Leona Ziggs combination here, which could deal a lot of damage early on, but they could also pick for something in the mid lane, try to get a priority somewhere there, maybe something in the top lane like you were talking about. That Fiora is still on the line, but it could be a little nerve-wracking to try to pick that up in your second pick.
Yeah, and it is really risky because of the opportunity for it to be countered. I think that Leona is a support that's very difficult to counter, and it's why we see it here. But the Tristana is a big double down. I would say that it's also one of the more flexible AD carries, but in this specific lane, a Tristana Leona is always going to be built to kill you, and it's already a very early pickup on a style that we're expecting Yoto to have, where they'll go towards the dragon lane that you talked about and try and really just kill people on repeat. I'm expecting them to pick up an aggressive jungler after this and really just go all out to not only secure themselves kills in the bot lane, but then the dragons that come with it.
Yeah, and I mean, look at their bans as well. Wukong, Camille, and Varus, all with ways to keep somebody in their place. The Wukong with the Cyclone, Hextech Ultimatum, the Chains of Corruption. They want to make sure that they've got the movement on the Rift and in those team fights to be able to get to the backline, to be able to get to that positioning. Chunk Chortle, on the other hand, I'm going to say Turtle if I don't mess it up. They picking up the Galio and the Renekton. I mean, really strong front line, going to be able to get that massive knock-up as well in those teamfight situations. However, displacement continuing to be the name of the game for Yotu, picking up the Gragas as their third pick, with the Fiora now coming in as well. And now with a little bit more of the lineup picked up for Chonk, I think the Fiora isn't necessarily that bad anymore. I think the Rapace is going to be able to deny some of that CC, and she's going to be really deadly once she's able to get going and moving into like the 5-10 minute mark.
Yeah, extraordinarily strong, especially when going up against something like a Renekton that does have that relatively telegraphed crowd control, that does like to split push, and whose value in the team fights is sort of middling as well. I'm surprised to see Chonk Chortle actually opting into the Renekton so early because of its generalized strength, but also ability to be countered, as we see right here. You have to imagine that they prepared for the zone. They do have the Galio that can still be put into the mid lane right now, because Galio does sort of tend to flex between the support and the mid lane as a whatever we need most. Do we need map pressure more? If so, mid lane. Do we need safety for our AD carry more? If so, bot lane. Right now, both seem really appealing, but with the last two lock-ins of Corki and Xin Zhao, you've got to imagine that Galio is heading bot lane.
I would think so. You know, that would make sense to me. Oh, Yasuo, I love to see it. Okay, no, not the Yasuo. I got a little excited there for a second, but it is the Diana going to be the final pick. I mean, come on. Yasuo would just be, it'd be rough. It would be rough for sure, but, you know, it doesn't make sense with the composition. Diana does at least help out a little bit more if you can potentially get an explosive cask that separates the team fight, and then you get the Diana that's able to move in with the Moonfall, the extra grenade rockets from the Tristana, and you have that nice layered damage that can come in those team fights. You could potentially just knock out this Corki, knock out this Senna. With the Xin Zhao being picked up, though, from Chonk Chortle, I mean, that Crescent Guard, if used correctly, is going to be so valuable in these fights.
Especially because I really like the composition of Yotu Cuter because of their ability to burst down a target as a 4-man unit, leave that Fiora on her own while you make the fight a 4v4 on the other side of the map. But Xin Zhao is one of the only champions that can actually, like you mentioned, actively deny that with the Crescent Guard. He's the only person who has an inherent ability past that level 5 to say, no, you can't burst me down, you're too far away, it does no damage. And Chonk Chortle with the Galio as well, with the gargoyles that I'm expecting to be built as the Boots Enchantment, should have actually quite a hefty front line that's going to push Yotu Cuter to be that sort of extra force inside of the fight and have to be that much more decisive rather than sort of leaning into their composition and off of happenstance.
You know, this game reminds me of Tag. It is. It's a tag like Wild Rift game here. If the Leona or the Diana are able to mark an opponent and they're able to get to that backline, the Tristana is going to be able to follow up and you're going to be able to get that burst in. Like if the Diana is able to find the mark to be able to then get that Lunar Rush in to the Corki or the Senna, you would like to get the Corki before he's able to Valkyrie away, but that's another reason why I like the Corki out of Chonk as well. You know, they're able to get away from this massive amount of damage that they could potentially get. I feel like the only safe target to really get the team fight going is going to be this Senna, and that's not really the the priority pick here. I think this Corki has enough ways to get out of any potential wombo that can come through if he's able to predict it. It's going to be all boiled down to execution for Yo2 is Cuter. Do they have the stuff? Can they make those beautiful plays to be able to make it happen? If they can't, I mean, they're going to have to rely on this Fiora to really put that split push and that pressure in to force that macro play that we were talking about earlier to be much harder to commit to something down the line.
And while Yo2 is Cuter do have those tools that we talked about, their margin of execution has to be pixel perfect. They've got to get those engages on the second. I feel like Chunk Chortle, as much as their composition may not have as many overall strengths, like we look at something like the Fiora and we go, oh, that's really strong. We look at the Diana and we go, oh my god, that's terrifying. We see the Tristana and we go, oh my lord, she'll burst me. Chunk Chortle, they don't have as many just champions that will straight up win you the game, but what they do have is a heck of a lot of sustained damage. And in a situation where Yo2 fail to execute on a team fight, that's where you'll see Chonk Chortle make it look like it was never even close, because in the extended fights, they have so much more ability to win them out. That's their win con, is being able to, like you said, use that Xin Zhao Crescent card, and importantly, around the early game strength of Yo2, they've got to look out for the Corki package that's going to be coming in around those Dragon Timers as well, because Chonk Chortle can't just outplay you in the late game. They can use that package to give them the extra little bit of burst in the early game to really start the snowball rolling against you.
And this is such an important game for Yo2 is Cuter and for Chunk Chortle at the very beginning of this draft. This is a best of one game. If you win this game, you're able to make it into the quarterfinals. If you lose this game, you are out of this qualifier tournament. So it is very important that you win this one and you make sure that you're able to get to the best of three series so that you do have a little bit of wiggle room to kind of experiment with your opponent, figure out what they're good at, figure out what you're not good at. But since this is the first week, maybe Yo2 has some experience watching Chonk Chortle play earlier in the year. They maybe have some knowledge of what they're good at, what they're not. On the other hand, Yo2, I'm looking at their lineup. I could just be rough. I could just be, not understanding some of these players, but I'm just excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table. They could be the next massive team. We just don't know yet. And it's going to be boiling down to whether or not they can actually make it happen. I mean, this would be a big win for them if they're able to get it into the quarterfinals and win this game in week 1.
Yeah, this is the game to do it, as you illustrate. The best of one format is the best chance for you to unseat somebody like Chonk Chortle, who we already know is extremely strong. And Yo2, they have these tools, especially with the things like the Gragas and the Leona, to be able to lock down members that are stars of Chonk Chortle, that are especially vulnerable inside of this game, like the Corki, like the Senna, and be able to deny them the opportunity to even play Wild Rift against them. This is arguably the best composition if you want to be able to take down somebody who you would consider a formidable opponent. And Chonk Chortle, I think, have taken a little bit more of a sit back and relax composition where they say, you know what, I think that we can win these team fights over time. Our confidence is there after the Summoner series. Now we just have got to wait for the game to come to us and out-execute in the team fights. It is risky, and it's, in a weird way, sort of a play that I think has a lot of interesting movement for Chonk Chortle, because if they start getting outscaled by the Fiora, all of a sudden they will lose control of the game. But as we pop into the game, we're in it now. I have to point out that we got something that I was really looking forward to from Chonk Chortle, actually pulling their top laner down to help Fat Cat get the push inside of the mid lane is super, super useful, especially for the Corki.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have to do it. Teams have been doing it now for a little while now, and it's so important, especially when you're up against a melee champion who's going to have problems, I think, really being able to get those last hits under tower. But if you don't keep that momentum going, and Yo2 is able to find his footing and find the foothold that he needs in this mid lane, it's going to be difficult until level 5 or until a gank comes through for them to make it happen. However, it does look like we are getting some pressure in the mid lane against this Diana. Xin Zhao is there. Black Camel in the area going to force Yumi's as well, or the litter box down as well. So it's basically a 2v2 at the moment.
And That's good for them. However, with the way that this is going, we've got a Renekton roaming up who's already taken a reset for an early back on the additional armor, who is roaming up at the same time. So Yumi's does have to back off into their own jungle to avoid going down. But ooh, Lord, Yotu almost going down and almost finding the kill onto Fat Cat as well. This is already a game that, while there hasn't been any blood just yet, is already feeling very violent.
It's a very violent game indeed. I mean, when you take the Yumi out of the litter box, she gets angry. And so the Gragas is going to try to be able to continue to keep up that pressure in the early game. But, I mean, once level 5 comes through, and I mean, I don't want to say, Dia, that, like, I would expect a little bit more out of Yotu is Cuter, but I would have loved to have seen a first blood go to the side of Yotu is Cuter before level 5 happened. At the moment, though, it looks like the back is going to come through. Lost Chapter is going to get initiated. It's just going to be a little bit more of a slower game, which I don't know if that's going to be a good thing for Yotu. I think Chong Turtle is doing exactly what they need to do. And unfortunately, the mid lane, that kill would have been so nice had they been able to get it.
But something that Chunk Turtle is doing that's really good for them is paying attention to this top side, where Ainzel Gon has not been able to get ahead, to press an advantage onto the Renekton, even after Luan took a really early back and gave up some CS for the early bit of purchase on the grievous wounds that he now has in the matchup against the Fiora. Crucial for him, and it's good that Black Camel is supporting in that way. However, in the mid lane, Black Camel is doing even more, finding that first blood onto Yotu, and starting to pull ahead.
You know, Black Camel, one of those players that has been around in the scene for a little while. I've really enjoyed his jungle. I've casted a couple of his games in the past, and he really likes to be able to make sure that he keeps that pressure on in the early game, and he's playing such a really strong early game champion in that Jin Zhao. He also hasn't gone back yet. That's going to be a really late back for him. It's going to mean that he's going to be able to get massive items moving forward as the dragon does get spawned. We'll see if he does decide to just wait to see it go for the dragon, or if he does decide to go back after he gets his red buff.
It's hard to predict Camel's pathing as well, because he's not prioritizing camps in any real way. He happens to take them whenever he's around, but it's sort of in between ganks, as opposed to a lot of junglers who will gank in between camps. And Yumi's Litterbox is finding out right now that that's the kind of jungler that he's going to have to contend with, who's already, unfortunately for him, pretty far ahead. Has that first kill, and importantly first blood, giving a little bit more to that, as Nori has roamed up from the bot lane to give Chonk Turtle the priority on the top side that they want to take this Rift Herald.
Right, and so you were talking about how important the dragon side is going to be for this Tristana Leona, and we're not seeing the dragon get taken just yet. It's a little bit of a delayed action there. Doesn't mean that Chong Turtle is going to get priority at the Rift Herald first. They will be able to drop it first, and in a worst case scenario, which is happening right now, it does look like Chonk is collapsing over to the dragon pit. Yotu's kind of lacked off, and now Fat Cat is going to be over in the area. The Valkyrie is going to land, and Yotu is Cuter is going to have to disengage from the Cloud Drake, but the fight is not over yet. Luan is there. Yumi's Litterbox with actually a really nice explosive cast, but it's not going to be enough. Osiris is the next target. It is 2-0 and disaster for Yotu is Cuter.
That was perfect execution from Chonk Turtle as well. You remember in the draft we said the one thing that you can do to have priority over this dragon is to use the package effectively, and Fat Cat does exactly that, literally just drawing a circle around the dragon pit that says you may not go here. It even funnels in toward this bot lane where Tristana already looked like she was in trouble for a second and had to even blow the ultimate to get out to safety. We'll have a relatively short cooldown on it, but the fact is that an ultimate ability being expended to get yourself a few extra CS speaks volumes as to where the game is at for Yotu.
I mean, really up in the decimal points right now for Chonk. They still have the Rift Herald that they can drop wherever they want. A small consolation prize for Yotu was that Ainzel is able to get that first tower of the game, which keeps the gold relatively even, about a 500 gold advantage right now for Chonk Turtle. But 3 members are now in the top lane, all of them just trying to see if they can sniff out where this Fiora is at. They're able to take out these wards as well to make sure that this Zhao is able to continue to farm up, doesn't lose any of his camps in the process. Meanwhile, Yotu is Cuter. They're trying to make a play in the bottom lane. The Tri-Brush is there, but unfortunately the ward was there as well, so no kills on the side of Yotu.
Recognition from Fat Cat, although it's going to mean that the bot lane tower does fall, and top lane tower under pressure as well, and this is where Yotu's Cuter, their composition can really succeed, is splitting the map, and in the face of that, Chonk Turtle are going to try and pull the trigger in the mid lane, get themselves something, as already that first tier 1 is going to fall, and up in the top lane, it seems like Luan is going to as well. Angel Gon ends up taking him down.
Perfect. I mean, that is what Yotu's Cuter needs to be able to do. They need to be able to get that 1v1 to go in favor of this Fiora, and he was able to get that kill. Massive, despite the Bramble Vest, despite the early, mitigated damage that Yotu had to deal, or that I guess Angel had to deal with. The Fiora was still able to get the play and was able to survive that one, and backs accurately as well, doesn't want to get caught out. So overall, I mean, really solid performances coming in from both teams. The macro play has been slightly better for Chonk Turtle, but the gold, the fact that Yotu is able to keep it as even as it is, really just goes to show you that, at least in this early game, they've got the macro down.
Yeah, it's a big reason why you see Fiora so prioritized in a lot of games, and it's definitely paying off here, as Angel Gon, much like in the anime he comes from, is the most powerful on the Rift right now. That Ignite almost off cooldown once more to try and fish for yet another kill. This time, Luan doesn't have the safety of his tower to rely on, and that's going to be really, really big for them. Consider as well that while Chonk Turtle is having to commit resources to that, they could be losing on the other side of the map, although in this specific case, they're finding some real nice picks.
I mean, yet again, Yuumi is sent back to the litter box and has to rethink his strategy right now. I mean, Black Camel has been able to continue to have priority in this bottom side of the Rift. You're going to be able to force the flash out of Yotu as well to be able to survive. So that will mean that a tower does go down in the bottom lane. However, Grand Channel is going to get connected. It's going to be the heroic entrance from the Galio as well. No one will fall, Osiris having to flash away, but because of that death against Yuumi, Chonk Turtle is going to be able to pick up a second outer tower for that play.
And importantly, they do it without losing their own tier 2 in the Baron lane. Well, now going to be able to reset. Same thing with Angel Gon, but we're looking towards the second Rift Herald already, and this was the thing that started cracking mid lane for Chonk Turtle. Securing the second one so easily is really, really big for them, as now they're going to have the chance to replicate that play as Chonk Turtle continue to deny this Fiora the alone time that she wants with Renekton. They're going to be able to crack open the map in a huge manner.
I mean, while the macro play has been real, good play. Valkyrie able to get away from that one, but Yotu wants to make this play happen. They are going to be able to get the Solar Flare onto the Senna. The Senna is going to be dealt a lot of damage into the Moonfall as well. They want the kill. The Dragon will go to the side of Chonk Turtles, but no one is dying yet. It's going to be Yotu going down first, and now 2 members of Yotu's Cuter is now falling. 4 members now falling as Black Camel comes in with the Wind Becomes Lightning and takes the team fight in favor of Chonk Turtle. They want the ace, however, the flash from Boa to be able to keep him alive, but that was a massive play for Chonk Turtle. They're now up by 3.5K.
And it starts things off perfectly for them, because the first real tangible team fight that Yotu opt into ends up being one of those extended ones that Chonk Turtle really benefit from. They have the stopwatch enchantment, or the hourglass enchantment on Nori specifically, who was the biggest target in that fight, and so much time was able to be bought for Chonk Turtle just because you couldn't actually finalize the kill onto Nori. It lets Black Camel pop off in the backline, transition that all the way into the front, and even though Yotu get their dream engage, they're not able to finish off the kill, and they fell further behind in the gold. Now 4,000 gold behind, down a tier 2 in the Dragon lane, and with most towers still available for Chonk Turtle, Chonk have the best map pressure that they could, especially when it comes to converting into top lane.
Oh my gosh, so much damage onto this Tristana. It's going to be Boa being able to try to get out of that one. The explosive cast will disengage the fight. Oh my word, what damage from the Renekton. Beautiful slice to be able to get those 2 kills there for Chonk Turtle. Yotu's Cuter running for the hills yet again as another tower falls and the lead continues to swell.
And Nayang on this Galio has been incredible, constantly looking for the engages,
Oh
much
my
like
God.
Black Camel, the tower, taking yet another kill away. Now Chonk Turtle are really off to the races. Ever since those first item spikes, now the two, I guess, for some people, they've started running away with this game, and Fat Cat is doing plenty of damage to back up the front line of Black Camel, Luan, and Nayang.
Yeah, I mean, the Essence Reaver for Fat Cat, just being able to get that extra on-hit damage once you're able to get moving, and on top of that, just being able to have even more support from the Galio, from the Xinjiao, from the Renekton, is just making sure that he's able to be so safe into these fights. He can go for these Valkyries that are able to slow and displace members of Yotu in very important situations. On top of that, though, you've also got a Guardian Angel all ready to go for the richest man on the Rift. That is Black Camel, 12,000 gold, 8-0-0. Nothing is going to stop this man in the 1v1, not even the Fiora, who just immediately gets evaporated, sent back to school, as Yotu is cuter, continues to fall further behind.
That is really rough stuff. When the Fiora is getting 1v1'd by the jungler, you know that the game has slipped a little bit out of your control. Chonk Chortle are abusing that to the fullest, with the stopwatch coming in again to save Nori's life. It again turns into a one-team fight for Chonk Chortle, who really cannot be killed at this point. They're so tanky, they've got so much sustain, so much peel, that even picture-perfect engages on Nori really aren't doing anything for the side of Yotu.
Yeah, and that's just so rough. From the very beginning, Chonk Chortle was able to find Yumi's litter box, and being able to stop the cat from being able to get forward into the early game just means that he's just falling further and further behind. Now he's going to get engaged on by Luan as well, as they get the knock-up onto Fiora. Angel trying to be able to get away, and does find the dash to be able to survive. However, with Baron buff now taken, and it being a 12,000 gold lead, and with the Ocean Drake spawning at practically the perfect time, I mean, Chonk Turtle at this point has the game in the bag, and they've just got to deliver the final package over to the Nexus. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a little bit of damage onto Osiris. The root is going to land, but nobody is falling just yet on the side of Chonk. Man, yet again, in a favorable team fight for Yotu, they aren't able to find the kills.
They play that really well, though, in trying to set up the engage. And the fact is that Chonk Chortle end up clamoring to respond as you see alarm bells raised, everybody rushing towards that mid lane, because they almost lost that team fight. They almost lost those 3 picks. And now that Chonk Chortle have claimed the dragon, their focus is back into the lanes once more, and the base is their last focus right now. They haven't even gotten that much further since we last checked in with them, but this alone should be enough for them to start winning here. Luan does end up going down to Angel Gone, but remember, this Fiora is not even a part of this game to Chonk Chortle. They are ignoring the side lane threat completely because it isn't fast enough to threaten the end of the game. They're going for the end of the game themselves.
Yep, 1,800 gold. It's going to be Yumi going down. Now 1,400 health, 800 health, 400 health. And there it is. Chonk Chortle in pretty much massive style there. Going to be able to win this best of 1 against Yotu is cuter. I mean, a textbook performance from a team that was expected to perform well.
There were very few questions there. As soon as we hit the mid-game, and even in the early game, when Chonk Chortle started running it with Black Camel, it was already Yotu at a little bit of a deficit when they needed to have an advantage in the early game to be able to give this Fiora a little bit of pressure. The strong side bot that they drafted never really got to come to fruition, and it's a big reason why we see in the best of 1, Chonk Chortle being the ones to send themselves to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and that was the big part here. You know, Osiris went up to the mid lane and up to the top lane to potentially try to contest that Rift Herald. And at that point, that was when the cascade started to really develop here on the side of Chonk Chortle, because not only did it leave the Tristana alone with the Galio that she's not going to be able to kill on her own, it also meant that regardless of Osiris being there, Nori on the Senna was also up there, so it made it an even fight. And with the Xinjiao already being a little bit ahead of the Gragas, it just made it really difficult for Yotu to try to defend that Rift Herald. They couldn't get to it. They tried to race to the dragon. They couldn't get the dragon. They had to disengage off the dragon as well. And so all of that early game pressure that you want to see out of that Tristana and Leona just never came to fruition just because of some errors in decision making.
And it wasn't just because the bot lane couldn't take off, because Yotu also had that Fiora in the top lane. But again, bot lane for Chonk Chortle was able to cancel that out. Na Yang on the Galio roaming up from the bot side, constantly using the ult defensively on Renekton, making sure that even in the positions where the rest of his team was committing on the other side, he was sitting center map to be able to respond where he was needed most. Ended up with Chonk Chortle feeling like they had enough pressure to dive bot lane towers tier 1 repeatedly, but also was preventing Ainzul Gone from being able to actually find the kills that they needed to get this Fiora going in the top side, ultimately resulting in a Black Camel that we know was able to 1v1 Fiora. And at that point, you're sitting there as Yotu going, well, our bot lane isn't ahead. Our top laner just got 1v1'd by the jungle. What are our win conditions?
At that point, you don't. Like, unfortunately, there really isn't much of a win condition there in Wild Rift, just because, I mean, at that point, you're up by 10,000 gold. Like, you know, Chonk Chortle would have to really have a problem. They would have had to have, like, someone had to have disconnected for 30 minutes or something, and they would have had to make it a 5v4 situation. But when you're up by that much in Wild Rift at, you know, the 11, 12-minute mark, it just makes it so very difficult to be able to come back from that one. There were moments that Yotu could have maybe brought it back. I mean, I look back to that second dragon fight when they got the perfect engage onto Nori. And you were talking about that. They were able to pick up that Zhonya's enhancement on the boots, and Nori was able to survive that play long enough to be the only death in that entire team fight, and just was massive in being able to make sure that Yotu was never able to get off the ground running. And so when you get all of these different factors coming in together, it just makes it difficult for Yotu to be able to get that footing that they needed in the 7-8 minute mark to be able to keep the pressure going. And unfortunately, they weren't ever able to get to that point, and they fall short in this best of 1 series. That does mean, unfortunately, for this qualifier, they are eliminated, but they can be back next week to try again and to try to maybe, you know, work on some other options and try to be able to improve their standings for the next time that they play. But it does mean now we get to get into our first quarterfinals match.
And that is really exciting stuff, especially because we get to follow Chonk Chortle on the back of a victory that I'm sure they're very pleased about. They get to go up against Sentinels. And when I say they get to go up against Sentinels, I mean that they have to go up against Sentinels, because as much as I'm sure Sentinels are going, oh, we have to go up against Chonk Chortle, it's got to be the same the other way around. Sentinels has a lot of weight behind the name, and Chonk Chortle has very clearly just demonstrated that they can run the map. And for both of these teams, there's a lot of pressure here.
Pressure is an understatement. I mean, for Sentinels, they want to be able to show that they do have a foothold and a standing within the Wild Rift community, and that is something that they can potentially make happen. They've got to be able to make those consistent wins, however, and that's the big question here. Is, you know, this is the first of our 4 quarterfinals matches. We are going to be casting all 4 quarterfinals matches today. Like you were talking about, Dia, this is day 1 of this 2-day qualifier tournament. We're going to go through all of the quarterfinals matches today, and whoever wins out in these quarterfinals then gets to move into the semis and the finals, which can be really fun. That's where the money happens for these teams. So really, really important for whoever wins these games to be able, or for anyone who gets into the situation, to be able to get there and to potentially win. So it's very important now for both Chonk Chortle and Sentinels to be able to win this game 1, because it is a best of 3 series, and you want to get off the ground running.
Yeah, I like that you bring up that it's best of 3, because it gives us time to adapt, and that's where I'm a little bit worried, because a team like Sentinels may have the edge, but a big question in the first game, and as to who gets started immediately, is going to come down to what I expect to be the junglers. We saw some really good stuff, I think, from everybody, but I was really drawn towards Black Camel and Na Yang on the side of Chonk Chortle, and now, moving into the second game, Black Camel is going to be really challenged going up against Sheesh on Sentinels, who should be able to play that jungle at the same rate as him, who should be able to also be going for those ganks, and a lot of it is going to come down to what champions they end up selecting in the draft and how much vision you can lay down early on, because in this past game, we didn't actually see that much scouting on the respective junglers, but with a team like Sentinels, you know that they're going to be looking out for Black Camel.
Exactly. And if you are Sentinels, do you ban out the Xin Zhao if you are red side? Do you not let them go for it again? Are you not worried about that? What are you looking for in terms of the jungle pick to make sure that you're able to get the edge?
It does depend, because if you want to straight up win the jungle matchup, I do think that, yes, banning Xin Zhao is reasonable, although there are picks that you can take into it to be able to take the 1v1s. But so much of what happened last game was that things weren't necessarily 1v1s for Black Camel. He was coming in, swooping up kills off of low lanes, but pressuring the lanes is the biggest part of that. And I would actually almost rather see a passive farming jungler taken to counter that style, have somebody who's going to scale up really well with the jungle CS, and instead have the weight fall on mostly your laners in conjunction with your jungler to be tracking Black Camel. If that's the way that you want to contest here, I think that it's one of the more reliable ones, because you're able to, rather than try and take the 1v1s against somebody who is very, very excited to fight you, try and not let them play their game. That's so much of what Wild Rift is about.
Not letting them play their game. You know, this is chess, not checkers, and you got to make sure that you have the right pieces on the board in order to be the winner in these massive early game pressure fights that really do set the pace and the tempo for these games. You don't want to get off on the wrong foot. You don't want to lose out in those early objective controls. I mean, because, you know, in that last game that we saw, Chong Chortle able to get the first Dragon and the first Rift Herald in that first game was massive for their momentum moving forward. I'm very curious again in this bottom lane. I expect to see another really powerful bottom lane. I want to see what Sentinels is able to bring to the table now, if they're going to be able to draft for a strong bottom lane, if they do decide to go for these dragons. I don't know, because we haven't gotten into the draft yet. We are now ready to begin it. The first of our best of 3 series. Sentinel's going to be blue, Chong Chortle will be red, and it does look like a Rakan is hovered. Oh, that's a ban. Pardon me. That is a Rakan ban. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Rakan is going to get banned out first.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about. Again, playmaking supports removed from the tables. Sentinels, interestingly enough, are going to have first pick this time around, and it makes me wonder, you know, you talked about the Xin Zhao. If they want to take that away, I don't think it's a bad option either, although there are first picks that I'd like to see a little bit more of. We didn't get to see the Ziggs last game, and I think that's a really strong pick that Sentinels should know how to use really well, especially when it comes to the amount of map pressure that you can apply, with Ziggs being able to perma clear out waves, and anything that can really wave clear at distance. Ziggs, or Rihanna especially, is going to have a lot of value inside of the series.
What's interesting as well is that Chong Chortle, they had the side selection coming into this matchup. They were able to make the decision to go for a red side in this game, and so they won game 1 against Yotu on the blue side. Now they're mixing it up. They're going for the red side, looking to see what they want to be able to do. That does give them some more counterpick options available to them near the end of the draft. But it does look like a couple of supports going to get picked away. Sentinels do not want to deal with the Rakan or the Senna. The Renekton, a strong top lane pick like we saw. And the Camille is going to be the last ban for Chong Chortle. But that does leave a lot of options open for Sentinels to pick for their first B1 pickup here. The Xin Zhao, like we were talking about, is available. The Ziggs is available. The Corki is going to be the first pick. That is an ambitious, but a very powerful pick that Sentinels will have to draft around.
Yes, I would say that it doesn't bring a whole lot of identity to a composition. Sentinels are playing their cards very close to their chest right now, and with Corki being able to be flexed between the mid and the bot lane, you secure yourself that AP, but you end up giving over power picks that otherwise blue side is very well known for. Chong Chortle, they get the Olaf that was banned away from them in game 1, and as well, the Ashe that can provide a lot of lockdown. This is relatively straightforward. Olaf gonna go into the jungle, Ashe going to go into the dragon lane, but I think importantly, there's a volatility here already, and an aggressiveness from the side of Chalk Churl that we haven't seen from Sentinels just yet. Now, on B2, B3, this is their chance to respond and see if they can punish what is now an immobile AD carry that was picked up in front of them.
On a mobile AD carry and the J4. I was gonna talk about it, Sentinels. Dang it, you stole my thunder. J4 is gonna be coming through. I think that is like one of the obvious counters, at least for me, when it comes to the Olaf. The Olaf is unstoppable, but he cannot run away from terrain. And if you're able to get him caught in that Cataclysm, the massive damage that the Corki and whatever marksman or top laner that you're able to get can provide to that is going to be there. I like seeing J4 paired up with Tristana as well in this one. I think that would be a strong pickup as well. Just be able to get that AoE damage within that Cataclysm if they want to go for it. But there's so many options that Sentinels can still go for. And they're really thinking about this last pickup here in their second phase of picks. Let's see what they decide to go for. Oh man, the anticipation is killing me. It's the Galio. Okay, to be able to pick it up with it as well.
I like this because, of course, Galio's still flexible, but importantly, Niang looked really good on it. It combos so well with the Jarvan, and I've got to respect Black Camel for just straight up locking in that Jarvan as well. It gives them a big edge when it comes to these team fights already, but it's up to Chalk Churl, of course, to respond. You talked about how you wanted to see some enchanter supports earlier on today. The disengage that they can bring to the table can be really big, especially now. Things like the Janna, things like the Lulu can power up your Ashe, while at the same time mitigating the impact that something like a Jarvan or a Galio would have. But you need that disengage, and you need that front line, and you need it in a big way. The Janna lock-in is chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss, primo pickup here in the support role, and you're going to pair it with an Ahri as well. Charm is the big thing when it comes to this Ahri, and on top of that, it also counters out the Jarvan's Cataclysm. Over Deception is going to make it difficult to dodge once you're into that team fight zone, and that extra damage that you're able to get on that can be massive if you get multiple members involved in that pickup. Sentinels is picking up the Lee Sin here. I mean, so a lot of front line. Does the Jarvan now stay in the jungle? Do we get a Lee Sin top lane? Or is the Jarvan now going to go to the top lane? With the Kaisa picking up, paired up as well. All right, so Galio Kaisa in the bottom lane. We got the Corki in the mid lane. I still think you take the Jarvan in the jungle and then the Lee Sin in the top lane?
I think you throw Jarvan in top lane here.
I feel like you're right. Like, man, between those two champions, who actually beats the Fiora in there? I don't think either of them do.
Yeah, it's in the extended matchup, not so much. Jarvan has a little bit of an easier time laning, which is why I'm leaning towards that, because he can start the standard and just lay it down on Fiora from a distance, which is really nice for a lot of poke. But at the same time, Lee Sin, I think, is more of the focus here, because you can either put Lee Sin and his dueling potential up against the Fiora on the top lane and say, I hope you win this, or you could put it in the jungle and say, now gank for me, help me out, and be able to duel this Olaf, which we know that Lee Sin can do. They both have escapability of the wall, so their lives should never be in danger. And I feel like, although it's unconfirmed as of yet, that Sentinels their best option should be to assign that Jarvan elsewhere, put him on tank duty, and put him more in the job of carrying their team fights later when they're going to need the likes of that Cataclysm against things like the Olaf and the Ashe.
And so then it boils down to then the Kaisa and the Corki now being able to be that backline. You have maneuverability in both marksmen here in this one. If any sort of collapsing comes in onto either of those carries, I feel like the Jarvan and the Galio are going to have to be working more on peel duty when it comes to that. The team fight that I see here is, you get the Olaf or the Fiora, or maybe even the Ahri. The Ahri is going to dash away from the Cataclysm, so it doesn't matter. But the Olaf or the Fiora comes through onto the Corki or the Kaisa. You're able to get that maybe a little bit of engage. You use your disengage on your ADCs to be able to get away from that, and then you drop the hammer on the Cataclysm on them to make sure that they can't escape and pursue. It's a little tricky. It's a little rough, but Sentinels does have a best of 3 to be able to make it happen, and they do have, a strong composition that when they're able to coordinate and work together, can really put in a lot of pressure against Chonk Chortle. However, we saw the Fiora get used well in that last game. Now Chonk Chortle, who are going to be playing really, really well. I'm excited to see what Luon's going to be able to do with it, and I'm excited to see how that really affects up this matchup once we move into the mid-game.
Yeah, the Fiora has to be getting ahead early, and it's where I'm expecting Chonk to put the majority of their attention. The Olaf should be able to translate into Dragons relatively easily later, as there's not a lane that is just going to straight up win bot lane. You don't need to be influencing that. You don't need to be getting somebody ahead. But top lane is arguably where both of these junglers should be meeting the majority of the time, and where the vision for Sentinels is really going to matter. We talked about how Black Camel was so good on the Xin Zhao just last game, being able to set up and knock down ganks time and time again. Now the wards really need to be important, and I don't really mind whether it is whether it is a Lee Sin coming in to gank you to try and take down the Fiora, or whether you're just laying down a little bit of vision. I think that both are wins for Sentinels. What matters is that they don't let Luon get too far ahead, because if he does, there's no answer on the side of Sentinels. They've got a lot of, yes, global mobility here, but they're built for the team fights, and the side lanes are not going to favor them if they're not already in charge of the tempo of the game.
You're right. Tempo, pace, coordination, it's all going to be outlined here, and that is the big test. That is really the question here in Game 1. Who has the tighter coordination, who has the better macro play, and who is able to make sure that they control that middle river area. They need to be able to make sure that there's no real safe way for either team to be able to get to their side of the jungle, to be able to go in for those pressure plays, to be able to potentially go in the early game for those camps, in the mid game when those towers start going down, to be able to push forward and even continue to keep that pressure going. And at the end of the day, like you said, vision is a priority. It has to be there. And you're expecting that is going to be there on the side of Sentinels. I mean, the Lee Sin's going to be able to use it to get that maneuverability going. But everyone else, this is a team game, and it is a team effort. And we are now ready to begin game number 1 of this best-of-3 series, Sentinels versus Chonk Chortle. Going to be a fun one, Dia.
I love what we've done here as well. We've put a Kai'Sa in a solo lane for the moment to get as much farm as she can. Instead, letting Rest be the one to pilot the Corki in the bot lane. I think it's a really interesting choice on the matchup, but most importantly, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that once she hits that level 5, Kai'Sa can join fights a lot more easily in both side lanes, and those fights are already starting pretty darn early on as level 2 spike is hit, but Beginnings has to flash away. Heal is already expended, and Nori with one last auto is going to pick up first blood, being traded back on by Rest after the fact.
Oh man, a beautiful 1v1, but Chonk Chortle is going to end up being the benefactor of the first blood. That is a Caulfield's Warhammer for him as well. However, it was Rest that was able to stay in the lane a little bit longer. He's going to be able to push out the tower. Does mean a little bit of CS is going to get missed. Sheesh now looking to go up against Black Camel. Sonic Wave is ready to go. They're going to be able to get the knock-up. Camel is very low.
Oh my God.
Sheesh is low. Beginnings is low. The charm is going to land, and it will be Chonk Chortle winning out in that exchange.
Black Camel is so ridiculously low on health right now. That Howling Gale from the Janna barely saved his life, and the remarkable pace that we're playing this at is exactly why I love Wild Rift. It's exactly why I love seeing these players take to it as well, because the roam from Na Yang was on point right there. It was the one thing that let Black Camel stay alive, was that little itty bitty shield that he still has at level 2.
Little shields lead to big consequences here, Dia, and that is the play. I love to see it. I mean, once Black Camel gets level 5, which he is now level 5, he'll be able to use Ragnarok to be able to get that little bit of extra maneuverability, but he's going to need that shielding to be able to make sure that he's able to supplement the resistances that he loses. And already, you see, Niang wants to be able to make sure that he's keeping Nori healthy and alive in this bottom lane, because once the dragon starts spawning, you want to be in a good situation. And now with everyone whittled down, they're going to start with the pressure. Beginnings is going to take a Enchanted Crystal Arrow right to the face.
It hurts, it really does, but I gotta say, with the level 5s coming in, It's Sentinels that should actually be smiling right now because they just got a lot of access to some very important cooldowns. The Cataclysm that we talked about, MTS picking up the Jarvan for, with Rest having access to the missiles, and most importantly, for Uwu to be able to roam around with the Killer Instinct, for Sheesh to be able to hit you with the Dragon's Rage and displace you on demand, and for Beginnings to be able to join across the map. I think that so much global pressure was just achieved by Chunk Turtle, literally just by staying in the game.
Massive. You know, you're absolutely right. And you know, it's a 2-for-1 trade right now in terms of kills and deaths. Like, it's an even game at this point, with the gold lead actually going a little bit towards Sentinels as well. The 300 gold advantage, because of Rest being able to survive in that first exchange, really kind of evens out the play in that early game. That first blood that Nori was able to get would have been a little bit sweeter had he been able to survive. However, it is going to be the start of the Ocean Drake for Sentinels. It is going to get spotted out by Nori. However, there's really not any sort of challenge on the side of Chonk because they know that they can go towards the Rift Herald to potentially battle that. Sheesh will stay to finish the job, and the rest of Sentinels is now looking to be able to potentially go in onto this Rift Herald. The Drake will get spawned. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow was on its way, but it didn't land on anyone,
challenge.
and it is going to end up being Black Camel being able to get it. The Grand Challenge coming in and trying to be able to get the kill. Wow, MTS surviving for so long. The extra healing doesn't land. The Void Missile does not land onto the Janna, and now the Killer Instinct trying to be able to survive. The shield is there, and Luan will fall. Black Camel will take that kill, and Beginnings will fall as well. It's a double kill, a slaughter, a massacre, as everyone dies except for the junglers.
That was so close at the end there, and Chunk Chortle started that play up. It's the same play that they had before the quarterfinals. It's the same one they're going to be pulling out now, going for that Rift Herald, not wanting to contest first Dragon. They still get trapped in there by MTS, who is so stupid tanky on this Jarvan. That guy lived forever, but the biggest part of that is the fact that while all that was going down, Black Camel and Luan were able to lay out serious damage on the front line, and it's the thing that just draws the team fight ever so slightly back into Chunk Turtle's favor. Otherwise, I mean, it was looking like this Kaisa may have been the end of them. Uwu was starting to clean up in a big way, and we got to keep our eyes on this Kaisa.
Oh yeah, definitely. And with the massive Kaisa mechanics and experimentation that's been built up in Wild Rift, you can already see the Lost Chapter being one of the items that Mali has already been able to try to go for, be able to get that extra ability power, to be able to get that massive play coming through. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is still going to be an even game in terms of kills, because also you saw Sheesh being able to take that kill on to Nori in the bottom lane during that entire fight. Is now looking to be able to potentially go in onto this Rift Herald. The Drake will get spawned. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow was on its way, but it didn't land on anyone, and it is going to end up being Black Camel being able to get it. The Grand Challenge coming in and trying to be able to get the kill. Wow, MTS surviving for so long. The extra healing doesn't land. The Void Missile does not.
Huge way is the reason that he dies right there.
Yep, and that was massive there. I mean, I want to shout out MTS, though. Being able to survive the Grand Challenge, to be able to deny the healing onto Luan, made sure that that play was able to come through, but it does look like we've got another one now beginning. Resonating Strike does land, but they don't decide to commit any plays there. The Rift Herald got spawned and dropped to the mid-tier 1 tower to about a third HP. Cataclysm, Luan is now in trouble, and will try to be able to get away. The shield is there, but the poke will skewer Fiora and will end up being able to give Sentinels a kill.
That last Dragon Strike really sealing the deal there, and unfortunately step a little bit too close to the promised land. That tower in the top lane for Chunk is on its last legs, but the fact is that that play ends up meaning that Chunk Chortle get the first tower in response. And MTS, more than comfortable up here in this top lane, at least while the Fiora ain't in it anymore, is looking real good right now as a tanky frontline engager that is more than able to hold his own when Luan oversteps.
Man, you know, in our last game and in this one, the difference maker has been these gargoyle stone plates. Did you see how much health MTS was able to get when he popped that gargoyles? It just made it so difficult for Black Camel to try to go in for that fight. And it's really tough to go up against when you don't have that extra damage and that follow-up engagements coming through. We're gonna have to see how well those Gargoyle Stone Plates are able to be used up as the Dragons now, the Dragon and the Rift Herald now get spawned, Dia. 7 seconds until it starts.
But once again, this Corki having the package, Rest is denying so much right now just with the pressure of knowing that he can lay that one out. And Chunk Turtle, they want to try and go for this Drake right now. They're starting it up. The question is, what will Sentinels end up taking for it? Is it the team fight? As right now they're going in. They've already got Sheesh engaging on one side, but the team fight is split in a big way. Zanyas is going to come in, but Rest is still having that package, hasn't answered back yet.
Yeah, Beginnings will fall first. The package is still available, but Beginnings is now dead. It is a 4v5 situation. Black Camel is solo, and it's going to be a double kill on the side of the Corki. Luan is now coming through. Sheesh will be able to take the Dragon, and that is 4 for Chong Turtle going down, and a double kill for Mali Uwu. Rest with a massive Valkyrie.
That was a crazy play to pull out there right next to the Dragon, and the fact is that Uwu and Rest, it made me sweat there, holding on to the package for so long, but when they pulled the trigger, it was to take down the only person who could realistically steal that Dragon away. They get themselves that second objective, they pick up the second Rift Herald as well, denying that from Chunk Chortle, who had full control of the Rift Heralds just last game, and now are really starting to snowball this one. The gold lead is only 2,000. It's negligible at this point, but the control of the game is telling an entirely different story, and it's one where Sentinels are in full and absolute control right now. They've got Sheesh having reset now with 1.5 items, making his way back in towards the mid lane with the Rift Herald in his pocket to drop. Everybody grouped up here, and it's up to MTS in the top lane, crucially, to survive.
If he can survive this 3v2, oh my god, the massive damage from that Void Missile as the Rift Herald does get spawned. We got the one part of the Exodia Kaisa matchup, or Exida Kaisa build now ready to go. You got that Luden's Echo, Luden's Tempest ready to go. A tower is going to fall with that Rift Herald going in, and that is so big for Sentinels. 3 out of 4 neutral objectives getting taken by Sentinels pre-10 minutes gives them the early game control that they need. However, Chong Chortle, they are not out of this game just yet, and because it's so even, it means that these next crucial objectives, these next big team fights can really determine the game for both of these teams. It's just icing on the cake that all of these towers are down against Chonk right now in favor of Sentinels.
Exactly, and I think that a really big thing that came in there was that at the very least, Chunk were able to crack their first tower up in the top lane. It enables them to send their Freer elsewhere, but look at right now, they're sending Luan back up top lane, and they should know that Sentinels want to focus this tower down. It's the only outer one that they don't have. Luan is wasting a lot of time as a split pusher just by being here, and this is disastrous for Chunk Chortle. They're also committing a bunch of men into the mid lane to try and find a pick.
Yep, they want it. It's going to be a 2v4 situation, but the heroic entrance is now there. Sheesh is on the way. Rest is trying to be able to survive. He's getting a lot of damage in before he falls, and is it going to be enough? Sheesh will be able to take down Nori, and now Luan is going to have to try to run away. He is back to full HP, but he's going to get knocked up by Beginnings, trying to be able to avoid the extra damage, and will be able to get out of that one. Sheesh will take the kill on a Black Camel. I thought he actually died there, but no, it ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Sentinels.
And with that, I think it's a good thing for Sentinels as well, that they got that extra little bit of gold because they did lose the top lane tower, and it's something that they shouldn't have lost in the meantime. In the side lanes, constantly hemorrhaging out gold is something that they have to be aware of. They send Luan again back up topside though, and so much of this says to me that they want to be focusing around the Dragon. They want pressure on it as it's coming up in 30 seconds. Fiora now with 2 items, another little bit in the Vampiric Scepter picked up right now, has to be able to 1v1 MTS for Chonk Chortle to have even a prayer of being able to contest this game, because once that third Dragon goes down to what looks like it's going to be Sentinels, they are in a big hole.
Yeah, and this is scary. I mean, a little bit of a game of chicken being played as MTS, he pushes that wave forward, so it is going to be a little bit of a pressure wave in the top lane because he was spotted and maybe put Chonk in a situation where they didn't know what they wanted to do, and they are not going to be able to go in against this dragon. That is shocking, Dia. I thought that Chonk was able to get river control, but no, they end up giving away that dragon over to Sentinels, and now they are able to rotate towards the Baron with no other neutral objectives to lose, with the minions pushed forward. I mean, really brilliant play coming in from Sentinels, and now they want to finish the job. Black Camel is going to get caught right into the Cataclysm.
Oh, no.
He'll pop Ragnarok, but it's not going to be enough. The Monsoon is there. It's going to be a lot of help on the side of MTS. He's trying to be able to survive,
MTS.
and he gets away. My word, Beginnings trying to be able to keep Rest and Mally alive as well, and he does. No one is going down. Mally is able to still survive that one, only for a second though, as Chonk does pick up that kill, and now they want more. The charm is going to land on MTS, so it's going to be a 2 for 2. Nori is now extremely low as Fat Cat tries to be able to do what he can against Beginnings, able to get him down to about 100 HP, but at the end of the day, it is a 2 for 2 trade.
To have all of that result in a 2 for 2 is crazy, and it definitely speaks to Chonk Chortle and their resilience during this series as Sentinels put on a masterclass there in picking off an Olaf with MTS, just instantly popping the Cataclysm. The Ragnarok was actually a big mistake from Black Camel because it shred his resistances, but even off of those picks, Chonk Chortle were able to continue running it forward, getting the slows necessary, and importantly, with people like Na Yang and Fat Cat able to land their skill shots on the Janna and the Ahri respectively, they locked up Sentinels for long enough that they were able to answer back, keep themselves in touching distance of the gold, only 4,000 separating these teams, and now with Baron up, who's going to start this one first?
Oh man, I think Sentinels feels pretty confident here. They are up by 4K, and if they look at the items, they know that Fat Cat does not have his Rabadons. The Naga's going to land into a taunt on 2. What a play from Beginnings as Fat Cat is taken out of the fight. Beginnings is going to flash away to try to be able to get out of that one, and does. MTS trying to be able to continue to keep it going as Rest is able to secure the kill on Nori before the Monsoon healing comes back. Challenge is going to get used by Luam, but actually not going to be able to do anything with it. And so that is 2 kills on the side of Sentinels that were not exchanged. And that means that they've got the player advantage, they've got the momentum to go for this Baron, and now they're going to try to go for it. MTS is going to get a little bit of damage. The heroic entrance is going to get used, but no one is going to fall. Black Camel does have flash to go in for the heroic play, and he gets the steal. He's going to try to go in for any more. He wants it, but no, he will fall. Black Camel will take the kill. The resonating strikes, the killer instinct to try to take down Nori and Luang, but it's not going to be enough. Chonk Chortle with a massive play.
The confidence from Sentinels definitely bites them there, and it might do so just again as Sheesh needs to get out to safety there, eats a redemption, is being hunted down, gets taken out by Fat Cat through the exhaust even, who now flashes forward, gets another sick charm, but Rest flashing away under the tower, needs to survive this one. The shield comes through, the Zanyas is there, and Luan survives. Chonk Chortle refused to die, even in the face of a Baron they should never have gotten.
Oh my goodness, Black Camel. I mean, if Chonk Chortle wins game number 1, it is off of that massive steal. Yes, he does die, but who cares when you're able to pick up the Baron, and then on top of that, you are then able to stop the momentum that Sentinels had in their tracks as well. It means that now they're in position to go for this Cloud Elder Drake. And Dia, they're in position to make it happen. Rest does have the package, so they could potentially go in for that displacement if they do decide to go for it. But the teleport coming in, Sheesh is now there. So it is 4 members of Sentinels on the way. Beginnings does not have the grand entrance just yet. And Chonk, they decide to disengage on the Dragon, Dia. Oh, man.
I think it's a good call for now. They're able to wait until seeing Sentinels start to respond elsewhere on the map. Notice that Beginnings is all the way over in the Baron lane right now, and he's not going to be able to get into range in time. This Elder Dragon is going to go over to, unless there's a steal, okay, there we go. It is going to go over to Chonk Chortle, and now the fight ensues. Chonk Chortle trying to find these last couple picks. The GA that you talked about gets popped just as that heroic entrance comes in. Beginnings is frontlining, but the question is, for who? He's only got Sheesh and Uwu. Just now, Rest joins up with him, but Sentinels commit a lot of time and energy there to a dragon that they weren't going to get.
Yeah, and it's Elder Cloud. I mean, it could have been worse for Sentinels had it been, an Elder Infernal. Even an Elder Mountain at that point would have been a little bit worse. But, I mean, still, anytime that you're able to get an objective, it's really good for whatever team is able to get it. And Chonk Chortle going to be able to pick up that Elder Drake will now have that extra mobility, that extra haste to be able to move around and just really push in against Sentinels a little bit faster. You love to be able to get that if you're Fat Cat. You love to be able to get that if you're Black Camel. So I think that works out really well on the side of Chonk Chortle. The play, though, from Sentinels, it just felt a little disjointed. They've got to recover and reevaluate how they want to play out this late game.
Off of a really good early game. I think that Baron has definitely shaken them, and you can see in the positioning right now, even Rest searching for a little bit more farm is actually going to get caught and has to Valkyrie out to safety as Fat Cat goes for that pick with the ult. Now going to have the rest of that Spirit Rush expended as we wait for that cooldown to come back up. Still, this Kaisa, though, doing a lot of damage there, and the Void Seekers are definitely making it difficult for Chonk Chortle to stay around for too long. Sentinels get to return to that mid lane, push it out, and now revisit the topic of this Baron, hoping that this time it'll be different.
But for now, I mean, because Luan, it now feels like he's in a decent situation. The Enchanted Crusader is going to miss. I'll get to that thought in a second. Beginnings and Rest will be able to disengage, but because Luan has now been able to get a foothold in the game and Chonk Chortle now feels a little bit more comfortable, because it's such an even game, Luan is able to do what he does best, which is split push and really pressure these side lanes a little bit better. This is what the Fiora wants, and he's going to be able to potentially do that to keep up the pressure, to make this Baron a little bit riskier as well. And Luan, trying to make the decision to go for the bottom lane, decides to go back to the mid lane, and now is going to potentially get some damage onto him. It's going to be a little bit of a disjointed play. The Enchanted Crusader is going to land on to MTS. The Grand Challenge is going to come in. The Cataclysm is now there. Beginnings is going to be able to get up, but will not come down. And a beautiful play from Chonk Chortle as 3 members fall. Make it almost 4 as we've got Rest trying to be able to survive. No! Luan survives through all of that and is able to pick up a triple kill.
I tell you what the determiner for that was, as it's going to be the end of the game. It's a little bit of disjointedness once again on the side of Sentinels. They get picked off there, and both teams play it miraculously, but somehow, some way, Chonk are the ones to be victorious in the first game of this best of 3.
Man, disaster for Sentinels. They had the early game. They had Chonk Chortle on the ropes, but unfortunately, they were able to figure out a way to be able to bring this game number 1 back off of an amazing Baron steal. But this is a lesson in control and a lesson in restraint when it comes to Sentinels. Once you lost the Baron, yes, that's rough, but you need to regroup, you need to recalculate, and you need to try to find ways to be able to get back into the game and to be able to get back into a situation where you like. Because really, after that point, everything went downhill. Everything worked out in Chonk Chortle's favor, and shout out to Luan. I mean, being able to get a lot of healing and a lot of damage around these really high priority targets. Shout out to Fat Cat as well. Some of these charms were fat against some of these really squishing members of Sentinels as well as the chase continued. Overall, everything working really well. It wasn't necessarily a Black Camel game like we saw in game number, or in our first game of the series. This was a team effort.
It was, and I think that a really big part of that came from the fact that outside of what we saw in the first game, this time I really got to see Nori start to shine, especially on this Ashe. Throwing out the arrows was constantly forcing Sentinels in that late game to expend cooldowns to stay alive, to use things like the Stone Plate enchantment, to use the Redemption, just to make sure that they were able to not get picked off. And ultimately what it resulted in was a Cataclysm that was an attempted engage from the Sentinels, but onto the wrong members of Chonk Turtle. The team fights that we saw Sentinels winning were the ones where they could start the fight onto Black Camel, lock him inside, and have that Ragnarok not really do anything. This time, with the Cataclysm going onto the back line of Chonk Turtle that looked really good to start with, you very quickly realized that Black Camel could just run down your backline and everything started to split up for Sentinels. They forgot their win conditions for just a second, and once again, much like around the Baron, forgot Black Camel for just a second, and all of a sudden, the game was over.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really fun game, though. I mean, it could have really gone either way for a majority of the contest. Sentinels had the first lead in the game. They looked like they were doing well. They were up by about 4K. And then Chonk Turtle was able to bring it back and be able to finish the job. I mean, either way, though, I think that game one was a really good indicator of what the series can bring to the table, Dia. I'm excited to see what Sentinels is going to be able to do here in game number 2, because this game 1 was not bad at all. It was a really entertaining matchup, but like you said, just they lost sight of their goals in crucial situations that, you know, had Sentinels been able to get the Baron, might not have happened. So Chonk Turtle does win game 1. They do have the layup ready to go here to be able to win this best of 3 series and get into day 2 of this series. But for now, as we get ourselves ready to move into the second game of this best of 3 series, we're going to take a look at the bracket here real quick, Dia, and let's see what we've got moving forward, because it looks like, you know, in this bracket so far, we've seen a couple of these games in the quarterfinals coming through. We'll be ready to get into that in just a moment. I'm taking a look at the bracket myself. Right now, we've got Chonk Turtles and Sentinels, but, you know, like we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of teams here that have a lot of potential to make it really far into this tournament.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if really any of our quarterfinals end up going with just 2 games right now, because even off of what we saw of this, 3 games I would say are expected for a lot of these teams with how close things have been so far. I think looking back on this game, the tenacity that it takes is definitely going to be a strain on these teams, and has been today already with some of the games that they've already played, but inside of the best of 3 is really going to be tested. You talked about how we have, there we go, the likes of Immortals versus Noticed Legends happening, Cloud9 and Nascent, Nagura, Curie 3, and of course Chonk Turtles and Sentinels, the ones that we are focusing on right now.
Right, and so Chonk Turtles Sentinels is the only game that has, you know, 1 game coming through. Teams that I'm very interested to see trying to be able to perform well here in this one, and I think a very surprising loss is actually Enemy, falling short in that round of 16 to Nagawara. That's actually pretty surprising. I've seen Enemy perform really, really well. I don't know what happened there. I didn't get to see that game, but, you know, that's going to be an exciting matchup. Any team that's able to take down Enemy definitely has some chops behind them, and so I'm excited to see what they're able to bring to the table. I'm also excited about the Immortals game. Immortals versus Noticed Legends. That's going to be a really fun matchup, because Immortals has had some ups and downs recently, but they have really been putting in the pressure and the work to try to really show off and get themselves into a better situation to be one of those massive, like, S-tier, SS-tier teams.
You know, what I really like is you talked about the Nagawara taking down NME. I think that that's a really cool storyline to follow, especially when we look at this series and how it's going to play into that. Sentinels against Chonk Turtle right now, and Nagawara versus Curie 3. Whoever wins that will have, by the transitive property of equality, beaten NME, and it'll be interesting to see how that's going to continue in the semifinals, which will be coming up tomorrow. So storylines are being built up today in just the very first qualifier that we can continue to check back in on and see the relative power levels of these teams in only the first week of the qualifiers.
And that's really big. And, you know, something else about this one that really isn't discussed, we haven't really discussed yet is the talent of the casting desk that RiftMasters has been able to provide here in this one. Not only you and me, Dia. Not only you and me, because we obviously know we're top
oddly
tier.
self-serving.
But yeah, oddly self-serving. But you know, there have been RiftMasters has really gone all out and has really provided an all-star cast of not only players but broadcast talent and producers as well. This is a really well laid out tournament that really feels like Wild Rift is able to elevate itself to the next level. I know I saw Rafa in there. I saw Zephyr is going to be involved in this as well, and I think a couple of other casters as well. I mean, it's all really, really, I think, a phenomenal tournament so far that's already being shown to be really, really strong, player-wise, caster-wise, production-wise, whatever it may be. So you guys definitely want to be able to stay tuned for this, because we're just getting started with this split, and already it's been banger after banger. These first two games have been really fun to watch, and game number 2 between Sentinels and Chong Turtle is bound to keep that streak going.
I would agree. I gotta say, I am excited to see how the community continues to develop, especially because what we're already seeing with a lot of, I would say, community-based teams able to still take games off of some really high-level orgs that we know. I mean, you talk about Sentinels, NME, Cloud9, Immortals. Like, these are teams that in almost any other esport you would look at and go, well, they're just going to win everything and no matter what. And because Wild Rift is still growing so steadily, which sort of ties into the talent thing that you talked about earlier. The fact is that we're still getting so much feeding into Wild Rift. There's still so much skill cap that has yet to be explored in NA, especially where the community is just sort of coming up right now, and that's a really big part of what makes these games so hard to predict. I think is a big thing, because again, Shock Turtle versus Sentinels. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed a lot of these other teams, you know, being able to come in and take games off of this? And I think you said it correctly. There is, we don't know, and that's, I think, really cool about this Wild Rift community that has developed so far. I mean, I've been casting some Wild Rift matches for a little while now. I mean, I think since May was the first tournament that I casted, and I've seen some of these players be able to make some names for themselves and be able to show us what they've got. And there's been so much development already. Like, the big storyline for me in terms of development wise is, you know, some of the different compositions and some of the different item builds that Wild Rift provides. Look at Kaisa, for example. I mean, yes, it didn't work out in this game or in last game for Sentinels, but Kaisa was getting there towards that really strong, really powerful build, being able to use those void missiles really effectively with the Rabadons, with the Ludens, and you also have the lethality and the ability to be able to get that damage in auto attacks. These hybrid matchups for the Kaisa, you know, Camille in the jungle has been really cool to see as well. And so that's, I think, really the big thing about Wild Rift that still needs to be discovered, is a lot of these teams and a lot of these players are maybe thinking more conventionally, like League of Legends, for example, wanting to play a little bit more towards the rigidness that game has created. Wild Rift is not that game, and there's so much versatility and ability for champions and for players to really show off, experiment with new things, and to make it work. And that's, I think, something that Wild Rift brings to the table, and something that we get to experience every single time that we get to cast it. So really excited to see how it's going to continue to play out. It does look like we are about ready to move into game number 2 between Sentinels and Chong Turtle. I mean, what are we looking for when it comes to Chonk and Sentinels? Like, game 1 was phenomenal. What do Sentinels need to do in order to take this to a game 3 situation?
Ooh, that's really difficult, because I think that it was good play from Chonk Turtle that won them game 1 rather than poor play from Sentinels, because the fact is that Sentinels really did run the early and mid game. A lot of that had to do with the level 5s that we talked about synergizing so well together, and Chonk Turtle over the course of time were able to whittle away at that, find the small mistakes. And of course, you want to look at a game like that and go, well, we got to clean up the small mistakes. Don't overstep. Don't put cooldowns where they don't belong. We got to be playing as 5, but that's very difficult to really pull together in the moment. It's not something that I think is fair to say, I want this to change. I think a lot of what what we need to focus on going into game 2 is how that continues to evolve, especially in terms of the way that Sentinels want to try and play the game. Because I think it's possible that they try and play a very early game focused team to take a different approach to mitigating some of those end game mistakes by not letting them happen in the first place, saying, we're just going to roll you in the early game and that's going to be it.
Right. I mean, because early game is so important, and we've seen a lot of these, and we've seen, both games really have different early games that we've seen play out. Chonk was able to really dominate in the early game in their first game, and then Sentinels having a decent early game in game 1 of this best of 3 series, but it wasn't as dominant. And so, with that being said, do you draft for the early game more? I think that maybe that could be a little bit not a good idea. I think that you still want to be able to still have some late game power coming through. I think still, while the early game is important, you've got to be able to make sure that ability to be able to be at the right place at the right time, especially when you get into the mid game, when the Baron spawns, if you get to a second Rift Herald, the second Rift Herald spawns, you got to be able to get there into that point and have it available and ready to go. We'll have to see how that plays out, though. It does look like, I'm going to say it again, game number 2 is on the way, Dia. We are ready to begin it, hopefully soon. The players are just, I think they're trying to take a breath before we get into game 2, because it's been, that was a really intense game 1.
It certainly was, and it's only going to get harder from here on out. I mean, the best of 3s are just now starting, but they're going to continue all the way until the finals, and you got to be able to, you keep that mental going and break down relatively quickly between the games what went wrong, what you're going for in game 2. I think that one of the things that we can't expect, sort of throwing into the draft idea, is the fact that I expect Galio to still be really high priority for both of these teams. I think that Nanyang looked really good on it, and I thought the beginnings looked really good on it at the same time. Mm-hmm. So whoever gets blue side, I honestly wouldn't be upset if we saw one of those Galio first picks, potentially a ban. Although with Sentinels taking into the blue side, they're not going to be the ones to do it. It would have to be Chonk Chortle, and given the way the Chonk Chortle have been playing, I don't expect them to be banning away a Galio. I feel like they feel like they can play. I feel like they feel like they can play into it.
There you go. I feel it, and I feel you. That makes sense. But in terms of the picks and bans coming out here for game number 2, the first 2, not really anything changed. Chonk Chortle get to pick up or ban out the Varus Sentinels, again banning out the Rakan and the Renekton. Twisted Fate is the 4th ban. And now final pick from Sentinels. Do they decide to go for another support pick like they did in game 1? Now, since Sentinels did lose game number 1, they did get side selection once again, and they did decide to go for the blue side. Remember, the first pick that they picked up was that Corki. But this time, the last ban from Sentinels is going to be the Fiora, and Chonk, who played the Olaf in game number 1, is going to ban that out. Camille is available and will get picked up immediately for Sentinels.
Instant lock-in, very easy, I think, as well as Camille, incredibly powerful and is basically Fiora, but sometimes even better because she can team fight with a lot more utility. There's still things like the Ziggs up, but importantly, that Senna wasn't actually banned away like it was from Sentinels just last game, because they've got their own split push condition. So I'm curious to see if Chonk Chortle will pick that up. They do lock in the Ashe. Senna still available because of that. You can double down on the poke in this bot lane.
You can, and I think that that's not necessarily the worst thing that you can do. I think that, we saw Nori play really, really well in that Ashe in game number 1, and nice. They are going to pair it. So it is going to be the Senna Ashe in the bottom lane. If you're able to land that route into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or vice versa, it's massive damage that you're able to get consistently to be able to just whittle somebody down in the laning phase. Once you get into the team fights, the playmaking ability of both the root and of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is really strong for Chonk Chortle, as well as the extra healing and shielding that the Senna is going to be able to provide. Sentinels, however, they're saying that the J4 played well and MTS did really well as the Jarvan in the top lane. They're going to pick up the Jarvan and the Camille here, Dia. And now do they pick up the Lee Sin again? Do we just have all 3 of them this time? I doubt it, but you know what? Maybe the timeline.
I have to appreciate the Jarvan lock-in here because Sentinels, their confidence is unshaken as they move into this game. Even with Jarvan being a little bit iffy in their first one, this one definitely going into the jungle since we've already got the Camille locked in. You want to place that up in the top lane is going to give them a lot of playmaking around the map again, and importantly, is specifically picked to make Chonk Chortle's bot lane suffer. And I want to see Sentinels double down on that. They've got a really strong top lane already that will scale. They've got a mid lane that will scale. Pick something in bot lane that is just meant to absolutely obliterate and bring the game to Chonk Chortle.
Oh man, Xin Zhao is going to be picked up, maybe trying to mitigate that as we get into the team fight here, Dia. What are some bot lane compositions that you think Sentinels can try to go for?
What are some compositions?
What are some
in
bottom
the bot
lane for? Not some compositions, pardon me. What are the duos that you're thinking? I'm thinking like you can go like a Leona Ziggs, like Thresh maybe. Like, man, I'm excited to see what they try to go for here. But I feel like if you want to be able to keep that early game going, Leona is an obvious pick. I don't think you go with an Enchanter here because you still need that front line. Yeah. Maybe you go with the Thresh and then you pair it maybe with some AP because you have a lot of AD coming through. But what do you think?
Well, I think that right now Sentinels are debating whether they actually want to fully double down on that or not, because the Jax has made this difficult. Jax, also a split pusher right here, actually makes them, I think, seemingly pivot here. You've got this Galio. I think you pair it maybe with the Tristana, so that you get the best of both worlds. The Galio able to roam up to the top lane, also double down with the Tristana really well. It's a high burst lane that will get a lot of assistance from something like the J4. But we're just burning time to see what they end up going with, because you've also got that Corki that you could rotate if you wanted to once again place Kai'Sa in the mid lane like they did in game 1. It honestly looked really good, and again, would give them that availability to roam around the map and help, much like the Galio will be.
It's an Akali as the pickup here. Sentinels, okay. I didn't even think of an Akali here. So it's going to be a Corgi Galio in the bottom lane with the Akali in the mid. So Corgi Galio versus Senna Ashe. I mean, it's going to be based on to whether or not Beginnings can actually land that taunt to be able to get the engagement going, or if Sentinels does decide to really do put in that pressure from the J4 into the bottom lane, which, I mean, probably going to be the pickup here. The Zed is going to be the response. I'm not going to say the counter, but the response here against this Akali in the mid lane. Chonk Chortle and Sentinels. This is going to be a chaotic game 2.
Sheesh, that is wild, as we've got some pretty high style picks in both of the B5s and R5s respectively. This is really, really interesting to see, and the Zed specifically is one that we very rarely get to witness on the Rift, as this mid lane matchup now has weirdly become the focus. We looked at this, and during the first couple rounds of the draft, it was all about the bot lane. It was all about bringing attention to the Senna Ashe and exploiting their weaknesses. I think even B5 addressed that, with the Akali able to, in the team fights, access that backline consistently and make things, again, really difficult. But the Zed changes everything, because now Chonk Chortle have the ability to play through their mid lane, take attention away from the bot side, while at the same time snowballing what are two very potent win conditions, because whether Zed or Xin Zhao are picking up the kills, you know Sentinels are sweating.
Yeah, and I think that Chonk Chortle played this draft really, really well. Sentinels banning out the Fiora, you say, hey, you know, we know that the Fiora is not going to be there. We know that that top lane power is going to be there, which means that we could potentially draft towards the bottom lane. Even if Sentinels B1 a really strong dragon lane pick, you can then potentially, you know, still counter it. So they take out the Olaf because they don't want Sentinels to be able to have that. I think that they knew that they wanted to go with something like an Ashe again on the side of Chonk Chortle, and you pair it with the Senna. That's why you ban out the Olaf, and then you get an early game jungler as well with the Xin Zhao. I think that this was a really strong draft from Chonk Chortle in the early stages of it, but Sentinels has responded well. I think that there is opportunity there for Sentinels to really still make this bottom lane suffer, and to make sure that, you know, if the Zed is able to find a pick, that it's still going to be costly on the side of Chonk, because Sentinels can still get that damage in, they can still get that pressure in, and they could potentially still be able to survive if the right playmaking is there. Hourglasses, I think, are going to be a requirement for the Corki. Obviously, I don't know if the Akali decides to go for this one. I think everyone else would survive the death mark if they do get targeted for it. It's all going to boil down to, it's, again, boiling down. We boil down here in Wild Rift, but I'm excited to see this mid lane. I'm excited to see this top lane between the Jax and the Camille, because that could also be the decision maker when it comes to the split pushing opportunities.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, you talked about the boot enchantments, specifically the stopwatch enchantment on things like the Ashe and the Senna might also be useful, but I think a lot of this game is going to come down to first move, especially inside of the team fights, because while the Jax was picked up as an answer to the Camille here, it's also going to have an immense amount of power inside of the team fight, and a lot of Chonk Chortle's ability to actually fight is going to be predicated on Black Camel's success. If this Xin Zhao is an effective frontline who's constantly engaging the fights and Sentinels are trying to peel back, there's a very, very simple world where small bits of miscommunication in Sentinels can lead to them splitting a fight in a way that's disadvantageous. If the Akali is isolated in the front line, unable to be joined by a Galio that's peeling back, that's where you got to be really careful. And things like this, games like this, can very quickly snowball out of control. Sentinels need to be the ones, should they, a winning team fight for Sentinels looks like them starting it. If they're not starting the team fight, they are losing the team fight.
And they still have the Valkyrie ready to go on rest to be able to potentially get that displacement to initiate that fight. They've got the Cataclysm. They've got the Hectic Ultimatum. They have opportunities to be able to start those team fights, Dia. And it's going to be a very important battle here for Sentinels. They want to be able to make it into day 2. They want to get to the semis. And in order for them to do that, they have to go for the 2-1 sweep, a reverse sweep here against Chonk Chortle. They are on the ropes, and they now have to find a win here in Game 2 to get us to a Game 3 situation, Dia. And they're pulling out some stops to try to make it happen.
It's a game of survival here, and I think that one of the really important things is the ingenuity that survival has borne right now. From the minute that we saw the Jarvan and Camille locked in, my call was Sheesh is going to be taking the Jarvan, MTS is going to be taking the Camille. That's just how it's going to go. But instead, this split push win condition in air quotes that I thought was going to go down, instead ends up going into the hands of Sheesh, who now has to play make on the Camille, but it's getting play made on while Uwu eats the damage in response.
Man, that was a lot of damage on both Mally and against Black Camel. However, going to still be able to use that Honey Fruit to be able to survive. Does mean that the Scuttle Crab should get split here with assistance from Niang in the bottom lane to be able to get that Scuttle Crab going. We don't even see the Scuttle Crab get taken. She seizes the opportunity and is able to get first blood for Sentinels. That is exactly what they want.
And while it looked dicey in the mid lane, top lane looks a heck of a lot better. She's just chains those, I'm going to put in air quotes, ganks, and with the hook shot is able to close an incredible amount of ground. Luan, I think, really not respecting that, and the fact that Camille is going to be able to do that to you loses some really early tempo in what is really going to matter as a side lane win condition. A lot like the Fiora, this Jax wants to get ahead early, and well, will still be relevant even if he doesn't. It's going to make the game a lot harder for the rest of Chonk Chortles.
And yet again, Black Camel playing as Xin Zhao is looking to be able to still find that pressure into the jungle camps. They are trying to be able to go for these Krugs, but will only get a little bit of it. Rest will take him off of the most of the gold in that play, but no one will get it because it looks like they will despawn. Black Camel again is going for another camp, but Fat Cat is looking to take the kill and does secure the kill here for Chonk Chortle, making it a mid lane power play there for Chonk and for Fat Cat.
Uwu goes for the full send there, and unfortunately just now dinging over to the level 5. Didn't have the playmaking available to him then. Black Camel's thinking about visiting the top lane here, and MTS already expended the mobility on the Jarvan, but with the boots is able to get out to safety as he's got that single buy up on the Jax right now. You can see, didn't actually invest in any of the core items, instead went straight for the additional mobility and playmaking on that Jarvan.
Right now, beginnings, though, in the top lane as well. 30 seconds remaining until the Rift Herald spawns. Rest in the bottom lane. is actually not doing too bad. Like, he's doing okay as the Corki. Being able to farm under tower is just fine to be able to handle that all on his own for the time being, as long as he doesn't get hit by any of the CC that Chonk Turtle is able to go for. But with about 8 seconds remaining until these neutral objectives spawn, both teams looking to maybe try to make that happen. Resets on the side of Chonk Turtle in the bottom lane. MTS is going to get hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The heroic entrance is coming in, and the knock-up onto Luan will be able to keep MTS alive, but he has no mana to be able to continue to keep the fight up, and Beginnings is there to save the Jarvan's life.
That was super well played on both sides. I think MTS knew exactly what he was doing there, baiting in this Jax to try and get the knockup from Beginnings, and very quick adaptability does mean that Sentinels, of course, do have to leave lest they lose their lives. But again, the trade of objectives goes in the favor of Chonk Turtle, and what they want out of the early game is they wanted this Rift Herald, but unfortunately now, with Rest coming up and still having the package, that swiftly gets turned around. Chonk Turtle don't get to finish the objective that they've always gotten throughout all of these games, and Sentinels are in full control.
Yeah, but this could still be scary if Sentinels do decide to go for it, and now it is going to be the engage on two Beginnings and Rest. They fall immediately as a double kill goes in for Black Camel. The killing spree is there. Just the massive burst that Chonk was able to get destroys the bottom lane of Sentinels.
And if Chonk Turtle are the ones initiating, Sentinels will always lose. Black Camel shows us that. The lockup that prevents the use of that package really demonstrates that. In fact, Cat, able to blow you up, is also terrifying. Even this, like, what? Uwu is nearly dying here for a little bit of poke in the mid lane just to make sure that Sentinels don't suffer too much off the back of what was a very difficult top lane play.
Nori does fall in the bottom lane. Rest does get a little bit of revenge there, but she got some massive one-on-one time in that bottom tier 1 tower for her efforts, or for his efforts, pardon me. Nori almost getting it down, but doesn't quite get it. Black Camel is now in a scuffle in the bottom lane along with Niang, trying to be able to get out of that one, but the Hextech Ultimatum is there, and the shutdown will go towards Rest. That's where you want to funnel your money if you're Sentinels, and he gets an extra 600 gold out of that play.
Nice for Sentinels, as being able to pack in the Galio with that playmaking is always going to be an almost assured kill. As soon as that Hextech Ultimatum comes down and you see the hero's entrance, you know that you're not going to be able to play the game for a little while. You take your hands off the phone and you go, all right, we're waiting until this CC train is done. I think ideally got a little bit more tankiness here, but tankiness is something that is sorely lacking, as we very quickly find out with Uwu going down.
Man, Nori, these Enchanted Crystal Arrows have been so good in these games against Sentinels. I mean, it has been such an Achilles heel for the Sentinels lineup so far, and against Mali as well. In this game, at least, he's gotten 2 of those Crystal Arrows to the face, and that's cost him his life in both instances here. Because on top of that, Fat Cat is able to burst down that Death Mark. It just is able to destroy the health bars of this squishy assassin, and now he's up by about 700 gold against the Akali, already with a first completed item in that Yomu's as well.
Looking for a gank in the bot lane as well. No tower for safety here. It means Fat Cat gets 3 kills there, flashing in to pick up one on Beginnings, and now with Rest being ignited, it's an easy double for Fat Cat, and Sentinels overextend in a big way, knowing that they don't have the safety of that tower to get back to, still cannot get away from this end.
Yeah, they wanted to get that tower down. You can see how low it is, but it costs them dearly. On top of that, Rest is now down for another 5 seconds. He will not be there to help give his DPS against this tower push. The Rift Herald will get spawned down to about 600 HP. The tower will not go down, which is probably best case scenario for Sentinels, but now with the map control pressured there by Chonk Turtle, they're looking to be able to get something in the top lane as well. MTS trying to be able to do what he can. The Ragnarok is there against Luan. They want the kill. They want the pressure, but MTS just doesn't have it quite yet. He'll flash away to be able to survive. Black Camel is now the target. The Crescent Guard stops MTS from being able to get that kill, so no one goes down. Nori will flash away as well. Sentinels can't pick up anything.
Gets to survive in the mid lane, does Nori, shockingly, but the fact that he's low is going to cost Chonk Chortles the second dragon. This one going to go over to the Sentinels, as once again the objective control does favor them, as it didn't around this first Rift Herald of the game. They're clawing their way back in and looking for these openings, crucially around mid lane, but with Nori arriving once more, he's going to be able to clean up a lot of this farm. It's time to think about how much gold Ashe is getting compared to this Corki. Is so much time alone in lane, so many arrows actually finding their mark. Rest alive only because of the space the Valkyrie bought him.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been super bad for for Sentinels. They will be able to pick up the second Rift Herald of the game, but the team fight is now there. Black Camel going up against Sheesh, wanting to be able to potentially get him down. He will go golden. Nori is now going to get caught into the Cataclysm, and it will end up being Nori falling, but not before Maliuwu falls as well. Black Camel is the next target. Niang is now in trouble, trying to be able to use the shadows, but cannot get it. He will fall. Beginnings of the next target. Fat Cat trying to be able to secure that kill. He wants it, but he will not get it, and now will fall for his efforts, and it is a killing spree for MTS. The shutdown going towards the Zed. They'll pick up a tower as well. Chonk Turtle overcommitting there.
They take a tower, they take another tower, they take the CS in the top lane, and they get themselves a gold lead. It's only 1,000, but it's the first one that Sentinels have had all game, and it looks really, really good for them as they start this game off right. Nori, however, it's important to note on this Ashe is playing a very utility-centric role, does not have that Hourglass enchant on the boots, and is instead playing for mostly throwing up the arrows as often as they can. Be able to set up the team for success. Speaking of that, beginnings taken quite low there, locked up, burns that Gargoyle Stone Plate, and these cooldowns, though they are but small ones, do start to pile up, especially in terms of importance when it comes to survivability on these big frontliners.
Yeah, and when you don't have that front line available, Black Camel almost trying to steal that red buff as well. He might actually get in trouble for that one. I mean, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is there, but it's in recommitting on the side of Chonk Chortle, and they're able to send the cavalry in. Sentinels will lose Sheesh and Mali in that play. And the communication from Chonk Chortle to be able to secure not only those 2 kills, but the confidence to be able to commit to that play just really shows that they're in it to win it, and they have the communication and the confidence to make it happen.
I was really surprised, actually. They ended up full committing for the red buff of all things, and when Sheesh went in, I was like, yeah, of course, this kill is always going to be yours. But Chonk Chortle, they knew. They set up that bait really nicely, and with the domination of the bot lane vision, all the sweepers that they had, they were able to make that a really nice surprise trap. There is still something to be concerned about, though, as the next dragon coming up is something that Chonk Chortles will want to secure. They didn't get a whole lot of them in the first game of the day, and I'm sure that they would like to correct that going into the second, especially because this one gives them a lot more tankiness when we approach these fights. And a lot of the game right now is going to be about getting themselves online for that, using these side lane split pushers in the Zed and the Jax to apply as much pressure to Sentinels as possible.
We haven't really been talking about Chonk Chortle's split pushing ability, but Luan, I mean, being able to really, I mean, not be a non-factor, but just being able to farm up. MTS will try to go up against Luan, but at this point it's a 2v1 situation, and the J4 tank does not have enough pressure and enough damage to be able to secure that kill. But, I mean, now it's almost 3 items now for Luan. He's got the Wit's End, he's got the Blade of the Ruin King, so he's going to be able to just eat his way through these minions like butter very quickly. And Sentinels, they're going to pick up the dragon, but Chonk Chortle does not really care about that one. They want the pressure in the top lane. They want the pressure in the mid lane. They've got the jungle control, and now they're looking to be able to get a kill. They're trying to be able to secure something onto MTS. They're trying to be able to secure a tower. Black Camel's going to go in with the Crescent Guard. The Death Mark is going to get used. Beginnings is going to survive as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not land, and now Nori is going to get hit by the Hectech Ultimatum. Wow, the quick reaction from Sentinel is going to be able to keep them alive, be able to make sure that no one goes down.
It's really insane, actually, to see that play happen, especially as Chonk Turtles invested so much in getting side lane pressure. To have them not even be able to finish MTS under the tower as the Galio comes in over the top is huge for Sentinels and puts them in the driver's seat of this game in a big way. They got that third dragon, denied it from Chonk Turtles, and now we're back into Game 1 territory where it's Sentinels' game to win. They've got themselves the momentum necessary to do it. They have so much pressure in the outer towers, but it's up to crucial missteps, and importantly, crucial missteps around the Baron that has now spawned.
Yeah, Baron is, remember, man, game number 1, Baron being able to be the turning point here that Chonk Turtle needed to be able to win that game and push Sentinels onto the back burner. The last little bit of momentum that Chonk Turtle had from the early game was that split pushing power that Luan had been able to come online for. With the reaction that Sentinels was able to bring, it does put it back a little bit behind, but the items are starting to pick up. The late game power is there, but right now, you know, with the Baron up and the mid lane pressure going in on the side of Chonk Turtle, it is up to Sentinels to try to respond correctly, and now it's going to be up to them again at this team fight to be able to make it happen, like you said, Dia. And let's see what they're going to be able to do as we get all 5 members near this Baron pit.
Just 20 seconds ago, Nori threw out the Ash Arrow, found it onto Rest, but couldn't complete the pick. But already, it's almost off cooldown again and again. Chonk Turtle are re-engaging. Black Camel's still alive for right now. MTS commits into the back line, and the Zanyas are out still. Chonk Turtle are fighting this one out and seem to be winning, actually, as the extended team fight is favoring them. But into the back line goes Uwu to clutch this one out, and almost entirely does so as Rest jumps forward to clean things up. The one is going to be able to survive, but Uwu almost turns that entire fight in the favor of Sentinels, definitely pushes Chonk Turtles back into their base, and now leaves them defenseless.
Oh my goodness, Mali Uwu, he went in like the cavalry that he is. So massive there, being able to get back into the back line and to secure those massive kills. So unfortunately for Sentinels, they aren't able to get the kill onto the tower in the mid lane. That would have been a nice inhibitor and that pressure coming in to be there. But we do think we have a replay ready to go. And I mean, Dia, this was phenomenal on the side of Sentinels as the game and the team fight progressed. You know, Chonk Turtle were able to get some early kills onto Sheesh. They were able to catch out some of that front line, but then Mali comes in and is just able to obliterate the health bars of Fat Cat and Nori, which then Rest was able to finish the job. And that put Sentinels into a 3,000 gold lead at the 16-minute mark. Again, not a massive gold lead, but a gold lead nonetheless.
You could see the light bulb go off in Mali's head as well. As soon as Fat Cat went back to the shadow, back to his backline, following up on that shuriken flip was as easy as you like. Take it all the way in on top of this Ashe, on top of the Senna, decimate them. And with that recipe to success in his mind, that's how Sentinels are going to be approaching the next fight, where they have all of the vision that they want over the dragon, and nothing was there.
Man, Nori, you do not want to face check. You do not have enough front line, and you do not have enough health to be able to make that happen, and Sentinels will now clean up shop. MTS is going to be able to get the kill out of Black Camel, and on top of that, Fat Cat will fall. It is an ace for Sentinels. They don't go for the dragon. They don't go for the Baron. They are going for the Windia as we get ourselves ready to jump into a game number 3. Man, Nori was playing so well up until that point, but that face check is going to cost Chonk Turtle that last team fight and give Sentinels the set point game. Here, game number 3 will be set up in just a moment. Man, what a great play from Sentinels.
That was amazing stuff, and Chonk Turtle, I think, forgetting a little bit that the vision was so ridiculously important. The Sentinels, of course, were going to be hiding in that bush. It got really scary for them right up at that final margin when the crucial misstep came in, and unfortunately, losing your Ashe means you lose that fight. But incredibly played from both sides once again as Chonk Turtle almost came back into that.
Yeah, I mean, they had the pressure. They had Luan trying to be able to get online. He had 3 items at that point. but unfortunately just wasn't able to get into that really high power situation that they needed in order to make sure that he had that split pushing power that I think Chonk Turtle was trying to go for. The decision to put Sheesh into the jungle and MTS into the top lane, I think, paid massive dividends because Sheesh was able to have really solid control of the Rift in the early game, and they really doubled down on the team fights. They didn't want to try to have to go up against the power of the Jax. They didn't want to maybe play that 50-50 that could have happened. They just focused on the team fight, and they were able to finish the job. No Baron steals this time, no Dragon steals, just execution there for Sentinels to get us into a Game 3 situation.
Really impressive stuff from them, and I think that they fully executed on what we hoped that we would see coming into the second game, of setting up a relatively early game win condition that they could continue to press on as the game went. It ended up being more of a mid-game thing for them, though, as I really liked their adaptation with the Camille that you mentioned, and specifically with the early game power that she's able to bring to the table, and the mid-game pressure that she's able to apply in the side lane. It felt like they were constantly able to answer the Jax in multiple ways, and Chonk Turtle weren't quite able to match that same amount of pressure because they didn't have the globals and the Galio, most importantly, that I was expecting to be much higher priority for the Chonkers.
I mean, speaking of globals, though, Nori on the Ashe, these last two games, the Enchanted Crystaleros have been so good for the initiation of these fights and to get the picks that they needed to, but Sentinels responded to that. They knew that that is what Chonk Turtle wanted to try to go for to initiate these fights. They wanted to get the pick. They wanted to be able to secure the kill that way, and they responded accordingly. They were able to play a little bit more opportunity throughout the extended play. They had a little bit more frontline this time, and well, some of these Enchanted Crystaleros did land, like the one that really got me, that I think really showed me that Sentinels had responded well, was the Enchanted Crystalero in the mid lane that landed on to rest. He was able to Valkyrie away to make sure that there wasn't any chance that Chonk was able to get the kill onto him, and it really just makes it impossible for Chonk to be able to follow up with that. I think there were multiple instances where Rest was able to get away using the Valkyrie. Still got hit by the Enchanted Crystalero, but had the space to be able to survive. And those little things, especially in the mid game and into the late game, are going to give Sentinels a 1-1 set against Chonk Turtle. This game number 3 will decide who makes it into day 2. And I mean, there's just so much hype now for game number 3. I cannot wait to get it started.
It's anybody's game right now, and like we said earlier, I mean, with all of these quarterfinals, I'm expecting them to all go 2-3 games with how close the competition should be, with the fact that we've already had a lot of upsets even in the round of 16 before this. We've got a lot of very talented teams that are moving forward and clearly able to tango with the best. Chonk Turtles and Sentinels both look like they should be able to close this one out, and the question really comes down to that early game momentum. And I'm expecting Sentinels to once again have it, unless Chonk Trolls show me a crazy adaptation, because their mid game is really good. Their late game is fire, with the exception, of course, of that very crucial misstep. But I've been really impressed with the way that they're constantly able to look for engages, threaten things in the mid game, and that's where I'm expecting Chonk Turtles to have the edge. But Sentinels' early game, I think, gives them a little bit more of a chance of actually finding the win, unless something changes in the draft.
Yep, and unfortunately, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, Chonk Turtle is committing to the red side. They want the counter picks. They want to be able to make that happen. Now remember, Chonk Turtle is going blue side this time. Okay, cool. So Chonk Turtle decides to go for the blue side this time. That does mean that they get that first pick here in game number 3. Now, the bans have been fairly consistent for both these teams. The Varus, the Twisted Fate, the Renekton, the Rakan have all been consistent bans between Chonk Turtle and Sentinels. The Varus is going to get banned out again. The Olaf is going to get banned out again. So it does mean that there are going to be a couple new options on the table for both these teams to go for. Especially, I think maybe the Twisted Fate could be an opportunity for Chonk that they didn't get into games 1 or 2.
If the Twisted Fate and the Galio are up, those definitely should be traded. I'm actually wondering if Sentinels try and take one of them off the board. It's kind of up to Chonk right here, as they've got that third ban available to them. Senna also something that Sentinels could consider as a problem, although it wasn't that difficult for them to deal with last game. There were a few moments in the mid game where Senna was looking like she was going to be really oppressive, but it wasn't nearly as problematic as it was in the first game of the day. Instead, Sentinels are going to have to decide whether they want to give that Galio over to Chunk, whether they actually think it's going to be taken away, as Twisted Fate was taken off the table by the Chunk Chortles, and now we really get to see what sort of spice gets thrown in here. Is it that center takeaway that they had in Game 2, or are they adapting to the fact that now they find themselves on the red side?
Yeah, and that's going to be the big play here is, what is the first pick going to be for Chong Chortle? Sentinels has to decide what they want to go for, and the Senna is going to get taken out. The Galio has been a pretty high value pick, I think, for both of these games so far, but the Camille is still online, and the Camille is going to be the first pickup here for Chong Chortle, and I think that that's, a no-brainer. If the Twisted Fate is gone, I don't know if Galio is necessarily the best first pick, because it does leave the Camille on the table, especially since Senna was the last ban. But Sentinels now could potentially go for it. We've seen Rest on the Corki in both of our games previously. He has the chance to go for it again, and we know that Sentinels does like to prioritize it. Now, they could go for that again, or they could decide to go for a top lane pick. The Renekton is hovered. It does look like they will select that one to be the counter against the Camille. And now they decide to pick up the Galio now, or do they let it slide for another round?
And my curiosity here is to actually whether the Renekton is even going into Camille, because we know that Sentinels swap things around. Why can't Chonk? I really want to see Camel actually on the Camille, as that would give him so much long-range engage. It would be really exciting. But that Rakan that fell all the way through the draft actually ends up going here in what is R2. So Rakan, plenty powerful, enough to be banned in every single game that we've seen today. Now off the table, leaving the lover Zaya open on the other side, giving Chonk Chortle a lot of still team fight utility, but Sentinels plenty of their own.
And the Corki is going to get picked up as well. So, no Rest is going to have to pick up something new here for game number 3. That could potentially be the reason why Chonk Chortle decided to go for it. I don't know for sure what their communication is saying with that, but Rest will have to play something differently here in game 3. But there are so many other options that are available. My big question is, Chonk Chortle, they decided to ban out the Ashe here for this one. Nori played, I think, decently as the Ashe. I think had a lot of utility there, and banning that one out does, I think, give me a question mark as to what the decision making for that one was, because it does leave other options open. The Kaisa will be the marksman for Sentinels, but like you said, Dia, there's versatility that's there. We could potentially see the Kaisa go into the mid lane, and there could be a different marksman for Sentinels that they want to go for it.
I was a big fan of the Kaisa mid, and I think that right now you can kind of leave mid lane pick to whatever. Pick your jungler right now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I am wondering if that's what Sentinels decide to go with, however, that they would need to be confident into that Camille. And with the Lee Sin, you definitely can be. We know now that the Renekton is going to go top lane. Kaisa still flexible, and this is Sentinels flexing in their own way on Chonk Chortle, saying we can move this pick anywhere we want. Let's see how that one plays out for you guys. What can you possibly do to actually counter this? Because now Chonk Chortle have to reveal their full hand.
They do, and I think that there is a timeline, I think, where Sentinels can put the Kaisa into the top lane if need be. I doubt it though, especially with Renekton now going to be there. The Wukong is picked up, and I think Wukong, a solid top lane pick, not necessarily the most utilized, but the ability to be able to knock up these members of Sentinels, going to be able to deny the Rakan the ability to be able to get back into the back line.
Nice.
They want to be able to avoid the charm to be able to land for the Sentinels on the bottom lane. Beginnings is going to have a tough time now, because not only does he have to deal with the Cyclone, but now he has to deal with the tidal wave as the Nami comes through.
I really like the Nami here as a potent source of counter engage, especially into things like the quickness from Rakan. There's so much telegraphed engage here that you're going to be able to stall out things that look like momentary picks outside of if they're on you. That's the one thing that Nami does bring as a risk that Chonk Chortle really need to be aware of, is the positioning of your support now matters so much more than if they are on the Galio or even the Janna and have that much more safety, especially now the Sentinels have locked themselves in something else to assist them in the burst. Team-wide, that Diana and the Moonfall that she brings can decimate you when Sentinels really want to go for these very quick team fights. The burst, the picks is what they are all about, and Chonk Chortle, they just got to survive. This is a late game comp for them.
Right. Oh, most definitely. But I do think they've got the survivability that's there. I'm not a fan of Diana. I'm not a fan of Diana in Wild Rift. I haven't seen it be really executed, I think, to its fullest power yet. And I don't know if it's the right pickup here against Chonk Chortle, because you've got the Valkyrie for the Corki, you've got the Featherstorm from the Xayah to be able to get away from the Moonfall if they do end up getting tagged. And on top of that, if the Camille does decide to initiate onto the Diana, there's no way that she's ever going to be able to get to the backline. So I think that execution is going to be important. I think that the pick potential for Sentinels is there. I think that that's something that they should be trying to go for, especially with the Lee Sin as well. I'm just curious to see how it's going to play out for Sentinels here in game number 3, because it's so important. Whoever wins this game gets to go to day 2, gets to go into the semifinals, and gets the points that every team needs in order to make it into the playoffs. And so, really putting out their cards on the table here in game number 3. Let's find out who's going to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, in a funny way, I think that you illustrate exactly the problem that Sentinels are going to have with the engagement. The fact that Chonk Chortle can constantly run at them, and Sentinels don't really have a huge answer to that, especially with the Diana. And a big part of the gameplay for Sentinels has to be what won them game 2, the control over the vision here. Because if they're able to get really good flanks, that's where Renekton and Diana especially can prove their value, where Lee Sin can pop in, assist you in the backline, well threatening and peeling for your own front line. They're going to be able to very quickly be able to change their focuses, but it's all about diversifying the field for Chonk Chortle. If there's one person to engage onto in the front, that's where Sentinels can fall off. But if Chonk Chortle is stuck in decision making because there's a Renekton on one side, a Diana on the other, and a 3-man army of the Rakan, Kai'Sa, and Lee Sin right in front of you, that's where things can get really iffy, and Chonk Chortle could have their mid-game decision making really brought into question, and it's where Sentinels have constantly come up big.
Oh, you said it right. I mean, Sentinels has performed so well. I think in these first 2 games in the mid-game, they've had the one-up on Chonk when it comes to those neutral objectives and being able to be at the right place at the right time, Dia. And they're going to need that to be the case here. We cannot let this game, if you are a Sentinels fan, you cannot let the game get to the 20-minute mark. You cannot let it get to the 18, the 17-minute mark. There is a ticking time bomb that you must deal with immediately if you want to be able to win this game. And so now we get into it. Game number 3 now ready to go between Chonk Chortle and the Sentinels. And right now, I mean, it's anybody's game, and I have just such high expectations for the high value and high octane performances that both these teams are going to bring.
Everybody shows up in the mid lane to make sure that one gets cleared out. Interestingly enough, we're not getting Jungle Camille returning this time around. Instead, Luan's going to be piloting in the top lane, so a lot more of a focus on the split push aspect that this champion brings. And Black Camel is the one who's going to be working the angles on the Wukong, trying to make the most use of the clone and the invisibility that comes with that to make the engagements happen in a very similar way to the Xin Zhao, especially once that level 5 gets cracked.
Once level 5 is the important part here, especially for Sentinels. I think that, they really come online once you get the Moonfall, once you get the Killer Instinct, once you get the Dominus from MTS. I think that 1v1 between him and Luan is much easier to handle once you get to level 5, because you're able to get that extra health. It doesn't matter if you're caught up into that one. But early game, though, Nori and the rest of Chonk Chortle wanting to be able to go in against Sentinels. They don't get a kill, They do at least disrupt the play, which does mean that Chonk does get the first Rift, or the first Scuttle Crab of the match, and is now eyeing a double Scuttle play. So the early game pressure going to result in a little bit of an early game advantage for Chonk Turtle.
I like that move to try and threaten the dive with the early power of Wukong. No lockup, of course, just yet, but with Nori and Niang able to push in the bot lane so well, it only made sense to try and go for that. And now, like you said, tangible advantage in terms of the jungle CS. Going over to Black Camel, who has this whole top side to play with as well. Just finished up the Scuttle, has plenty of vision for his laners, who he knows are now safe, and is going to be able to go back into that blue buff, where Sheesh has already taken his first reset and could look for a gank here pretty soon. MTS is doing the same thing in the top side, and they can start to roam around as a duo, potentially, even calling in Molly from the mid lane to punish Luan on this Camille, since we know the wave is going to be pushing up.
Right, and you know, if Mally is able to get something going here, First Blood on a Diana is really, really important, especially since he's going for the first item rod. You want to be able to get that as quickly as possible. And so anytime that you're able to get First Blood on to a Diana, on any team member that has that Rod of Ages as first item pick, it is super important to get. But it looks like more or less Sentinels is content with waiting until we get to level 6, level 7 to try to go in for any other plays. They want to be able to get off the ground before they go in for anything too risky for the most part. I think interestingly enough, though, on the side of Chonk Chortle, the back, I felt like from Black Camel, is about even with what Shisha has right now. I think that's the second back for Sheesh, has a Serrated Dirk and the Caulfields as already, and is in the league gold-wise, so that's really interesting. I'm very curious to see what went wrong here for Black Camel. How did he get behind?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's very much stuck to the power farming idea, but it's after the initial gank that doesn't really get him anything, and it doesn't disrupt Shishin in any way, but having to go from Scuttle into Scuttle, then back into the blue side, and not having all of your camps up on the bot side sort of makes a weird pattern in the jungle camps that's hard to keep up with, and it's a big reason why Black Camel has fallen behind, but he does have the ultimate available for this fight. Luan is now initiating.
Uh-oh, we got the charm coming through from beginning. He's going to get hit by the X-Tech Ultimatum, but the knockup is now there. Mally is in the area, drops the Lunar Rush, and First Blood will go towards MTS, but the Cyclone is there. Everyone is low. Dominus is used. Black Camel is low. Sheesh is still alive, and now Fat Cat and Luan trying to be able to do what they can. However, it's a lot of kills. First Blood goes over to Sentinels, but Chonk Turtle takes the kill advantage.
I love what we're seeing from Sentinels, though. Game after game, they just start sending more people to the top lane for first Rift Herald, knowing that Chonk Chortle really want it. This time, however, they are unable to actually secure it, and Sheesh, on the reset right now, is once again leaving it open for Chonk Chortle to come in and do what they do best, take down the first Rift Herald and get themselves ahead, lest Molly and the beginners can stop them.
Well, Nori is in the bottom lane, going to be able to take a lot of damage onto that tower as well. MTS is in, but does not have Dominus, and it's actually Sentinels that steals the Rift Herald. Chonk Turtle was scared of the power that they were able to provide, but there were no ultimates up on really either side of the Rift. They were worried of just the pressure and the damage that Sentinels could have potentially gone for. That means first Rift Herald goes to Sentinels, and they're in position to potentially go for first Dragon as well.
Sentinels also get to move over towards this Ocean Dragon, have priority on that, and still have the power spikes that came with the initial fight here. Few items completed for them, about even, but with Nori actually finishing the back right now, if you can buy enough time as Chonk Turtles, you've got that extra little bit of damage that comes with the Xayah. Unfortunately getting caught out right now. Luan is looking low.
A lot of damage, and a beautiful, beautiful tidal wave is going to save Luan's life there. I mean, Niang being able to find all of Sentinels on that wave, make sure that the play does not happen. Yes, Sentinels gets the dragon, but that could have gotten far worse for Chonk had they not been able to get that disengaged.
I'm definitely worried about them, as that engage is going to be coming basically off cooldown. Beginnings is popping the quickness every time he gets it up, looking for these picks, and those picks would start to stack up into the gold that currently is in the favor of Chonk Chortles, with the Dragon going into the favor of Sentinels. However, we're pretty darn even in this game, as that gold value will be made up by the passive stats provided via the Drake pickup. Nori moving his way into the mid lane, though, does have an item advantage over Rest at the same time, since the Grievous Wounds was prioritized by this Kaisa.
Yeah, wanting to make sure that the healing that Niang is going to be able to provide is not there. The hook shot to be able to get away from Sheesh. Black Camel is in the area to make sure that the Rift Herald doesn't get value if they do decide to go for it. That's going to be the big play here, I think, for Sentinels, is they got this Rift Herald. They were able to get the steal. Now can they find what they want? They do get the Feather Storm out of Nori, who will have to flash away. Tidal Wave will get used as well. The root is going to land a lot of damage. And now it's going to be Rest being the next target, barely alive. Oh, and does end up getting ticked down. That is a kill for Black Camel out of that exchange.
Nice use of the killer instinct there, and you can see why it's so difficult to find the engage as Sentinels without a flank. They really have nothing to keep Nori from just walking backwards. Does expend the flash and the Feather Storm, but you're going to have those up more often than not, and that's without the Nami really being able to peel. However, this time with a big Moonfall coming in, it might be Molly that ends up taking this one. No kills just yet, but Sheesh ends up claiming one, picks up a double, and is looking under the tower for a third. Stopwatch buys Fat Cat a little bit of time. Sheesh thinks about recommitting there with the Q, but doesn't actually end up doing it. Rift Herald gets that charge, and Sentinels keep pushing forward.
I mean, that was, I think, in terms of what could have gone for Sentinels, again, could have gone better. Best case scenario for Chonk Chortle after that play, because they do not get the tower to go down. Sheesh was running out of time before it ends up getting expired, so he had to just drop it and hope for the best. But I mean, Dia, I saw it as well, that low health bar on Fat Cat. I was like, oh man, is he going to go for it? Is he going to make it happen? He decides to let Corki live, who's actually 3-0 right now. 7,000 gold, 900 in the lead against Maliuwu. Is, you know, scaling up well, and that ticking time bomb is continuing to be an issue here that Sentinels are going to have to try to figure out in just a moment, whether or not it's going to be them to win this game, or if they have to try to find the team fight here. They are going to go in for the quickness onto Luan, and will be able to hook shot away. Now they're looking to be able to disengage once again, and they will be able to get away. Rift Herald is the next target.
MTS is kind of flanking. We could call this a flank. Let's see how it works out. Beginnings is going to go back in, and this seems to be going in Sentinel's favor, but they lose their Renekton.
MTS will fall. The Moonfall is going to come through. A little bit of damage, but Maliuwu will fall as well. Rest will miss the Void Missile, and the Rift Herald will get taken by Maliuwu, actually. So they do at least get the second Rift Herald of the game, but a flank unsuccessful for MTS there.
No, didn't exactly look like Sentinels had set that up exactly the way that they wanted, and with a really nicely timed exhaust from Niang on the side of Chonk Chortle, means that it's a pretty easy fight for them. Now being able to turn that into a Drake as well is really good, as they even up the objectives, and arguably Chonk Chortle having some of the best mid-game, or early game, I guess we could call it, early mid-game that they've been having all series, easily tied up and even ahead in the gold, more so than they have been this entire time, at least at this point in. This is a really nice replay though. Watch that Moonfall and the exhaust that follows it, as Molly looked like he was about to pull things back, but the exhaust halves, even thirds his damage there.
Yeah, and that is massive there for Chonk Chortle, because despite Sentinels getting the Rift Herald, the extra gold that Chonk is able to get because of those kills means that even if the Rift Herald gets dropped and takes a tower, it's going to be pretty much mute at this point. With about 11 minutes into the game, another tower is now the target. A lot of damage for that knockup is not going to be enough. Quickness is used, but he cannot survive. The knockup looked nice there, Dia, but there was no follow-up with Mali in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Rakan's just not that tanky, and if nobody else is going in, Beginning certainly isn't coming out alive. However, Luan's going in, and this time seems like he's gotten out, although he does have to expend the flash. This tier 2 was the target. Nori now becomes one himself, being able to finally find that kill with a really nice crit onto MTS in the backup of his team.
Actually, really big here for Sentinels. I can't believe that they're going to get 3 headbutts here out of Shelly Sheldon, whoever you want to call him. He's going to be able to come in and get those kills. However, disaster in the mid lane for Sentinels as Sheesh and Beginnings fall once again. Nori is now on a killing spree. He's able to pick up a double kill. Maliuwu, though, knows where Fat Cat and Yang are at. Fat Cat now trying to be able to secure a kill. Himself will not be able to. Mali will at least be able to get the shutdown onto a 5-1-5 Corki. As this game is just, like, out of control here, Dia. There's just so much action going on.
Big shutdown, of course, for the Sentinels, and Mali is the one that is making it that lack of control game that you're talking about, because he is the one prayer the Sentinels have right now. 1 in 3 on this Diana might not look impressive, but an entire Rabadon's Death Cap and Void Staff completed alongside the Rod of Ages. I mean, this Diana is sitting on almost 4 items right now. The boots, not entirely enchanted yet, but realistically, I mean, you see this, you are very, very happy to have this explosive potential here. These team fights are going to come down to 2 things: Mali's Moonfall and Na Yang's Exhaust.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And that was, I think, the biggest thing that Sentinels had in that last play. Yes, they lose a lot of members in the mid lane, but they don't lose the inner tower. And Sentinels was able to get one-on-one time with Maliuwu at the towers in the bottom lane. He gets the tier 1 tower, he gets the tier 2 tower, and he gets a tier 3 headbutt with that Rift Herald. That is about as much value as you're going to get, which is where you're seeing that influx of gold coming from. On top of that, the shutdown as well, the gold from his minions has been really good, and that's really been something that Sentinels has now looking to, like you said, as a win condition here. However, I'm again, looking at the items just start to grow bigger and bigger for Chong Turtle. I'm worried once we get, that 5th or that 3rd item, that Infinity Edge potentially coming through for Chong. You already see 3 items here for Nori. Fat Cat is working on 3 items. It's going to be rough once these team fights and these 3rd items start coming through for Sentinel to be able to keep up with the damage, even with Mali having so much gold on his plate.
Yeah, and you really need MTS to be in the proper position to enable that. Renekton constantly needs to be flanking, has the Gargoyle to be able to survive for a really long time once he gets in that position, but that so importantly is being denied by Chog, who are guarding the mid lane right now, able to push out that wave to keep vision on the Renekton and his team. Chonk Chortle playing this really, really well right now as we approach this 15-minute mark. Both Dragon and Baron are alive, and Chonk are just going to start up Baron in the face of Sentinels, who really want to find their fight.
Sheesh, going to use Dragon's Rage on the Black Camel, trying to be able to get the disengage, but the knockup is there with the Tidal Wave, and Black Camel trying to be able to do what he can. Mali is trying to be able to get the kills, and will pick up one onto Niang. MTS will pick up Black Camel as well. So, Mali able to survive, drops the entire kit and the kitchen sink to make it happen, and Chonk Turtle unable to find the right angle. Sentinels picks up the dragon and brings it back to a 300 gold lead for Chonk.
They're just going to try the same thing around the Baron, I think. Chonk, I had a relatively good setup there, maybe a little bit less than they would have liked as they got caught off guard by the engage from Sentinels. But if they try and run this play back again, as I think that they will, there's a 50-50 chance they come out on top, or at least that's the read that I would have going out of that one. There is still, though, Sentinels looming large, as with that second dragon, they've got that extra bit of damage, and importantly, Mali still continuing to grow as a threat, starting to complete even more items, and moving his way in with that Seeker's Arm Guard towards a nice chunk of tankiness as well that will make him even harder to deal with. 13k gold, the most in the game. Sentinels have exactly 1 Messiah, and his name is Mali.
He needs to work well, and he needs to work quickly if Sentinels wants to win this game. I think that what works well in that next one, as we get into another fight here, Mally is going to try to go in against Black Camel, and we'll chunk him down to about half HP. Wow, that's a lot of damage that he's bringing to the table. But the displacement that Sheesh is able to bring with that Dragon's Rage was really strong in that last team fight. And now they're looking to be able to do it again. Beginnings is going to be able to get the knockup on to Niang, and Niang will not even be able to drop the tidal wave. Fat Cat's going to Valkyrie, but Mally is there right on top of him. He's going to have to go golden and will fall, and Mally will go on to a killing spree. Huan is now trying to be able to do what he can with the hook shot. The knockup is there, but the rest of MTS's power is going up against Nori and Black Camo, leaving Luan all alone. Sentinels gets a near perfect play, 4 for 1, and they're going to be able to potentially take this Baron as well.
It's about Molly, and like we said at the beginning of the game, it is about Na Yang on this Nami, who can deny so much engage, provide so much healing, give his team the CC. Getting picked off first means that Sentinels were always going to win that fight. They can look for more continuously, as MTS does a really nice job keeping Black Camel out of the pit and making sure that that Baron goes in the favor of his team. Sentinels now have themselves the gold lead right back. They've got control in this late game section, as the Baron should allow them to start breaking tier 2 towers, and even in the bot lane especially, breaking open the base.
Oh man, you know, Dia, you said it correctly in the draft. You know, you talked about the in the team fights having this this 3-man army of Sheesh, Resht, and Beginnings all being together, trying to be able to, you know, be that pressure that Chonk has to be able to deal with. And then coming in from the flanks, MTS and Mally Uwu trying to find the openings and to find the weak spots that they were able to do in these last 2 team fights have netted them the lead, have netted them the Baron, and have netted them control of this game. Now Mally Uwu in the bottom lane still trying to do what he can. Remember, he was able to get that Rift Herald all the way to the inhibitor turret, and now is looking to be able to use the Baron buff to finish the job. MTS is stopping Luan from being able to be in that lane as they go in for a 1v1. A turret will fall in the mid lane thanks to Sheesh, and so that's all inner towers now down. And now they're looking to be able to continue to keep the pressure in as the super minions will fall into the bottom lane. Another tower will fall, and everything is closing in for Chong Turtle, and their chances to win this game now rest on a successful team fight that they can do to potentially bring this one home. Another inhibitor is going to fall with the Cloud Drake spawning in about a couple of seconds. Sentinels has picked up 2 inhibitor towers. They're looking to make it a third, and now the initiation is coming in. A huge cyclone is going to land on all 5 members of Sentinels, and the team fight that they needed has been achieved. Mally Uwu is going to still be able to survive, but 4 members of Sentinels will fall. Mally is still alive, however, and he's trying to be able to get the kill on Fat Cat, but he misses the moonfall, and now we'll have to flash away, and will barely be able to survive that fight.
That was so crazy for Chonk Chortles, and now they might be able to win this game as well. Mally is just now resetting, but still 20 seconds on the death timers and some minions to work with. Gives you the chance as Chonk Chortles to close this one out before anybody can respond. The inhibitor is now broken. They're going to move on to the Nexus, and Molly, without the ultimate, has to fight them off as this Diana gets knocked up, finds the kill right back, but he can't do them fast enough, or can he? The last auto lands, and Chonk Chortles, they sent themselves out of the quarterfinals on a win.
Oh my god! It was almost perfect there. That team fight at the very end of the game went so well into Chonk Chortle's favor that was able to give them the win. A beautiful tidal wave from Niang. I mean, that is the play of the series right there. These tidal waves from this Nami have been so clutch, and to be able to get all 5 members of Sentinels caught up in that wave. Black Camel initiating that fight onto 4 members with a huge cyclone. Make sure that all of the damage is able to fall in. Nori and Fat Cat being able to just drop the hammer against Sentinels with the Baron, with all 3 inhibitor turrets down, is going to cost Sentinels the game. It was looking so good. It was looking so perfect for them. But we get to the 20-minute mark. We get to that massive scaling that Chonk was able to build, and they're able to win this game out of a massive teamfight play.
I mean, much like we had said that it would be, it came down, again, to the positioning of that Nami, but importantly, much like every game has gone for Chalk Turtle so far, it came down to Black Camel, and an amazing engage there at the end to send them into the semis. I'm really excited to see them go on, but what I'm even more excited to see is who else gets there alongside them.
Yeah, and there's still 3 more quarterfinal matches that we get to cast today, Dia. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to take a quick break before we set that one up, and we'll be right back. Rift Masters $30,000 split is underway, and we're going to take a quick break before we get into our next quarterfinals matchup here in just a moment.
There's something different about
Hello everyone and welcome back. Rift Masters Qualifier 1 quarterfinals matches are now underway. I mean, our first quarterfinals matchup, Dio, was so fun to watch, and Cloud9 and Nascent, they're going to have their work cut out for them to keep the hype going as we move into our second one.
Oh yeah, and Cloud9 v Nascent is something I'm really excited for. I actually really want to know how Cloud9's roster is shaping up, mainly because, again, it's an org that is still developing in the Wild Rift scene, and I would say, despite their recent success inside of the Summoner Series, still has a lot of questions surrounding the roster, especially with Nascent coming up right now, right next door to them. I want to know whether they're going to be able to, much like Chonk Chortles, end up rising seemingly out of nowhere and taking Cloud9 out.
Right, and as we take a look at the bracket here, you got Immortals and Notice Legends will be up as one of our next games as well, and then Nagora against Kiri 3 Gaming is going to be the last three of our quarterfinals matches. All of them are going to be very exciting to watch, and all of these teams are looking to be able to, like we've been talking about, get into day number 2 here of this first qualifier and be able to get into the running to be able to get the money that is involved with that as well. But on top of that, the money is important. The money is as important. Green is good, as the cool kids say, but it also leads to how the points are developing. As you can take a look here, the qualifiers are each $5,000 each. First place gets $1,600, second place $11, third and fourth $800 and $500 respectively, and then the finishing 5th and 8th place finishers out of these quarterfinals are going to each get a little bit of money, but definitely not a lot. We'll get back to the breakout of the money in just a moment, but for now, we are ready to jump into game number 1 between Nascent and Cloud9. We've got Renekton, we've got Lee Sin, we've got Twisted Fate, Thresh, and Ashe for C9. Nascent picking up Malphite, Jarvan, Corki with Xayah and Rakan.
I'm surprised that the Twisted Fate got through the draft, I'll be honest. Cloud9 really got away with murder there, and it should have ripple effects across the Rift. However, I can't say that Nascent don't have a great team fight comp. They have, with the Jarvan and the Malphite, incredible amount of lockdown and of CC. Thresh is something that can help, especially with the Ashe, since this was locked in later, to respond to that Malphite and Jarvan, but still is incredibly difficult for Ashe to access the team fights, and a lot of this is going to come down to how far ahead can, weirdly, you get your top side as Cloud9, because yes, you want to be peeling for your bot lane, but when you are running the likes of Zello, Tarzan in the top side, and you got Meals backing you up on the Twisted Fate, that's where you can really look for some crazy game-breaking plays with this Renekton into Malphite matchup. You could break it wide open.
Oh, definitely. And I think Tarzan, as you know, not the cornerstone, but definitely a key component of the Cloud9 squad for a while, has really been trying to be able to make sure that Cloud9 is able to get to a decent position. And as the weeks have progressed, we've seen Cloud9 really build into a team that has become formidable. Zello, Meals, Tarzan, they have been a really strong three-man lineup for a little while for Cloud9, and with Joseki and Griff coming into the mix, they have really started to come into their own and are now looking to be able to show the world and the Wild Rift community what they can do, but already going to be dealt a lot of damage. Griff in trouble, will be able to survive that early engagement from Wee, as the cool kids would say on the Rakan. Lightning coming in as well.
It's a difficult bot lane to play into. Rakan and Zaya are picked together for a reason, and it isn't just because they look cool. They definitely do have a lot of that level 1 potential. Level 2s start getting hit even on the top lane. Renekton always going to be really happy at the level 2 mark, although we have to look out as Toki has started that cloth armor. And you'll remember, just a few games ago, we did see a Renekton try and pull off a back pretty early on to get a very quick armor item going. Right now it seems like Zell is doing the same thing, but Tarzan is already getting things going in the mid lane, and Meals is following him up really nicely with the flash. The ignite barely expires, and Meals lands that last skill shot to be able to claim this kill with Fluffy Lion, unable to even answer back. C9 get away with a massacre in the mid lane.
Oh my gosh, how to get away with murder. I can't believe that Meals was able to survive, and that is the coordinate fate. Means that he's going to be able to not only get the power of that Rod of Ages early, but is also able to find even more power with his cards. Knife Cat just walking into those wild cards will be unfortunately going down, and the safeguard to be able to keep Tarzan alive is going to make sure that Lee Sin is picking up the Corki as well. I mean, it couldn't have gone better.
No, that skirmish was perfectly played by C9, and it looked risky for a moment, but continued synergy between the mid-jungle duo of Tarzan and Meals it gives me a lot of hope for this squad in this game. I was definitely looking at Nascent going, you guys could look pretty good now, but it's up to them to close the gap on a Cloud9 that has already come out ahead, and with the level 5 being hit, Tarzan just makes that look so simple.
One of the best junglers that we have. Thresh is going to be there with the Lantern, but they don't even want to disengage. They just want to continue to keep it going. Taki is now going to be in trouble as Sneaking Knife Cat falls. Wee is the next target. The yellow card will land, and it's a triple kill for Tarzan. 4 out of the 5 kills for this Lee Sin. 3-4 minutes. Griff is now up against Lightning all alone, trying to be able to get even more power and more damage. And another kill is going to land as we will fall. Joseki will fall as well, but unfortunately for Nason, I mean, this is about as good as an early game as you're going to get.
Yeah, really nice stuff, and at least the one answer back is good, but 4,000 gold lead at this point already. This is a totally different quarterfinals. This is a C9 run quarterfinals right now, as they are giving Nascent absolutely zero breathing room and are moving all the way up to the top side to crack that Rift Herald open as it spawns in just 15 seconds. They're ahead of the play.
I mean, what else do you expect at this point? When you're up by this much gold, less than 5 minutes into the game, you expect them to be on top of whatever objectives they want to go for. And I mean, yes, objectives are great, but you know what? If you're able to get kills for free, kills are better too. And they're looking to be able to just get both and the best of both worlds as they push Nason over to the side of the Rift Herald. They are going to get the engage, though. Meals is going to be targeted and will fall. Joseki is the next play here and will be able to survive the damage. Dominus is there, and the extra health will give him a life for a little while longer, but Tarzan is the next target. Griff is now all alone as the missile launches, and Corki, Fluffy Lion, with a massive triple kill Nascent brings this game right back to even with an ace.
And Cloud9 get a little bit too excited, methinks, seeing that they've got such a massive gold lead. They play a little bit disrespectfully. They're not recognizing that Toki and Sneaky Knife Cat have the Malphite and the Jarvan for a reason. And that reason is to decimate your back line. They get on top of Meals and Griff, and honestly, the team fight was impossible from then on. As we're going to take a look at the replay, Toki literally just jumps on, and Meals doesn't get the chance to play the game, blows his flash, goes down. Seki just barely gets involved with a little bit of peel, but even Griff can't really participate as he gets hemmed in from all sides.
Yeah, that is just rough there. I mean, unfortunately for Cloud9, not only do you lose out on that early momentum that you had built up at the very beginning of the game, you got those picks onto it, but Nascent built a team fight composition, and they built something that's going to be able to burst down some of these squishier targets. And they got exactly what they wanted. They got the initiation onto Meals, who needs to be able to stay alive in order to deal damage like any other champion would. Unfortunately, you know, that targeted does mean that the first Rift Herald goes over to C9, and it stops all that forward momentum that Cloud9 had. Yes, they're back into the lead by 4,000 gold, but the Rift Herald can change up a lot in this game if they are able to use it effectively. And we'll have to see what Nascent wants to do with it, as it is going to be a prime opportunity to be able to bring this game back.
Now, with the Dragon secured by Cloud9, they do end up rotating their Dragon lane up towards the Baron side of the map to give us a little bit more different of a perspective on this one. They're swapping around the priority, expecting that Rift Herald is going to be their next play. However, Jiseki is looking for a few more picks inside of this jungle. Cloud9 have vision priority, I'll say, with the champions they've already got inside this jungle, and now, seeing their only two members topside, are going to initiate a full dive on an already low turret.
Yeah, and they are going to go in for it. Cataclysm's going to be able to land on the 3, but everyone is able to disengage. Meals gets out of that one, and it will be the Corki falling down. Fluffy Lion and we will fall. Jiseki is going to die, but will be able to be the only death. Pardon me, Meals will fall as well, but Lightning, he gets a little bit too ambitious and will die, unfortunately, for his overextension. Unstoppable Force is going to land on to Zello. Will he be able to get out of this one? He's going to slice and dice. Griff might actually die for his efforts here, as the Seismic Shard will slow him down. Taki is now there. Zello wants to go back in, and I can't believe it. Cloud9 escapes with their life, and Tarzan will finish the job onto Taki.
He gets to come back and flash away onto the tower as well, and Fluffy Lion can't claim the kill back. Instead, he might go down as the Destiny has come in. Although the red card not going to do nearly as much. Another Sonic Wave to lock down Wee, takes him out. And Rift Herald or no, Cloud9 definitely have the momentum.
Oh, man, I mean, the Rift Herald would have been icing on the cake, but they are able to return the favor. The nice use of Tarzan to be able to get back onto that flank. Taki, I mean, his eyes were so big. He was like, both of you guys look like you're about to fall. I want to take the kills, but they are unable to get either one of them, and now are looking to be able to find even more. The Rift Herald's going to get spawned in the mid lane and should be able to get the headbutt here, but could not get the tower, which means that Cloud9 is really going to be happy about that one, as we do get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to land on to the Jarvan. Sneaky Knife Cat going to be dealt a little bit of damage. The Rift Herald now spawning in the top side of the Rift. No one is dying, but the Dragon is up in 30, and the Rift Herald is now up for grabs. But Cloud9, they just want to go for these neutral camps and just starve out Nascent even further.
There's a lot of vision being laid down here, though, by Nascent, and it's keeping them safe for now as they've got so many wards around. Tower eventually falls in the mid lane, though, because of that pressure they're able to constantly keep up, and the Rift Herald previous. So, still a play that does get Nascent something, but they're losing in the top side. Notice as Meals, the pressure that he's able to provide on the Twisted Fate is not going to go away anytime soon, but the tier 2 for Nascent certainly is.
Yeah, and now he's going to be able to take it. On top of that, Destiny is still available if they do want to go for it. However, Tarzan does die. Dominance will get used. Zello will be able to go in on the back line, but he does not have enough health. He will fall. Griff will survive thanks to that great lantern, great dark passage, but all the while, it is Meals looking to be able to take another tower, the tier 1 tower, the tier 2 tower, and now is getting massive damage onto the inhibitor tower. Looks like he might try to go for it. Not going to be able to get the kill onto it just yet with Fluffy Lion there, and the lantern to be able to keep Meals alive. Really great play from Cloud9.
They managed to get all of that. Look at how low the top lane inhibitor tower is, and still not lose their mid laner, as Meals level 11 right now. 10,000 gold, by far the most in the game. Is now ridiculously fed on this Twisted Fate and doesn't have to change up his playstyle at all, as he can rinse and repeat in whatever lane he pleases. Already bot lane being pushed in by Zello. Toki suffering at the hands of Tarzan right now, who has the safety. Does end up getting the kick and the kill as well, but will be knocked up, flashing away to safety on the lantern, while Fluffy Lion tries to get him back. It's not going to end up working, and instead the package goes down for nothing.
And on top of that, Zello's able to take a kill on to Lightning as well. They will, however, lose one out of that one, as we will fall. So Zello dies, but Tarzan does not, and Meals yet again is just able to stay in lane. This man has no mana, but full health and full confidence. He's going to be able to go back, and he's probably going to pick up a full item, if not more at this point, Dia. And finally is disengaging. He's been out on the Rift for a while and has not been punished for it.
You know what? You know what I can guarantee is that Twisted Fate is not going to make it through the draft in Game 2. There is no way you let this happen to you again, because right now, Nascent are honestly, they're looking fine. Sure, C9 is playing really well, but Nascent have had several really nice team fights, and were it not for this Twisted Fate, we might have the gold within 5k. As it is, the 10,000 gold difference is between these two teams, as Cloud9 have that extra bit of pressure provided to them by the Twisted Fate, and it isn't going away anytime soon, as already with that third item that you talked about, he's able to pressure Toki out of the bot lane, and the rest of Cloud9 are running up to join him.
Oh, absolutely. I would do the same thing. Joseki with the death sentence, if he lands it, is going to be a kill onto the rock, and they are just going to be able to take that tower down. That is the inner tower in the bottom lane now dead, but the team fight is now initiating. Seeking Knife Cat's going to be able to get the Cataclysm onto all 5 members, but the follow-up damage is not there, and he will fall as the Rampage comes in. Rift Herald is going to get dropped as well as Taki dies. Meal's going to be able to pick up that kill, and now Nascent are going to have to stop that Rift Herald. They will be able to do so before the tower falls. Baron spawning in 10 seconds. Cloud9, I mean, they've got everything that they want to be able to get this game into their victory.
Yeah, the Baron is all but secured for Cloud9 as the resets start to come in, and once again, Meals with that Destiny is going to be sent to the bot lane, and it is either lose your inhibitor tower or the Baron, maybe both, as Nascent in no-win situation is being presented to them right now as Griff throws out another arrow, and another team fight is sure to begin inside of the jungle.
Yep, Destiny's going to get used and will be able to make sure that Meals is part of the fight. The death sentence will land, but the Cataclysm will also land, and that's going to be Jackie falling. It's going to be Meals falling as well. So, the play does not play out for Cloud9. They get neither the Baron nor the inhibitors, and both, I mean, Nascent now able to at least get a little bit of a reprieve.
This is really interesting, actually, to see Nascent being able to claw this back, and Cloud9, I think, forgetting at times that they do have that global pressure, are continuing to play into it, and right now might just be forced to, as Dragon is what they're giving up in order to get some cross-map pressure with Zello. Tarzan is looking at this steal, though. You know that he wants to go in and get it, but the Dragon isn't quite low enough yet. In comes the arrow, and in is going to go Tarzan, not quite getting the steal, instead flashing out over the wall as Fluffy Line follows him. Corki has given up his own life and has to flash away, not even to safety, as Griff follows him. him. And now Jackie with the flashboard is going to pick up Knife Cat and continue the run as Meals is looking for these kills as well. Gets one, collects another with the help of Griff, and this should be the end of the game for Cloud9. It's that or the Baron, whatever they choose.
Nah, this has to be the end of the game. The ace for 30 seconds now. Fluffy Lion overcommitting to the kill onto Tarzan. He thought that he could secure it, but instead Grip was there, was able to deal the damage and do the deed. The flank from Zello in the mid lane to be able to make sure that Nascent's forces will fall is going to be the secured victory here for Cloud9. Now, it's not one of those games where we could say it was never in doubt, because there were definitely points that Nascent was able to put Cloud9 into a bad situation. However, Cloud9's mobility, Cloud9's consistency, and Cloud9's plays throughout the early and mid game are going to give them enough gold and enough pressure to secure themselves a win in game number 1, and they're going to be looking to potentially find that same power as we move into game number 2.
Now, you said that we couldn't say off of this game that it was never in question. I think we can definitely say that it should never have been in question, as things got really close off the back of, I think, Cloud9 several times paying a little bit less respect to Nascent than they deserve, having made it all the way to the quarterfinals. These guys are not to be trifled with, and I want to see whether in Game 2 they can prove that to Cloud9, because the mid-lane skirmishes, the 2v2 there, was the thing that cracked this game open. Tarzan looked incredible on the Lee Sin, but with the draft being totally flipped around, with Nascent now having side selection coming into Game 2, they can turn this on its head.
They can, and they absolutely had chances to be able to make it happen. Yes, Cloud9 was able to get that massive lead early on. I mean, 3 minutes into the game, had 4 kills or 5 kills, something like that, to 1, which was early on is really, really strong, especially since you're able to get the Rod of Ages onto a TF. Meals was able to get into a good situation to start the game, but you saw at the Rift Herald fight, the initiation from the Malphite and the Jarvan together to be able to get an ace onto Cloud9 pre, I think, 8 minutes, was able to show that Nascent does have the skill to be able to get Cloud9 off their feet and on their backs if they end up falling into a trap or they fall into their own confidence. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance here, and I think Cloud9 fell into that trap a little bit here in the early and mid game, because Nascent was able to find some plays that they were able to use to keep the game going as long as it did. Now, yes, at the end of the day, Meals having that global pressure, being able to get towers down in the mid lane, in the top lane and in the bottom lane. On top of that, Griff being able to land some really nice enchanted crystal arrows, were able to make sure that Cloud9 were able to gain back that control. But had Nascent been able to perform a little bit better, had the communication maybe been a little bit better, they might have been able to, take this game away from Cloud9.
Now, question for me, of course, or rather, expectation for me as we move into the second game of the series is that, of course, Twisted Fate should make it through. Again, you talked about Meals and how unstoppable he was in the side lane. There's not really a whole lot of counterplay to that, especially when Twisted Fate gets ever so slightly ahead. But another big question for me is whether Cloud9 on their end are going to let the Malphite through again, because Toki did look really good on that, and he was a big part of the engage of that team, not just because he was Malphite, but because as a top laner, I think he showed unique amounts of decisiveness when it came to pulling the trigger on these plays that ultimately got Nascent in a position where they could have won the game several times. And that's where I think that Cloud9 have to be careful, is giving those tools back over to Toki. And if that Malphite is taken away, what does he go for next? Is he a split push kind of guy? Is this a tank utility player? We don't know enough about Toki yet to put him into a category just yet, but he really impressed me during game 1 with his ability to keep Nascent in the game almost single-handedly.
He did. I mean, he put in a lot of work as the Rock. And with that being said, if he is a teamfight coordinated type of player, if he does like to play towards that initiation play. He could decide, I mean, we've seen the Camille and the J4 both play to the top lane today. We could see a Wukong potentially coming through. There are options that are going to be on the table that I don't think Cloud9 necessarily know, like all of the different champions that Nascent can play. So there is definitely that question mark that is there. But what we do know for sure is that Nascent has decided to go for red side in game number 2. They want to be able to get those counter picks once again. And if I recall the draft correctly, you know, they pick up the Xayah and they pick up the Xayah first pick, and they are able to then build off of that. They then let the Rakan pass up into the second round, and they still are able to get it. I think that Nascent's drafting is definitely going to be something that will have to be in question here in game number 2. And what does Cloud9 decide to do in response to that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be curious for sure. I think a lot of this is going to rely, I know we talked about the bot lane there, and you know, the Rakan of course being super important. I'm not sure whether Cloud9 are actually going to prioritize their bot lane nearly as much. However, since Nascent certainly can, so they did get a lot of damage at that level 1 and have that opportunity to come into the game. Cloud9, I'm expecting to double down or keep pressure in that mid and jungle 2v2, potentially even the top lane they had earlier, because of the fact that Tarzan already looks so clean on the Lee Sin that I, again, you know, don't think should necessarily get through the draft. But you only get so many bans. You only get 3 as Nascent, and that's going to be tough for them to sort of balance, as you want to take away a decent amount of OP champs, but also you can't let Twisted Fate and the Lee Sin through.
Well, they decided to take out the Olaf. They don't want to deal with that, which does mean that the Lee Sin and the TF could still potentially be the second and third banned picks. Senna and Aurelia are getting banned out for Cloud9. And that's, I think, the tough part for Nascent right now is you've got to pick your poison, basically. You know, if you ban out the TF, you ban out the Lee Sin, you let the Xin Zhao through, you let maybe the Lucian through, you let maybe the Camille or the Fiora through. So there's just, what type of composition do you feel comfortable playing against, and ban out the weaknesses to those compositions that you want to be able to deny. The Camille is going to be the pickup here for the second, and the Rakan is going to get taken by Cloud9 here in game number 2.
Okay, I'm interested that they end up adapting in that way, and I like it. I think paying respect to a very powerful champion, but it leaves Nascent with only 1 ban left, and of course, that's going to have to be decided between the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. Again, I'm gonna stick by my guns. You don't let Twisted Fate through this game, but they ban away the Renekton of all things, and Cloud9 should have a pretty nice first pick. I mean, I don't know what they have in mind, but this is looking really nice.
I mean, the world, unfortunately, is their oyster, and they get to pick the Varus as their first pick. I mean, that has been a ban champion pretty much the entirety of the day so far, but now going to be available. We're going to get to see what all the hype is about, with Griff playing as the Varus here in game number 2. The Nami as the response to that. Now, there are a couple of nice pairings that can be available with it. You could decide to go with the Lucian. You could still go for the Ashe if you wanted to. I'm not necessarily sure if that's going to be the right pickup. You can go for the Xayah again. But what does Nascent decide to play here? With a first pick Nami, it does definitely raise some questions for the remainder of the draft.
It does, and Nami really powerful, of course, but something that is going to sort of struggle in lane against the Varus, depending on the relative power level and comfort of these champions. Again, we see so much Varus banned out that I'm not sure whether you're going to be entirely practiced on it as Cloud9, but I am expecting them to have, you know, that level of proficiency that comes with being willing to pick a champion in competitive. The Jarvan on the other side, though, is still a really good answer, as it always will be, to immobile AD carries. Despite the fact that Varus can engage from really long range and should dominate a lane, the Jarvan will always be there to shut you down in the mid game. But this is a pick that we haven't seen yet today that is also extraordinarily powerful in the lane. Cloud9 comfortable enough to go with that Ziggs. It is a great selection for them.
Yeah, I mean, massive. And at this point, you do have the satchel charge for the Ziggs to be able to get away from that sort of lockdown that Nascent can try to build for. I would love to see a Thresh or a Leona, I think, paired with this Varus in the bottom lane. The Wukong is also a good potential peel pick. If he uses the Cyclone correctly, he could really deny Nascent the ability to be able to get to that backline in the team fight phase. But on top of that, he has a flexible option that can go either into the jungle or into the top lane. So there is still some flexibility on Cloud9's draft here in the early stages of it. Nascent is going to have to respond and respect that flexibility, and they pick up a flexible assassin in the Akali as their third lineup pick.
Well, I can't lie, I really liked the Akali last time we saw it, so I'm excited to see it hit the Rift once more. However, I'm not sure how Nascent want to play this, because they did end up picking up the Nami first, but ever since then have translated into a pretty heavy dive. It's not like Nami can't back that up, but it isn't exactly her specialty, and with Kai'Sa doubling, even tripling down on that, Nascent do run the risk of having an entirely split team fight, with Cloud9 being able to separate things like the Nami with the Ziggs bombs, with the artillery, and even pick her off kind of willy-nilly with very little response that Nascent can throw back at them, other than full sending it on a team fight. We do have Cloud9 needing to round out their draft, though, show their full hand, as I like to say, as they're going to have to give up everything here with that counter pick that Nascent did want going into this game, falling into their hands. Thresh, again, another really useful pickup, and specifically alongside the Varus, helps against things like the Jarvan and the Akali.
And on top of that, it also counters out the Nami, I feel. Like, if the bubble does land onto Varus, I think that you do, at least in the early game, have enough time to be able to drop the Dark Passage and then be able to pull the Varus back. And so you're playing Lantern duty if you're Jaceki here in this one yet again. But, I mean, he performed, I think, really, really well in Game 1. Performed, I think, to the best of his ability. Died a couple of times, but I think was necessary to do so. If you lose your support, and that's your only death in the team fight, I think that that's good. The Malphite is getting picked up as well, however.
I like that.
We saw Nascent pick up the Malphite in game number 1 to pair up with the J4, and now we get the Rengar as the last pickup here. This is not a double down, not a triple down, but a quadra down on the side of Nascent to try to get to this back line.
That is crazy, actually, and as Cloud9, I mean, you can't help but sweat. I like the fact that they take away the Malphite that you mentioned, but Rengar's totally different style, and again, I'm expecting this Rengar, weirdly enough, to go into the jungle this time around, with the Jarvan going up the top lane. I
hope so.
Specifically because of the way that Toki was playing, and of course, you know, the fact that Rengar has traditionally been a jungle champion, but the Jarvan fake out is a really interesting one that Nascent end up benefiting from later on, as you could have assumed that it was their jungler, and instead they've moved that one up to the top lane. It will mean that two heavy engaged champions though come from that top lane. This time Cloud9 definitely have one to match, which puts Nascent in a difficult position, because for all of the engage and all the dive that they don't have that much tankiness.
No, they do not. And the initiation that Cloud9 is going to be able to get, they've got the Unstoppable Force into the Cyclone, means that there is potentially layered knock-up CC, which is going to deny Nascent the ability to move away from the mega awesome Inferno Bomb that Ziggs is able to drop. And so we expect him to be able to get that massive damage into those team fights when they do decide to go for it. And on top of that, the Varus should be able to very easily land the Chains of Corruption as well, or at least that is the expectation here for Cloud9, to be able to get these team fights and to be able to get the lockdown necessary. Because if you lock down a team fight that can dive, if you put that anchor on a dive composition, they're just going to sink.
And that's the really scary thing, is that with all the lockup that Cloud9 have, there are so many targets that they can pick off and burst through quite easily, especially with the Ziggs and Varus that are banned away, and for a reason. They've got a whole lot of tower break capability. They can kill you from screens and screens away, and Nascent are going to need to get really creative with how they force Cloud9 into a corner, especially when we think about how the game developed just last time around for Cloud9, because this time they've got the Wukong on Tarzan that will be able to roam around and start fights himself. And for a mid lane and even top lane 2v2, I still like their draft quite a bit. As long as Rengar isn't getting a bunch of bush resets that he can jump in and out of, Wukong should be able to provide a lot more than him. 99 out of 100 times is the word I'm looking for, especially with that
99 out of
Cyclone
100
5.
times.
Yeah.
That's what I like. That's a good number. 99%. Kills 99.9% of germs and Rengars in the jungle.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. But you know what? We're just going to need to see if Nascent is that 0.1% Rengar here in this game. He can potentially do it. There is that timeline where we do see Nascent be able to get a really strong early game here for the Rengar, that he's able to get those picks off in the early game and just, you know, snowball Nascent into a team fight or into a composition that just cannot be stopped. If the early game doesn't go into his favor, though, I think that Nascent is going to have very difficult time to be able to win this one. It's going to boil down to those early game fights that first Dragon, that first Rift Herald, I think is going to really decide how this game is going to be playing out. And for Nascent, it is do or die. You need to be able to win this game in order to have an opportunity to win or to get out into the semifinals, where you're able to get into day 2 and you're able to pick up those points. And that's something that's really important here. Yes, in the quarterfinals matchup, you do get money and you also get some points to move towards qualifying for the playoffs, but it is exponentially more getting into day number 2, and you want to be able to make it happen. Cloud9, however, have all the tools and all of the opportunity to get themselves a clean 2-0. Let's see if they'll be able to make it happen.
I mean, we got to stop all this, though, as already we've got some crazy stuff happening. Toki actually took the Rengar into the top lane, which is not what I had expected at all based on what we saw in Game 1. And it's already shaken things up, where Lightning gets shaken up before 1 minute even gets crested, having to flash on this Kai'Sa to get away from Jiseki and Grib on the Varus and Thresh. Again, dominant lane, we know that it was going to be, but that dominant, I didn't think so. And our attention, as much as it's dot lane, again, has to be drawn top, because Toki, what?
I'm not sure. I mean, Dia, tell me. I don't normally play in the Baron lane. I don't normally play in the top lane. I'm a jungle player myself. I mean, what's the Rengar Malphite matchup? I don't know what the win condition is for Toki there.
I mean, the win condition for Toki is what you called out earlier, as it would have been for Sneaky Knife Cat, who again is called Sneaky Knife Cat. But it's to get ahead early, and it's very difficult specifically in this matchup because it's Malphite. Malphite loves to build armor, he loves to build health, and specifically Zella right now is going to be very difficult to take advantage of. It's a very similar game plan, but just one with a lot less flexibility when you end up going into the top lane. You got a lot more bushes, but a lot less chance to actually pull the trigger, especially when it comes to that armor stack and fella. However, fortunately enough, there's triggers being pulled elsewhere. 2 kills end up going down off-screen in the bot lane, both onto Jiseki, interestingly enough. But Tarzan visiting the lane early really does pay off.
And that's going to be massive here for Cloud9. It's going to be Toki trying to be able to do what he can against Zello, but that armor and that resistance is still going to be pretty powerful. The death sentence, I think you might have seen it off screen or whatever, but there was a death sentence that was picked up onto Wii that was able to find his way over to the backline, then is able to land the play with the Wukong coming in. The damage was there. I mean, I guess, best case scenario for Nascent is that the 2 kills do go towards the support. However, Flash is going to have to get used by Meals to be able to survive the play from Toki, who will use the thrill of the hunt, but unfortunately is unable to pick up that kill.
Literally everything burned by Meals there, but crucially, that first ultimate at level 5 doesn't end up netting you the early game, and Toki losing a little bit, although Fluffy Lion was able to claw it back again off screen there, picks up the kill while Tarzan is looking for another. That's the 2 assists from earlier, and Wii ends up using his ultimate to stall out. The backup gets a really nice bubble, but cannot save himself from Tarzan to get that second Cyclone going. But Jiseki in trouble right now. Sneaky Knife Cat is going to have to burn the ultimate to pick up the kill onto him, and Lightning seems to be escaping under the tower right now. Sneaky Knife Cat is looking for the kill on Tarzan, ends up getting that, and is now chasing down Grip, who does answer back. Keeping this play is worth for C9, but evening up the kill score in a big way, as 4-4 is the kill score right now.
Man, I mean, that was a big commitment there from Cloud9. They try to drop everything into making sure that they can pick up the kills onto Sneaky Knife Cat, onto Lightning, onto Wii. They do pick up the kills that they wanted to get, but unfortunately they also give up their lives as well. I mean, the saving grace in that one was Griff finding his mark onto Lightning to be able to at least get the kill onto the Kaisa before he falls. But a little bit of overcommit there. Let's see how Nascent is able to punish it. Sneaky Knife Cat already with a Guardian Angel first item is going to pressure the Dragon and force Jaceki and Tarzan off of it.
Now, Griff, in the meantime, was able to pop into bot lane all by himself and grab the wave that was pushing into him at the time. So it still does stack up in the wins there. 700 gold ahead is Griff, despite the fact that the kills are relatively even between those 80 carries. But more and more attention is being drawn into this bot side. Jaceki is positioning pretty aggressively and has Tarzan with him here. The clone is going to do a lot of work, as will the Chain of Corruption. But Tarzan continues to move forward unafraid with the Super Mega Death Bomb coming in behind him. Kill's going to be cleaned up first. Although Tarzan goes down, now with his top laner joining up, Zello is going to be able to pop so many people into that ult.
Wow! And he does end up at least picking up 2. Tarzan and Meals will fall, but Zello, with a beautiful unstoppable force, is able to make sure that 4 members of Nascent fall. Toki is going to start up the Rift Herald here, Dia, to try to be able to get a consolation prize, but he is not going to be able to get it quickly enough. And if Tarzan does see that the Rift Herald's getting taken, it could potentially be disaster for Nascent. 3,400 health remaining, and Tarzan has now arrived. Thanks for the leash. And Toki is going to lose out on it.
Going to try and go back in. Doesn't steal the Rift Herald, however. And gets a little bit of health back, exiting the brush. Doesn't go down, which is, you know, the nice thing for them there. But when not dying is the best that you can do. Nascent's top lane is not looking too hopeful. The insta-wave clear from the Varus and the Ziggs is now in full effect towards this mid lane as they start applying pressure to the second tower that they focused themselves on of the game. Griff and Meals should be unstoppable here, and it's up to Nascent to find that engage using just the Jarvan to lock him down.
Yep, Nascent does pick up the Ocean Drake, however, so that is at least something that they were able to get, but the death sentence will land, and it is indeed a death sentence on to Lightning. As we do get another kill there for Cloud9, they're going to pick up another death sentence. Toki is the target, and he will fall as well. It's now another death sentence, 3 in a row here for Jaceki. Man, on fire right now.
All right, let's go, Jaceki. Give me one more. Give me one. I want this guy to be like the DJ Khaled of death sentences. He's already got the lantern out there for a little bit of safety, but with the tower destroyed, C9 are going to take a chill pill. They've got the 3k gold lead at this point. An immense amount of it is stacked up on this Varus as well. Almost 2,000 gold ahead of Lightning. You can see why people are afraid. The ability to dominate lane and start fights for your team, peel for yourself, and lay down damage from so far away is insanely strong, and Griff is taking full advantage of it.
Oh yeah, the piercing arrows along with the blighted arrows as well. Just being able to make sure that you're able to deal that damage, and you pair it with Meals on the Ziggs. Just long-range power, and you're safe because Jaceki has the Dark Passage, can use it offensively and defensively. But we're looking for hook number 4 in a row, Dia. Jaceki waiting in the wings, maybe looking to be able to find the kill. Doesn't even want to participate in the fight, just using the Dark Passage. Going to bring down Lightning to about half HP. But won't pick up the kill, but instead just continue to keep the pressure going.
Look out, though, as we have got a tidal wave in the area, and Tarzan, more importantly, is willing to fight. Teleport's going to come up, and in is going to come Zello. Has plenty of CC here, but isn't even going to need to use it, as C9, with a straight-up outnumbering in this top side, are going to pick up not 1 kill, but 2 kills, and move themselves on to another Tier 1 tower as well. 3 towers to 1 have been taken down in favor of C9, and if Toki has anything to say about it, they should lose another, but things are looking really iffy.
Yeah, it's looking more than iffy. It's looking grim, unfortunately, for Nascent. Almost 6,000 gold in the deficit right now. I will say that Jaceki did miss a death sentence, so, you know, not perfect. But, I mean, had we survived just a second longer, he would have actually taken that kill. So, I don't know if we give it to him or not, Dia. But regardless, Toki does take the tower. He does take the Krugs, and will get something for his efforts in the bottom lane. But that's very minimal comparatively to what Cloud9 has been able to achieve with both neutral objectives spawning. I think Cloud9 feels really confident in their position and should be able to continue to keep the pressure on as we move to the 10-minute mark.
Triforce gets locked in for Toki on his reset as well, so with a little bit of lethality and a heck of a lot of procs that he can use in the side lane against, I assume, Zello is his target. We'll see how that one works out for him and whether this spike ends up going through, but as of right now, the only matchup that I expect Toki to win is one up against the Ziggs, who should never be alone, and even right now, though he is vibing up in the Baron lane, does have the back of his team right next to him. You'll notice that Cloud9 did give up this dragon, and I use the word give up very, very intentionally, because they traded it away, fully conscious of the fact that they could have taken the dragon, they could have taken that fight, but didn't prioritize it as the thing that would end up winning them the game. Tarzan in a little bit of trouble, does have that Cyclone, but check out who else he's got with him.
Wow. Oh, man. That is so sad. Sneaky Knife Cat gonna drop that Cataclysm onto the clone. And Tarzan just gonna be able to escape. Doesn't even need to drop his Cyclone there. Does end up getting the box out of Jaceki, but that is a small price to pay. And still has that Rift Herald ready to go to drop it in whatever lane he wants to, and will drop it in the mid lane, Dia. They want to escort Shelly to this inner turret and potentially just crack open the base. Cyclone is online and Tarzan is waiting in the wings, and they're going to drop the hammer onto a way too far forward Lightning, who will end up falling. Tarzan going to be able to still be alive somehow, as a Guardian Angel does get popped by Sneaky Knife Cat, trying to be able to survive, and does survive. However, the Rift Herald is still online and will pick up the tower in the mid lane. Super minions will now be spawning, and Toki is thanking his lucky stars. I thought that death sentence landed there.
Yeah, that was looking really, really close, but the play isn't done just yet, and C9 may have overextended. Xie is going to get popped, as you mentioned. Tarzan respawning right now underneath the tower, gets out to safety just in time with the use of the clone, and feeds another kill over to his team, as that death sentence is going to land, but it's all up healing for the back line for now. Sanya's going down, is going to let Fluffy Lion pick up the kill, and Lightning is now chasing you down. All three members of Cloud9 very low, all two members of Cloud9 very low. The last member of Cloud9 with a blinking health bar. Niels picks up the honey fruit, turns this one around with the bombs, but should go down to Lightning here. Is that stopwatch? Might turn this around. Lightning? Woo! So low.
That was a close one. Nascent will pick up the ace, but they do lose the inhibitor tower in the mid lane. That is going to mean super minions, and the constant pressure will be there against Nascent. However, a little too far aggressive there for Cloud9 does mean that he loses out. They lose out on potentially finishing the game, and Nascent will put a foothold back into it. They're only behind by about 3,000 gold here, Dia, and they could potentially bring this one back.
This is definitely a possibility, and it's one that Cloud9 have to be cognizant of, because the composition from Nascent allows them to pick apart team fights really well. Cloud9's worst nightmare is one where they overstay, and the confidence did get the better of them just now, as it did in Game 1 around Baron. It could be even more deadly, as now with that objective spawned, C9 are cleaning up their gameplay, cleaning out the vision that Nascent have laid down in an attempt to make sure that this goes completely uncontested and Nascent don't get the chance to tear them out.
Meanwhile, though, Toki did pick up a Essence Reaver as well, and is looking to potentially go up onto Tarzan. The clone is going to get used, as well as the Unstoppable Force. The Tidal Wave is there to be able to stop the damage, and it is going to be Tarzan going down. Stevie Nightcat is now the target. He does not have GA. He's going to try to be able to get away, and the healing from Evan Flo will
Toki's
keep
so
him
fast.
alive. Toki barely surviving as well to make it a 1-for-1 trade.
Toki's like Usain Bolt out here. He is just running away through skill shots, through everything. And I think I saw even the chain of corruption follow him, the death sentence, everything whiffing as Tarzan ended up going down, but did, of course, net his team that tier 2 in the end. Still the inhibitor tower down in the mid lane means that minions continue funneling, giving Cloud9 that extra bit of pressure, but the mid lane is the easiest one to address, and if Cloud9 really want to take this game, one of those side lanes has to be cracked.
And Thrill the Hunt is now ready to go for Toki once again. If he does try to find Meals, he could potentially pop him before he's able to drop his Zonias or his stopwatch alteration, but not going to be the play here just yet. We do see the Dragon now at about 3,000 HP. Nascent deciding not to try to go up against it. I think maybe a little bit of over-respect here against Cloud9. Maybe they're not realizing how much gold they are actually behind by. But they just give up that Mountain Drake, and that is huge for Cloud9.
I think walking into the Ziggs there was a really scary prospect, and Meals ends up getting away with a heck of a lot because he's so terrifying and has so much zone control with the minefield, especially being laid out on the way to the Dragon. So the first one for C9 does go over to them, importantly giving them a little bit more tankiness, which is much needed right now, especially because we talked about needing to break open the base. They can't actually effectively side lane. Toki has gotten to the point where he's scary enough, even into Zello, that in a long lane, he will chase you down, he will kill you, and if you're squishier, he'll do it a heck of a lot faster than that. It's all about C9 playing as a team right now, which is testing them in ways that we haven't seen them do before. Tarzan, however, is trying to be a one-man army and going in 1v3 inside of the red side jungle. Nascent are going to back away from this, give him the red buff. Cloud9 are giving a lot of time to somebody else, specifically Toki in the bot lane.
Yeah, playing as the Dustblade and the Essence Reaver from the Rengar. He's going to be able to make sure that Zello is there, so it is a 4v4 fight, but you really need Toki to be there in that play in order to make sure that it is something that they can do. Zello is in the bottom lane, and Toki is racing with that recall to try to be there in time, and he will be there to be able to deny that tier 3 tower to go down. Thrill the Hunt will get hopped, and can he find a target that he can potentially take down? He's gonna find Meals, but won't actually get a lot of damage onto him. We'll have to disengage immediately. So Zello still in the bottom lane, does have teleport ready to go if he does decide to use it. It could be a big unstoppable force. He's pushing up that wave, and Nascent having no response just yet as the rest of their base is trying to be able to stay alive here, Dia. Nascent now really on the back foot, trying to be able to keep this one alive. Will they be able to make it happen? Let's find out as we do get Fluffy Lion finding the kill onto Meals. And now they're looking to be able to continue to keep it going. Sneaking Knife Cat now in a bad area. Thrill the Hunt will get used by Toki, but everyone will disengage.
After that pick on C9, Nascent did have a chance to win the fight, and they still might have one as Zello can be chased down, but Toki doesn't have enough vision inside of the jungle to be confident following that one up, especially into the CC that comes with the C9 roster. Losing that pick, though, doesn't really hurt them that much overall. They got everything that they came for, and they still have this Baron to fall back on. Cloud9 are playing extraordinarily conservatively around this purple worm, though, and it's something that I think Nascent are definitely picking up on, noticing that the Dragon is a little bit more comfortable for these guys, but the high HP targets, the one that trapped them inside of the pit for a long amount of time, they don't feel comfortable with, especially against the likes of Toki and now Fluffy Lion, who are proving themselves to be a formidable duo of assassins. Cloud9 struggling to really get comfortable, even in this late game they set themselves up so well for, are watching this game become more and more even, and Nascent very well could make this a 1-1.
Oh, definitely, and that's huge here for Nascent. They've really put Cloud9 on the back burner. Griff is going to get targeted as the tidal wave does come out. They are going to be able to go golden, but so much damage with the bomb. Thinking Knife Cat will be able to get the Cataclysm and the kill on to Griff. Jackie will fall as well. Going to be a killing spree for Fluffy Lion, and they'll follow it up as Zello dies as well. Tarzan now looking to be able to get something here. Will be able to get the golden out of Lightning, but can he get the Cyclone? Can he get the kills? Can he finish it? Doki will fall and will end up being able to go golden in just a second. He will be reviving, but can he get any extra kills out of this play? He doesn't have the clone, and he will go down. Dia, this is disastrous, and it will be another bomb coming through for Meals to at least get Wee to fall. Now, do they decide to take the risk and go for this Infernal Dragon? Let's see how it plays out.
Meals is still really scary. It has that bomb halfway off cooldown. He's going to try and steal this, but Fluffy Lion is looking for the kill as well. Has that ultimate, the stopwatch, going to buy a little bit more time. The teleport's coming in right on top of Meals. It does not save him, but Fluffy Lion, it doesn't kill him either. And with Rift trying his hardest to get this dragon, he's going to be able to secure the jungler for now, and Zello finds another kill on the back end. 50 seconds on the death timers right now might mean that C9 are able to take this game.
That is huge, Nascent. They win for the Infernal Soul, and it might cost them the game, Dia. This is scary. Griff will use it and will be able to take down Griff. Toki is now trying to be able to do what he can. The hero is there, but Tarzan is there with the teleport, and the Cyclone is there. Geki is now dead. Tarzan will fall, and it's a triple kill for Lightning. The ace against Cloud9 means that Nascent is barely able to survive.
I don't think that they're going to be able to get anything off this, though, and that's the most devastating part. Meals' death timer is staggered enough that while a tower will fall, the Ziggs is still impossible to push into without the Baron. He's going to be able to clear out the bot wave right now, moving his way over towards mid. Does he use the bomb to be able to clear this one out? We've got the double teleports inside right now, and Meals has to stay alive in the face of the assassin, Fluffy Lion, who's going to be looking for him right now. There's a redemption on top of him, and he backs away under the tower. C9 can still hold on to this, but they gotta clear out the minion wave, and I'm not sure they have the damage. Meals flashes away, but Nascent, they're gonna make this a 1-for-1 right now, as the last auto gets secured by Fluffy Lion, and Cloud9 are going to a third game.
I can't believe it. Nascent, they pull it off with a top lane Rengar and the massive power that the team fights were able to bring. Cloud9 will fall, and it is a 1-1 series, Dia. My word, we get another Game 3 situation. You know, I thought that Cloud9 had this game in the bag. I thought that it was looking grim for Nascent, but they never gave up hope, and they were able to find the right angles and the right kills at the right moments to be able to get us into a Game 3.
And somehow, some way, this double assassin composition finds its way to a victory. C9 looked like they had this under their control, but a few crucial missteps inside of the jungle, a few resets too many. And remember, the fact that they were never able to get that Baron and really seal the deal stalled this game out to the point that Nascent were able to clap back. Fluffy Lion was a massive player that game, as was Toki, and their ability to lock up and execute targets, the only two that could really do any damage on the side of Cloud9, is what's sending us to that third game.
I mean, really, really solid performances. I think all around on the side of Nascent, they really tightened up their defense as we moved into the later stages of the game. It looked risky when several members of Nascent were dead after the Infernal Soul was slain, and the teleports were coming through, but, I mean, Toki, yet again, a huge playmaker on the side of Nascent, has continued to shine for this team. We're going to see if they can do it again, though. I mean, round 3, the best of 3 series goes all the way, and we get to see what Toki's going to bring to the table in game number 3. I don't know if you ban the Rengar. I don't think that the Rengar was too deadly, but the fact that he was able to pull that out and being able to use it to keep Nascent's dreams of winning this tournament alive and this series alive really, I think, should make Cloud9 nervous as we head into game number 3.
I absolutely agree, and I think that so much of that that they're going to be thinking about going into this third game is, of course, about the Rengar, and yet I don't think that they'll ban it away, mainly because you leave that game as Cloud9 going, We lost that one. We lost it by just a hair's breadth, and it was more their lack of control of the game than anything. Their lack of confidence around that Baron and being able to actually take it with the immense amount of zone control that they had. The baits couldn't come through, and I think that if anything, you maybe move away from the Mal fight that did look good, albeit, but that didn't give you that side lane win con that, in the meantime, Nascent clearly had.
Yeah, and there was just, I think, a lot of questions I think that I was really trying to figure out for Cloud9 is, they felt overconfident at points and then they lost their confidence and they really let Nascent get back under control. Nascent played safe and they played their game. And I think that Cloud9 tried to play Nascent's game. It was, them really trying to say, okay, you're going to try to play defensive. We'll pressure that defense and we'll try to make sure that you maybe slip up in those plays, but they weren't ever able to finish the job. And like you said, they didn't have that split pushing power that other compositions might have had the Malphite been, you say, a Camille or say a Fiora or even a Jax on that matter. But not going to be the case. It does mean that Nascent will make it a 1-for-1 series, and we get to go into another Game 3 situation, and we are now ready to get into it, Dia. Nascent has shown us that they are here to play, and they are here to win. Let's see what Game 3 has in store for us.
Okay. Cloud9 ended up going with the blue side once more. Nascent going to have that counter pick available to them. Like you talked about, I think there's a little bit of curiosity around the Rengar, of course, but ultimately shouldn't be banned. I'm still hoping for that Twisted Fate, though, to be taken away, as it wasn't banned last game, and yet simultaneously wasn't picked up by Cloud9. I think you maybe go for something like that again, although that into Rengar would suffer a lot more. So you got to cover your bases. You got to make sure that you know the side lane matchups, and the Nascent aren't going to be able to take advantage of you.
Right, and the Aurelia has always been banned out by Cloud9 in games 1 and 2. Nascent is taking out the Olaf as well. But both teams are thinking about what they want to go for. Senna going to be banned out along with the Camille. So a little bit of consistency coming in onto the ban side does mean that the Lee Sin, does mean that the TF, the Nami is going to get banned out. I think that Nascent played it really well in game number 2. Not going to be available, but it does mean that Rakan is back online if we wants to decide to go for something like that.
We're still waiting on it, but there's a lot that Nascent have to consider right now, and that Renekton actually from game 2 is going to follow them into the third game. Cloud9 now with the first pick have plenty of options to choose from. We talked about the Varus that is still up last game, but they got the Twisted Fate available to them as well. Still that Ziggs that did honestly look really good, and I think you can go for the Varus pick again here. You looked really good on it in game 1. You had plenty of safety. It was more of a problem not knowing how to deal with the assassins, but that's not Varus's problem. Varus did well,
Yeah, and they are going to pick it up. I think Griff really showed us what he can do with the champion, and I think Griffin and Jaceki played really, really well as the Thresh and the Varus. I thought Jaceki played really well throughout that entire game as the Thresh, had really strong dark passages, being able to get that mobility there, was able to get multiple dark death sentences in a row. So I expect them to be able to do that once again here in game number 3 if they do decide to go for the Thresh, because it is still on the table. Now, Nascent, last couple of games, they've prioritized picking up that bottom lane here, picking up that support for Nascent, and they will decide to do it once again, the Rakan as your first pickup here in Game 3, along with the J4, which has been a constant for them in these series.
No, I'm not sure how I feel about the J4 right now. I still think it's pretty good into the Varus, although as to whether it fits with Nascent's compositional plans or not has yet to be determined. Into Rakan, you can encounter a little bit of anti-synergy, which I would be wary of, especially with that Cataclysm and the quickness needing to be a mobility spell for Rakan. If he doesn't have anybody else to jump to, you can start to hem your own teammates in. However, that'll be left for a little bit later, as Nascent still have a lot of developing. Their draft through this is still a very, very vanilla comp, and Cloud9 are going to stick with that vanilla in the mid lane and the jungle with some strong picks and some scaling from the Corki. but the Xin Zhao definitely being a really strong source of mid-game power, and importantly, front line that they didn't entirely have with the Malphite needing to commit forward. Xin Zhao can stay and play a lot more in the middle in between the two teams.
And I mean, this is a little bit like deja vu here for Nascent. They're building kind of the same draft as they did in game number 2. They pick the J4, they pick the Enchanter, and then they pick their ADC, which leaves a flexible option at your last 2 picks. The Xayah Rakan combination is going to be available here, which we saw in game 1. Remember, Cloud9 dominated that game. It was really that one. There were some issues that that Cloud9 had to deal with, but they had a massive gold lead throughout a majority of the game that they were able to create. We'll get to see it again, and we get to see the Rengar once more. Does it be the same play? Do we get another play where we get to see Toki as the Rengar in the top lane, or the sneaky Knife Cat take the knife out and take the Rengar here for game number 3? And with a Darius and Thresh being the round out for Cloud9, I mean, it was a no-brainer. It was a no-brainer. I think Jaceki played for really, really well, and the Darius, I think, is going to do really well, and regardless of what they want to go for. Okay, I don't even know.
All right.
Okay.
Let's take a second and break things down step by step. The Rengar is a pretty decent lock-in. I'm a little bit iffy about it, but I understand why Nascent want to go for it. It was a really big source of their advantage in Game 2. It got them that double assassin composition. They do ultimately go for it again. However, the Darius counter by Cloud9 is perfect, because you try to play a tank into this, you try to play somebody who really wasn't that comfortable in a side lane against the Rengar later on. This time, that question is answered. You can now bring the game up to this Rengar with the Darius and with the Xin Zhao, a very strong dueling composition, and put him behind instead, make his life miserable, make him irrelevant to your carries. I think that is by far the game plan Cloud9 are going for. However, the Katarina throws a wrench into things. Not because the assassin is bad, but because Akali was up, and yet they've chosen specifically not to go for Akali, instead going for the Katarina into a variety of CC, I'll say. There's quite a bit of disruption with the Darius Apprehend, with the Thresh Flay, and even with the knockups that can come from Xin Zhao and the Crescent Guard knockback. Katarina is a really risky pick, but what she does do really well is be able to juggle aggression in a different way than Akali does, and her ability to approach from a lot of different angles and quite literally jump back to her teammates for safety is going to give her flexibility that Nascent may have felt like they were lacking just last game. That, I suppose, in the ability to fully ace a team, which was some cleanup that I guess they could say was much needed.
And it's going to be up to, I think, Nascent being able to develop a team fight that will work well for them. The J4, like you were talking about, it can work for Nascent or it can work against them depending on how it's used. You have so many options for Cloud9 to be able to get away from it. You got a dash on the Xin Zhao, Corki has the Valkyrie, and you have the Dark Passage to be able to keep the Varus alive. And Darius says, hey, you guys want to be in a fight with me, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'll just destroy you all, whoever wants to go in there. So I'm a little worried about the J4, but I think that is something that really can't be discussed. I think really Nascent realized, hey, this might be the only champion that we feel comfortable at this point going towards. We haven't really seen any other junglers picked up, unless Sneaky Knife Cat does go for the Rengar here, which I think would be cool to see. The Xayah and the Rakan, though, I'm curious to see what we and Lightning are going to be able to do against Jaceki and Griff. If they can play as well as they did in game number 2, if they can have a really strong early game like they did in game 1, they could turn this game around.
I am a little bit worried about them, and I'm maybe not worried is the right word, but I am a little bit more hesitant about their success, especially coming out of Game 2, because I feel like the resources from Cloud9 should be directed elsewhere. Again, specifically at that top lane, they got a lot of help from Tarzan very early on. There was a level 2 dive, for God's sake, that was happening onto this bot lane, and that put Nascent severely behind. Varus should still control the lane, but it should be to the tune of maybe 700 gold at 7 minutes. Not 1,000 plus gold at 4 minutes. The difference here is going to be massive, and a lot of that resource allocation needs to be towards the top side, where I'm expecting Nascent, interestingly enough, to also not play around their bot side. Instead, trying to capitalize on both top lane and mid lane, where Corki, if he gets taken down by Cataran at once, it's going to happen again and again. Nascent have a very high risk to reward ratio there, where they can go there and just waste Jarvan's time, which would be awful, but you do that 3 times and you get 1 kill at the very end of it, and all of a sudden it's all worth it.
Yeah, and with that 1 kill, 1 gank, 1 opportunity is available for Nascent and Cloud9. It has been a thriller of a series between these two teams so far, and now with game number 3 underway, Toki is going to be playing as the Rengar once again. Sneaky Knife Cat on the Jarvan. It's going to be up to both of them to have that coordination and that communication to be able to win this game and to move into the semis. We'll find out if they're able to do it as we get into game number 3 right now.
Things that we gotta notice, things that we gotta pay homage to, Meals and his summoner spells. The Exhaust and Barrier coming out pays a lot of respect to Fluffy Lion, but is by no means backing away from these fights. And neither is Zello up in the top side, going toe-to-toe with Toki right now. Loses quite a few of his cooldowns and ends up healing up off the minions. This is going to be a top lane that is hanging on a knife's edge. It's already Sneaky Knife Cat transitioning through that mid lane. Looks for a little bit of XP himself and potentially some mid lane priority to be gotten so that he can go on and invade. But Toki is moving down into the mid lane, and we could be getting our first fight of the game breaking out in just seconds if, and only if, Cloud9 overstay.
It doesn't look like they want to do that, though. They are prepared to go for the Scuttle Crab. Sneaky Knife Cat and now Fluffy Lion maybe on a little bit of a power play here to maybe go in for some pushing in the mid lane, leaving a lot of time for Zello to be all alone. Joseki barely going to miss that death sentence. Now Sneaky Knife Cat going to be in trouble. Wee is going to be taking a lot of damage and is going to potentially be a bait here as Fluffy Lion level 4 is in the area. Smite is going to go towards the side of Tarzan, however, and unfortunately Fluffy Lion will not be able to secure any more damage. Flashes are being used. We will be low, but it's going to be first blood onto the side of Cloud9 and a double kill for Drift. It's going to be Lightning, though. He wants the kill onto Tarzan, but he can't get it. The Crescent Guard was there. Everyone living on the razor's edge, but Sneaky Knife Cat is a little too dull. Cloud9 will win that fight 4 kills to 1.
Oh my lord, Cloud9, you say the knife's edge. Absolutely it is. That is a razor that I'm scared to touch, but Cloud9, they juggle it as if they were playing with it their whole lives. They look so good inside of the jungle, and now they can move up to the top lane for a little bit more action. Toki gonna get flashed on right now, and there's no escape for this Rengar as he has to burn his own flash and the ult to get out to safety, knowing that Tarzan can and will full commit to take him down.
Yeah, and they know that he is there. He knows that he cannot try to go in for something like that. I mean, Zello with the Noxian Guillotine can obliterate Toki if he gets down to about half HP or less, so had to be worried about that one. Sneaky Knife Cat, though, is in the bottom lane, wanting to be able to divert some resources here to Griff and Joseki. But remember, that is a very early 3-minute Manamune for this Varus. That is massive here for Cloud9. All 4 kill participation going towards this Varus, which is huge. Meanwhile, Tarzan going to go once again to Toki and this Rengar. They want the kill, and it might actually just be a 1-for-1, and it is.
And it's very worth it as well. I know that looks really weird, but with the waves that are going to be able to crash into the tower, the minions that you're going to be able to deny, this should be a play that still goes in the favor of Cloud9, as an entire minion wave is going to be missed by Toki. It means he misses the experience and the gold for that, and Tarzan still ends up getting his top laner the singular kill in response. Interestingly enough, the Grievous Wounds, however, is prioritized by Toki. On this Rengar, I'm going to give the benefit of the experience to. If he's willing to blind pick this, I'm sure that he knows how most of these matchups go, and the fact that he picks up the Grievous Wounds into the Darius is interesting to say the least.
Interesting enough, but you know what? Not going to be really a factor just yet, as the Dragon does get taken by Tarzan and the rest of Cloud9. Toki and Sneaky Knife Cat are now going towards the Rift Herald. They want to be able to race the clock here to make sure that Nascent or that Cloud9 does not steal it away, and they will end up getting the Rift Herald, so not going to be any sort of stealing or shenanigans there. But with Fluffy Lion and Lightning both in the mid lane, it means that several members of Cloud9 will go towards the bottom lane, and they'll pick up the first tower of the game.
And with all that pressure being given towards the bot lane, and with the Dragon falling for them as well, Cloud9 do commit a lot to get Griff to the same level that he was before, only with a few resources expended to get that top lane further ahead. Meals is pretty low on mana, which is why you see him playing so far back right now. But I gotta say, I like the way that Cloud9 play this. They are still letting Toki get a little bit ahead, and Nascent are by no means going unresponsive right now. But with that Dragon and the extra gold that landed on Griff, I think that Cloud9 are feeding their win conditions really nicely, while balancing out the fact that Toki was able to catch up a little bit in the gold. It's not significant compared to Zello, who is around 600 gold ahead of him.
Yeah, and the fact that Zello did not die in that last play gives him control of the lane, which is really, really strong. And on top of that now, he's going to get dove upon. Toki will flash away once again, but this time is a 4v1 situation. They are not letting the Rengar have any fun here in Game 3. Nason will lose their top laner.
And Toki not paying respect, I think, to the fact that bot lane tower was gone, so Cloud9 have no reason to return there. Instead, they pop their heads up to the top lane, realize that there's a free kill waiting for them, much like Nascent are doing right now. The Tarzan commits the Crescent Guard to try and fight this one out, and instead, this gets turned around as Zello joins in the fight as well, picking up yet another kill. Cloud9 are taking this as it is given to them by Nascent, and the macro not quite on the same page here.
Yeah, and that's so rough there for Sneaky Knife Cat. He went in, he flashed. So, I mean, at that point, once you flash like that, you're committing to the play. And then he saw that Tarzan and Zello were there. He figured, hey, you know, maybe we can pick them off quickly enough. But you don't have enough damage yet to be able to get that win and to be able to secure those kills. Rocket Belt's going to get used, and there it is, Zello showing us why the pick was taken. And Toki will fall. Zello goes on a rampage.
This is exactly the pick that you needed. You can play the front line, you can dominate the side lane against a champion that has to be in melee range, and C9 have not only a winning top lane matchup, but that winning bot lane that they secured for themselves with the Varus that they prioritized not just in this game, but in the previous, that has worked out so well for them. Tarzan is doing remarkably as well, laying down pressure everywhere, and the one lane that is yet to really, truly feel the pressure is Fluffy Lion, who is now receiving a little bit of it, but has for the most part kept up with Meals. I kind of want to see this Katarina go into a side lane. The problem is that until now, side lanes haven't really been an option. From here on out, Nascent needed to be the ones that are opting into that 1-3-1, letting Fluffy Lion and Toki draw pressure, because only one champion can be answering the side lane right now, and it is Zello for the side of Cloud9. With two different threats on the side of Nascent, that's where they could start to pull in an advantage.
And on top of that, they also have the Rift Herald still ready to be deployed. It's going to be Sneaky Knife Cat going back once again, so I don't know how much time he has left on that. It feels like it's actually fairly low in terms of the time that is remaining for that Rift Herald to get used. 18 seconds remaining until the second one spawns, and so Sneaky Knife Cat's going to have to race to deploy it. It's a little bit of an unfortunate neutral objective having to get used, and it is going to be about 2 seconds before that Ocean Drake spawns. Looks like the side of Cloud9 looking to go for that, and for the Rift Herald as well. I mean, this is not the best mid-game that Nascent can have, but they will at least be able to trade neutral objectives, Dragon for Rift Herald.
And with that, you'll see Nascent, you know, of course, showing signs of life here. They're definitely not out of the game by any means, but the Dragon going to give them pretty limited ability to make plays, whereas the Rift Herald, definitely not the case, as C9 look to make even more. They want to force the fight under the tower, not letting Nascent split the map, and this is exactly what they need to do. Seki taking the front line right now, finds the play, but it's up to the turnaround from this Katarina. Fluffy Lion unable to get involved right now. Unfortunately, lets Cloud9 get away with that. Nascent not able to pull the play in. Do need those flanks that we've talked about as being so important for other squads to now start to break this game open.
I mean, that play was just Cloud9 taking their cake and eating it too. They got everything that they wanted out of that one. They got the mid lane tower and they got the second headbutt. That's about as good as you're going to get out of a second Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Nascent, who devoted the early parts of the game to getting that first Rift Herald, got absolutely nothing out of it. And once again, you know, the same thing happened in game number 2. They had to drop the Rift Herald in a lackluster position, and they lose out on that play. And so, unfortunately, for Nascent, they're now behind by about 600 gold. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but it is definitely apocalyptic for them. They'll need to be able to bounce back and find some sort of hope here at the 11-12 minute mark to bring this one back. Unfortunately, though, they're going to be up against a mountain that is Cloud9.
And when you said mountain, I was looking at the dragon as well, and I was like, oh yeah, it is, but it gets a whole lot worse than that, as not only will they be extra tanky, they will be extra unstoppable, as Tarzan, even committing onto the tower, flashes away after picking up the kill onto Lightning. No response to come through on the side of Nascent, although there is a play being made in the top lane as Toki trying to go toe-to-toe up here with Meals. Both of them at half health. This could get real risky, and it would be the one play to go in their favor as Cloud9 dominate the rest of the map.
They get the tower, they get Lightning as well, and the towers and the game are now exposed. Toki, very low, will have to run away, still has Flash potentially make a play, but with Meal seeing that the package is now back online, he will decide to go back. And that was, I mean, something that Nascent needed. They needed to get Toki online. He's got one of the 2 kills and a menagerie of different items that haven't been built up in anything massive until just now being able to pick up that Trinity Force.
This is big for them. Trinity Force was the thing that turned Toki into a side lane monster just last game, but the question is it too late? C9 already have such mastery of the game, and the death sentence is so huge as Sneaky Knife Cat ends up going down. Our second Sneaky Knife Cat will enter the scene, and Toki goes for the flash into the brush, but is unable to finish off Seki instead, jumping onto Griff. He full commits. This Rengar needs to come up huge, and he just cannot in the backline. Griff is so safe, and Fluffy Lion even gets flashed away from at the very end there, recommitting. He only falls to his doom, and Cloud9 gets the full ace at 12 minutes.
What was that? Dia, oh no. That was not the play that you wanted. If you are Nascent, you tried your hardest, but they couldn't make it happen. You know, they refuse to surrender. They want to kill, and they will at least get the kill onto Griff at the expense of a lot of damage onto that inhibitor tower. I mean, you're thanking your lucky stars that that tower did not go down, but I mean, so much pressure. Toki goes into the brush, tries to be able to get the kill onto Griff, but he survives, and then at that point, the Death Lotus goes and tries to get used onto Griff, but no one was around. The knives just get thrown into the wind, and no one dies onto the side of Cloud9. Meanwhile, a 5 death play against Nascent is disaster for their chances, now behind by 12k.
Really unfortunate for them, and you see Toki, you called him out just in that last fight, having so much gumption on these plays, and unfortunately can't quite make it work. This time the exhaust is going to be laid down on a Fluffy Line, and Toki isn't even there to make this play keep going. Instead, he's going to be the one that is flashed on. He's going to be the one that is death sentenced and turned around on. C9, they throw another 4 kills into Nascent and look for that 5th one, look for that ace, and might just be looking for the end of the game underneath the tower. The Gargoyle Stone Plate still will not save our sneakiest of knife cats. Mid lane tier 2 is going to fall. The inhibitor tower shortly after.
And with that, Cloud9, after a hiccup in game 2, will take game number 3, and we'll move on to day number 2 of this qualifier. And this is a just textbook game from Cloud9. They saw what Nascent was trying to build, and unfortunately, the one-trick pony was discovered. Cloud9 will be able to adapt their composition and will win game number 3, and will move on to the semifinals. A valiant effort there from Nascent, though. They brought in a lot of potential and still had a chance to be able to win this game, but this one, unfortunately, was a slaughter.
I wish I could say this with claps, but I don't want to blow out my mic. I like Nascent. I think that they've got some good stuff going on. And I liked the innovation of the Rengar pick in Game 2. But for Game 3, the point that I wanted to make about Toki in that second-to-last teamfight, that penultimate teamfight that we saw where he was committing onto Grip and not quite able to clean up the kill, you can see that this guy is still the leader for this squad. It is that Malphite that wants to pull the trigger on these fights, and the fact is that on the Rengar, he's unable to do that. So I love the pick. I think it's really cool in the side lane, but is it something that you can pull out every time? No, because this guy isn't your 1v9 carry player. He's incredible, but he's even better when you put him in a position to command the team. Nascent have several bright shining stars. Fluffy Lion can more than assassinate when he's given the chance, but when Nascent end up splitting up like that mentally and going for this, I'm going to carry, and we're all going to carry, Cloud9 are very easily able to dismantle them and take them out as they funnel in one by one.
Yeah, and that was the big play there, is, the team composition was just adapted for C9 just enough. Picking up the Darius and picking up the Xin Zhao, being able to get that bruiser health and damage in, just makes it really difficult for a Rengar and a Katarina to really respond to it. And unfortunately for Nascent, they just aren't able to find those early kills and that early pressure that they needed to be able to finish the job. But, I mean, shout out again to Nascent being able to take a game off of C9, really showing us that they do have the potential to really put in a lot of pressure against some of these other top-tier teams. They will unfortunately be eliminated in the quarterfinals matchup. However, they do get points and they do get some money for their placement. So congratulations to them, but congratulations again to C9 to make it into the semis and to day number 2. We've got another quarterfinals matchup coming up in just a moment, and we're going to take a quick break before we get into it. See you guys shortly.
Delve into emotion, leave us in this moment. When I shut my feelings down, you look at me like I'm different. Still you stay cause you feel something real. Get so lost in my moments. Doesn't mean I don't need you. I fell in love with your colors. They kinda tell me what I'm thinking. I fell in love with the way we are and the way we lose it. There's something different about us, and the reason why we stay. They never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. Different about us. cup after cup after cup. Yeah, it's just the way we do it. Anything just to block out the real life, real life. Yeah, we're loving the way they think we're so messed up. Even if what we're doing is bad, there's so many emotions. Sharing stories that we never had, yeah, none is real. I think we're searching for reasons not to be like them. We fly around like paper planes, they never know where we will fall. Nobody can see us, still they wanna tear us apart. There's something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. 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 Something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. Something different about the way we are. There's something different about us. I'm trying
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive. What's your weakness? What's your type? Somehow I wanna know all about you. Deep connection lights a spark. Like you already know me when we dance in the dark. We're dreamers. We live it. We're dreamers. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive. We come alive. Oh, oh, we come alive. Tell me that you want me. I can see you want me by the look in your eyes. Tell me that you want me. I can see you want me by the look in your eyes. We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive. We come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive. She was in love with a boy, in love with a girl, so in love with the world, so beautiful. She was in love with the night, the way the sun shines. All she needed was love to have to hold, and nobody could make her feel down. She was always smiling from ear to ear, and everybody wondered if round will she ever know the feeling of tears. All she said to them was live your life just like you're young again. No, don't you cry, just get back up again. 'Cause if you want a life to live it better, if you want love and stay together, if you wanna smile and be forever. She was the curious kind, to hate she was blind, always love on her mind, just come my way. She couldn't quite figure out what fear's all about, so she put it aside all night, all day, and everybody talked about her, said there must be something wrong with this girl.
All right, everyone, and welcome back. We have got the RiftMSTRS Qualifier 1. We're going to be jumping into our next quarterfinals matchup here momentarily. Dia, it has been a phenomenal day of Wild Rift so far, and we're ready to jump into our next quarterfinals matchup here in just a bit.
It certainly has, and it's important to note this is going to be our last one. We're streaming Immortals versus Noticed Legends this time around. However, Naguara versus Curie 3 Gaming will be taking place off stream for the night, since it has been a long one for a lot of these players, and they want to make sure they can get these games in with the quality time that they need to be able to review footage and, of course, improve before tomorrow, which is going to be a really big day, and the one that only one of these teams from this current quarterfinal will be getting themselves to. I am very, very excited to see what Immortals, who bested Twisted Tempo, bring to the table, alongside Noticed Legends, who took down Team Rocket to get here.
How can you take down the ultimate villains, Team Rocket?
No one has ever done it before.
I can't believe it. It's impossible. Oh, but no, Noticed Legends, they will be noticed for sure here in this game. Going to be facing off against another really strong team in Immortals, who have been looking to develop their ability as a Wild Rift team. That's, I think, something that's really cool about the Wild Rift scene right now is, yes, a lot of these organizations that you might know from other mobile games or from other PC games, Cloud9, Enemy, you've got Sentinels as well, you got Immortals, they have teams that are in Wild Rift that not necessarily are going to just flat out win. You don't expect, oh, Cloud9 is going to just 3-0 everybody or 2-0 everybody. They have, pressure that are going up against each other. The same thing with Immortals. They're looking to be able to still develop their roster. They want to be able to show us what they've got and what they're going to be able to bring to the table here, not only in this RiftMasters qualifier, but just in the Wild Rift scene moving forward.
And Immortals is a really interesting roster as well, because unlike Cloud9, they have a very diverse background for all of them. We got Iraqi Zoro, we got Yikes, we got Hoon, we got Charm, all of whom are not from these native English-speaking countries. So I am really excited to see how their communication gels, as opposed to a roster like Cloud9, another high-profile team. Immortals must have a completely different play style and are going to be constantly working on what the best way to adapt to the Riftly happenings are. However, as we start the draft, a big part of that is always going to come down to what champions you feel the most comfortable on. Noticed Legends take away that Olaf, and importantly, ban the Soraka, but with the Varus off the table now, my eyes are for that Twisted Fate, who we saw be really big for Cloud9, but Immortals seem to not prioritize it nearly as much. They want to go for the Corki.
I think I agree with that one. Yes, the Twisted Fate is good, but into an Olaf who's going to be able to deny the yellow card, it's not necessarily the best option. And we've seen Corki be performing really well here in today's tournament, and yet again is going to be one of those high priority picks that are going to be coming through here for Immortals. Xayah is picked up as well, so that really kind of closes in on what Immortals is looking for at the later stages of this draft. Gallia is going to get picked up, though. I think that's going to be a strong pickup, along with the Camille. Man, very different compositions being picked up and different champions getting drafted here in the first lineups.
I really appreciate the diversity. We've got a whole team comp if we put these guys together. It's backline for Immortals, frontline for Noticed Legends, and they're both going to have to fill out the opposite sides of their roster. Immortals desperately, especially, needing that front line, as they're already very squishy, and Renekton, well, he will provide you a little bit of that, is still one of the squishier frontliners that you can draft, although he does give you the lane presence against the Camille that Noticed Legends have for themselves, an extremely high priority pick, as Renekton has started to become recently as well. Graves locked in alongside that, though, is going to be the first one that we get to see today, and Immortals are almost sure to be taking that into the jungle.
Absolutely. I think that, there's no other place that you're going to put the Graves at this point. Maybe you put him into the mid lane, and there's some shenanigans there, but I doubt it. I think that Graves' only real option is to be going into the jungle at this point. Going up against the Olaf, though, I think the Olaf does get the early game advantage there, but once the Graves does get going, we should be okay. A Vayne is going to get picked up for Noticed Legends, and that is an understatement to say that it's ambitious.
Yeah, I love teams that are confident enough to pick up the Vayne, but it takes exactly that confidence, because knowing whether you're going to be able to run it into a team like Immortals or not is a really big statement, but they got the Lulu right alongside it. And the fact that the Enchanter supports were still up is something that I hadn't even considered, given the Galio that was drafted beforehand. Notice Legends get away with a lot here, and the fact that they have a really beefy front line with plenty of damage, a great side lane win condition, and a hyper carry from the bot lane. Immortals somehow need to piece their draft together with a way to address this Vayne, because right now they have front to back, but absolutely no backline access.
Oh, nope. And we're going to see what Immortals is going to be picking up here, most likely in the mid lane. I think an Ahri could be decent. A Rakan is going to be picked up.
This is great.
Didn't even notice the Corki there. I'm falling apart. Anyway, the Xayah Rakan in the bottom lane is going to be at least something that can really put in some contest against Notice Legends. The thing that I'm really worried about, though, for Immortals is that just other than the Renekton, everyone else needs a little bit of time to take off. Everyone else needs to be able to keep into the first 3-4 minutes and not die. That is the goal. Do not die if you are Immortals in the early game. If you do, you just fall behind, and a Xayah from behind, a Corki from behind, a Graves from behind is not going to be as effective as, say, a Camille or a Galio. The Vayne is the big question mark here. This bottom lane for Notice Legends is, I think, my big question mark. You want to pick the Vayne to be able to shred some health bars. There's really not a lot of health that Immortal has built up here. There's not really a lot of front line. If Notice Legends is able to respond to that, and this Vayne picks up more just attack speed and just being able to just shred the little health bars that are there, it could be really big for them. I don't know, Dia.
I think there is a lot up in the air, and I understand your confusion, Moose, and don't worry. I'm going to be here alongside you, experiencing the glory of Wild Rift as it goes down. Immortals, you talked about the not dying during the early game, and I think that's great, and I want to sort of continue that point, because one of the things that does happen really, really early on inside of Wild Rift is the ultimates become available very quickly. And Noticed Legends have another big spike once those level 5s come in. With the Camille lockdown, the Galio's ability to global pressure, especially around that bot lane, the wild growth that comes in for the Lulu, and of course the final hour for the Vayne, let alone the Ragnarok for the... He's going to be somewhere else entirely. That's a whole other problem that you have to deal with. But Immortals only spike in 2 places. They get a little bit more wave clear with the Corki, but their real focuses are around that Xayah Rakan in the bot lane. And that's the one place that you can try and make a play once you hit level 6. With the Rakan lockup that we've seen be so reliable today. But I don't know if Immortals are going to have the gumption to do it, because it's got to be so specifically timed, so well timed around this Galio and his ability to influence the fight, that we could see Immortals just sit back, relax, and let Notice Legends do whatever they want during the mid game. And that could get really scary, because late game, Immortals have a lot, but Vayne is that hyperscaler that everybody talks about, that you know is coming for you, and that you know you can't stop.
This is another one of those just like limit test. Not a limit testing game. I would just say a test in regards for Immortals lineup here. I think they're drafting something that they think that they can pull off, not necessarily something that they are 100% on, but something that they can pull off, and they want to test the limits of Notice Legends. I mean, they gave them everything. They gave them an Olaf, they gave them a Camille, they gave them a Galio, but they didn't let them really, I think, be too challenged, except save maybe for the bottom lane here. But they had the world as their oyster. They could have picked a Senna. They could have picked not a Xayah, because Xayah's picked, not the Levars, but they could pick yeah. There's options. There were options.
The list goes on and on. I mean, Fiora is still around.
Yeah.
Things can keep rolling in, and Immortals, that for right now, I think you've identified that perfectly, actually, with the confidence that they had going into this draft, and with their ability to, or with the strategy of sort of ignoring what Noticed Legends are doing and play in your own game, I think have thrown themselves an interesting challenge, because if they win this game, I think there should be no question for Noticed Legends either that this should be a 2-0, because if Immortals are able to ignore your game plan and still win, that's going to be huge. But if Noticed Legends can take the game, we have to see whether Immortals can actually adapt, or whether their own game is all that they know. Because when you come into a best of 3 like this against opponents that you don't know, and you actually, in a way, disrespect them, I know it sounds weird, but you disrespect their ability to take games off of you like this in the first game of best of 3, they can very quickly come back to bite you, because it only takes 2 wins to eliminate Immortals from this quarter.
Right, and that's big. You know, it is not a best of 5; it's a best of 3, and losing game number 1 definitely puts you on the back burner. I do believe in both earlier matches that we saw. I'm going to verify that just right now. The team that won game 1 was the team that ended up winning the series. Cloud9 was able to defeat their opponent, and then on top of that, they were also, and then beyond that, we also saw Chunk Chortle be able to take on Sentinels, and so the game 1 winner has been the deciding factor in who actually takes this one. But let's just take a look at the bracket as a whole real quick. We are getting ready to jump into the game. The players are just having a little bit of development to get everything going in, but we can take a look at the bracket right now. Like you said earlier, Dia, Nagora versus Curie 3 Gaming is going to be a quarterfinals matchup that we're not going to be casting, but it is going to be one that's extremely interesting to look at, because Nagawara was able to take the win off of Enemy here in the best of 1 bracket. We don't know what happened with Enemy in that game, but anytime that a team is able to take a victory against one of the top tier teams, it does really put into question, you know, who was their opponents, why were they so strong, and how did they create that win for themselves. So I'd like to see them maybe go into tomorrow's bracket, or if Carry 3 Game is able to pull out a win, it goes like you had said earlier, through the means of calculation or whatever, that they are the superior team. It'll be interesting to see.
Transitive property of equality.
There we go. There we go. That was what we were doing.
It's been some small good in my life. However, one of the things that, you know, we can say, looking back to the past, certainly, you know, the quality of a roster can be proven there. Looking forward to the future, I'm really curious to see this game in particular, because we know that the winner of this game is going to be going up against Cloud9 in the semifinals.
It's
and
true.
With Zello and Tarzan being such big parts of their respective roster, and Meals being so good, we saw the Varus as well. We have so much data to pull off of what we know Cloud9 can do. Now getting to see who of these two teams is going to be able not only win their series, but then throw that force strategically and challenge Cloud9 specifically in the jungle is going to be really big, because the jungle was such a big part of Cloud9's plan, as it was actually, interestingly enough, the Chortles. We've had 2 very jungle-centric games recently. In terms of the tempo, it's been very different, and I wonder if that will change here, and if so, whether it's going to be enough to pull teams that like to play jungle-centric away from their playstyle.
And I think that is something that is my expertise. I love the jungle. I'm a big jungle fan. Everyone needs to play jungle at least once in their life to understand the pain that you feel when you get pinged saying, "Hey, help me, help me, help me," and you're still dealing with your first 3 camps, and I'm like, I can't do it. I can't. I'm not that fast. I can't make it happen. But I'm here for the pressure, and I'm here for the presence, and I'm trying to make it happen, and I'm trying to make it work. That's why, especially because the map is so small, the jungle pressure that teams are able to get is so much more important in the early game, because there's so much more maneuverability that can be brought to the table. Now, with that being said, just because there's a little bit less like a space between the lanes doesn't mean that you have to play always super safe, because if you play passive the entire game, you're just playing to lose. You have to be able to find at one point the opportunity to say, hey, I'm going in. I'm trying to make it happen. I'm going to try to make it work despite the jungler helping me or not. But we're going to find out how the side of Immortals and Notice Legends are going to be able to get this game number 1 into their favor. It is a quarterfinals best of 3 matchup. The winner of this series will go into face Cloud9 in day number 2 of this qualifier. Notice Legends versus Immortals. Let's get to it.
This is going to be a really exciting one. You talked about the pressure that can be given from lanes, and while I was thinking about that, I was thinking specifically about the top lane matchup you would expect it to be this Camille into Renekton. Instead, the Olaf into Renekton actually flips this one on its head. Zenith God is going to have quite a bit of priority over the top side, which leaves me to wonder, where are Immortals going to have that prio instead? And I think the early game, it might be towards that bot side. It might have the chance to pick up a few dragons before things start going the way of Noticed Legends once those ults come in, as Zenith God on the Olaf up here in the top lane should be able to heal up plenty in the face of Iraqi Zoro, but has already gone relatively low and is going to need that honey fruit to make sure that he stays safe.
Man, no, Iraqi Zoro has really impressed me here on this Immortals squad. He's been a really strong, stable top laner that, you know, I don't think he's actually had, in the games that I've casted of him, that he's performed poorly. And he's played a menagerie of different, really strong early game champions. And he's doing it once again here against Zenith God. He's got him to about 100 HP, a little bit less than that, which will give priority for Yikes to be able to move into the Scuttle Crab and get it just fine. What's interesting, though, is the pathing that Tony decided to go for. Decides to go for the Scuttle Crab in the bottom lane and not go for his top lane camps, which means that Immortals is going to be able to pick those up.
You know, this is a really big shift in the playstyle. The expected playstyles, we pause that to take a look at bot lane, where already the Condemn does not nearly do enough, but Tony flashing in, also still not landing that stun. It's going to mean that Immortals get out scot-free. This Zyrocon does indeed have the pressure that we expected.
Oh, absolutely. And that was big. They would have had a double kill there had it not been for the tumble on Joey to be able to get away from that knockup. So, you know, good hands there for Noticed Legends. But First Blood going to go over to the side of Charm, who has, I think, performed really well in recent tournaments. He'll be looking to be able to use that again with Gume as well. And they're looking to go up again. This time, the knockup lands. The root will follow. And Joey's going to try to flash away. Charm will pick up the kill.
That is so big as well, because the level 5s were hit by Immortals just in the nick of time, and they should be able to run this one all the way back once Joey gets back into the lane at an item disadvantage to level disadvantage. And right now, Omen is the one that has to wait for him. This Vayne Lulu, that is the late game win condition of Noticed Legends, has already been placed so far behind that Immortals have to be feeling really good about themselves. But the thing is that, oddly enough, they can't be comfortable just yet. The spikes are still coming in for the levels, and importantly, we've got Tony, who is ready to bring in not just himself with the Hextech Ultimatum, but 9 to start off fights. But he's getting picked off inside of the jungle, and that's going to cause some serious problems for Immortals, because they are only as strong as the sum of their parts.
And with another death, that one going to go towards Charm once again. That is a pre-4-minute Rod of Ages for this Rakan, who can build ability power. He can just go full AP and just have massive power here in the early and mid game to be that dominant mage spellcaster type support that doesn't necessarily just need to be there for the charm. He can just be there for the damage and the knockup that he's providing with it. And so with Noticed Legends now trying to be able to get the dragon, we do see Immortals will be able to pick up the Rift Herald, but what do they get in return? We do see the heroic entrance from 9 as he gets the taunt, but he's got the flash away with the Iraqi Zoro there as well. No one is paying attention to the mid lane, and Immortals says, alrighty then, that means we get the mid tier 1 tower as well. Charm looking to be able to get the knock up against 9 once more, just looking to be able to continue to keep him there. Even more pressure coming in from Immortals here in this bottom lane.
Tony stealing away that dragon just in the nick of time. Keeps them in the game. At least Noticed Legends going to be happy to have that objective, although they are continuing to fall behind. Now 5,000 gold and perhaps even more, as losing that mid lane tower has seriously hampered them. Zenith God does get alone time in the top lane, but he hasn't even caught up to Iraqi Zoro on the Renekton yet, who was able to do him so dirty in the early game that this Olaf is all but distraught, and as Iraqi Zoro crests his way up towards the top side again, Zenith God is in trouble should he stay around, because in comes Charm, and with that Ragnarok already going, Zoro should be able to survive. Charm is going to come in just in time as well, as even that definitely demonstrates why the Olaf was picked, but unfortunately, not quite enough.
Man, that was so close. Iraqi Zoro, I think, went a little bit too far in. I mean, he knew that Charm was on the way, and had Charm just been a second or two later, he would have lost his life to that play, but he keeps the tower alive, and he forces Zenith God back to base with that death. Unfortunately, though, we've got a lot of damage from Charm and Gume as they try to be able to get it. We've got Hoon in the area as
Hoon
well.
Is here.
What damage from this side of Immortals as we get a couple more kills for this Immortals squad. Off screen, we do get a kill from Omen against Iraqi Zoro, so it is at least a 2-for-1 play, but look at the structure difference. 4 towers to 0.
And look at the gold difference as well. It's 7,000 gold at 6 minutes into the game. That's 1,000 gold a minute that Immortals are racking up over Noticed Legends. And Noticed are definitely taking note now, as they know that they are going to be in a lot of trouble. Charm picks up his 6th kill of the game on return. The guy is popping off, and you said he could build AP, he can build whatever he wants. The guy could go AD, hybrid, it doesn't matter, because Immortals are so far ahead, and so much of it is off the back of Charm. 100% kill participation on this support, and he is popping off.
Yeah, and has the Glacial Shroud ready as well to be able to stop the attack speed that several members of Noticed Legends want to be able to get. But this is just looking like a really, really strong first game stomp for Immortals. I don't want to say that it's game over, but when you're 8,000 gold into the lead, less than 8 minutes into the game, that is a massive difference. And Tony's going to get caught out once more. Will get charmed by Charm, who goes godlike. Has about 1,500 gold waiting in the bank as well when he goes back. It's going to be very, very interesting if Noticed Legends is able to somehow win this one.
Now, you're absolutely right to call that earlier, that you don't want to say the game is over just yet. And of course, we have to pay respect, because a lot like in Cloud9's game against Nascent, they had this teamfight win con, did Nascent, especially in the first game, that was constantly hovering around the edges. And interestingly enough, Noticed Legends have a very similar thing. I think that the thing that worries me is that they very rarely seem to be together. They're still trying to split the map, and even now are on totally different pages. Tony's going into the pit, and now has the Galio following up, but this time he doesn't get that Cloud Dragon steal. Nobody else is ready for it, and that is what is dismantling Noticed Legends as they fall in this team fight. It was one that they were always going to lose at that rate.
Yep, and Charm still has quickness ready to go. He can potentially put in the remainder of this team fight if he wants to be able to make it happen, but they decide instead, hey, why don't we just go for the neutral objectives? Blue Sentinel is the target. Hoon will love the extra little bit of mana regen for a moment. He'll get that for free, and on top of that, the Rift Herald will get taken by Yikes. And now Zenith God going to be caught out. We'll have to flash away, and we'll be able to get out of that one without dying. But just how much more will Immortals be able to take before they actually find themselves going back to base? Finally, we get to see Charm go back, and he picks up that Zeke's Convergence out of that play.
That is going to be so powerful in this game, giving that extra bit of burst to his pals. Immortals are going to be off to the races wherever Charm is. People from Noticed Legends are going to die, and that is just the fact of life right now. Already 11,000 gold ahead. Again, over 1,000 gold a minute. The difference still continues racking up for Immortals. And this snowball shows no signs of stopping, as they do not lack for engage at all, and Charm is able to completely zone the Noticed Legends out of their jungle, focusing in on this bot lane tower. Immortals are bringing this one closer and closer to the base.
And right now, with the Rift Herald also being available for Immortals, the knock is going to land on the 4. Oh my word. Charm's going to go golden and will be able to flash away. The Rift Herald's going to get spawned into the bottom lane as well, with 3 members of Immortals going down. Still 100% pill participation for Charm. The Rift Herald is full HP. We might actually get a Sheldon dance here in this game. 10 minutes into it, Shelly is trying to survive, and we do. That is Immortals. I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get it here in a Wild Rift game.
I'm shell-shocked. I have nothing to say. My analysis on the
You're
game
shell-shocked because of the Rift Herald?
It's because of the Rift Herald. Because of the Rift. That is one of the most insane games I've ever seen. I've actually never seen a game that ended, I think, before 12 minutes, wasn't it? That was wild. It was a masterclass in Wild Rift, and Immortals, they win the game. They win the mental. I mean, what do you even do after that as Noticed Legends? I'm the color. I should be answering these questions, and I'm sitting here going, after that game, what can you do? The only thing I'm thinking of is find a way to pull it together, man, because after that, my mental is decimated.
I mean, for Immortals at this point, like, they know what they're doing, and they've played together, and they've put in work as a team for a little while now. Some of the members of Immortals are a little bit newer than others. I do believe that Charm did come in to the squad after within the last couple of months. Great pickup there. The same thing I believe with Hoon. I think the bottom lane is still fairly new there, but they have a lot of coordination, and they have grown so much as a squad here in the last couple of months. I remember the RiftMSTRS Invitational that we had. I mean, we had just seen Immortals pick up this squad. They fell short in those games, but, they really have made so much progress in the last couple of weeks, and they have shown it here today. Now, Noticed Legends, yes, they fall short. Yes, they fall short in game number 1, but it is a best-of-3 series for a reason. I think at this point, maybe you predict that Immortals is just going to do something, whatever they want to do. At this point, you just say, hey, we're going to play what we think is best. We're going to play what we know the best, and we're going to try to make it happen, because, I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't think that, Tony's main champion is the Camille. I don't think that Vayne is your main marksman on the side of, oh my gosh, I'm losing his name, Joey. On the side of Joey, pull out your mains, pull out the stops, and just have a good time. Hope for the best.
Okay. I you know what? I see that, and I've collected myself a little bit after the insane game 1, and I'm thinking a little bit more clearly now about the draft, about the strengths of that specific one, because these players' comfort, it is up in the air for me. We're gonna sit back, we're gonna look at this as analysts and go, okay, given what Immortals did, how can you counterplay that? You had a Vayne, you had a Lulu. It's great scaling into the Xayah Rakan to have a dominant lane. Maybe you need a little bit more jungle attention, or can you play something safer? Is something like the Ezreal on the table? Can you sit back? Can you play that? Can you wait for later? Because Xayah Rakan were finding 2v2 kills on their own. The mid lane wasn't really a problem. Galio was totally fine. I think you can take something perhaps a little bit more active in the jungle. I don't hate the Camille, but I'd like something with a little bit more wombo to it. If you're taking something like the Ezreal, you can try and throw in perhaps a Xin Zhao. Since you've got the Galio on top of that anyway, it's a lot cleaner of an engage. Camille can get really far ahead of you. Xin Zhao cannot. The top lane's weird. I don't know how we want to deal with this top lane, because there aren't... I don't know whether we want Zenith on a totally different champion or whether we keep him on this bruiser style. I like the bruiser style, but for the rest of the map, I've got a pretty clear idea, and it's top lane that's the really big challenge to me, because that one is the one where it felt like Iraqi Zoro was able to dismantle that on his own, and there's not a whole lot of remedies to a Renekton that can just pop off.
Right, and for me, like, I'm playing towards the early game. Like, I don't think, with the way that Immortals was able to play game one, I think that if you get it to a late game situation, it can just still go into Immortals' favor. But with how well the early game played for Immortals, it doesn't matter. If you have any sort of scaling on Otis Legend's side, I think that you're going to fall short. I think you focus on the early game, and you focus on making sure that all the champions that you have and all of your lanes are able to snowball yourself into an early game 15-minute win. I think that that is the win condition here. You try to be able to focus on just winning out against your opponents. Maybe you build some tankiness in the top lane only. Maybe you build a Malphite or something like that. Or you put the J4 there. Maybe you do a Fiora so that you do have like a little bit of a separate win condition. But everywhere else, just try to build towards that early game. Try to build towards those early objectives so that you're able to build that snowball and never let Immortals take off.
Yeah, I'm trying to think right now. I like the Malphite that you bring up, and that one is a champion will be ever reliable during the games. You don't want to risk giving up too much damage, though, and if you do go for the Malphite, I think you swap things out for the Ziggs. It's a very theory-crafty thing. However, we're going to be popping into this game and seeing what Notice Legends think that they had to fix going into this second game, and what Immortals do, because Immortals are going to be denying the Rakan for Charm, which I think is a great start here, but seem to be largely playing their own game. Remember that we said if Immortals win that first game, it should be a 2-0 because they played their own game during the draft. They got their own champions. They ignored what Notice Legends wanted to do, and they still got that win in such a clean fashion. Coming into game 2, Notice Legends know that now, and have to, in a way, do the same thing. Ignore what Immortals are doing. Draft for your own strengths. Draft for what you know about them in game 1, and hope that that's enough.
Well, you take away Charms, Rakan. I mean, I think that is one of his main champions that we've seen him perform really well as. I mean, he's named Charm for a reason. But I think that you also take away some of those other early game champions that worked out really well for them. The Olaf is going to be taken away, so maybe they're trying to draft a little bit more towards getting that CC and moving towards that team fight composition. Varus and Lee Sin are going to be off the table for Immortals. Lee Sin, a really good early game skirmisher. Varus, I mean, that is an obvious choice. It does leave the TF on the line. It does leave the Camille on the line. It does leave the Ziggs on the line. So there's options that are available for Notice Legends to pick up in B1 here. What does Immortals want to ban out here in this last pickup? If anything, to try to develop something, we'll find out. It's the Camille.
I like that they banned the Camille because Notice Legends actually had a really easy B1 there if Immortals didn't take it away. Now they've got to think a little bit more. They've got to demonstrate a different strategy, and the Camille that worked well for them may be replaced now. I'm still recommending the Xin Zhao, but I also don't think that you need to lock in the jungle super early. You can see whether Immortals are going to go with the same style, whether they're going to have the same strong pieces of the map, especially in that top lane and the bot lane. You might actually try at this point in the draft to take away the Renekton as Notice Legends if you think that you can turn that around on Zoro in the top lane.
Right, and there it is. There you go. I love it. Commentator's blessing, FTW here for Dia. He knows what's up. So you pick up the Renekton, pretty good early game champion that can bully out pretty much anyone else that he goes up against. Corki, however, is the pickup here for Immortals. I think that that's obvious. Like, you pick up the Corki. It's been the theme of the night, and you don't stop now. And the Ashe is going to be paired with it. So, a lot of utility and a lot of pick potential already for Immortals.
Now, Immortals still have the chance later to pick up an answer to the Renekton. I think the Fiora is something that we have to keep in our minds, especially depending on how Zoro is feeling after that game. They've got what is going to be the form a really good core for a 1-3-1 composition with Corki and Ashe able to put down a lot of utility and a lot of damage together. Lulu is still up, but Notice Legends are going to go the opposite way with this Nami, who can answer 1-3-1s really well at the same time, being able to both engage and disengage with that tidal wave, providing backup to the Renekton on the dive. It'll synergize pretty well, but they still need somebody to go alongside it. The Zin's out, again, a great pickup here, but they leave themselves the 80 carries for the next round, and I'm hoping that something like that Ezreal comes in, something safe, perhaps the Xayah as well would give them options, but first they need to know whether Immortals are drafting dive or not, because this is very, very generic.
I think I'm going to make a prediction of myself, and I'm going to go with Fiora. I think we're going to see Fiora out of Immortals here today. That's my one prediction. I'm not making another prediction after it.
Okay.
But regardless, we're going to get the Braum out here with the Ashe as well. I think that's, we haven't seen any Braum today, but Braum is pretty fun, especially when paired with Priority and Friends and the Ashe. Going to be able to slow down and keep up that keep the momentum from stopping, because that movement speed that Nami is able to provide, that extra healing, is going to be pretty mute when you're able to actually tag them with that slow. So, what does Immortals decide to go for here as their fourth pick? They've got a top lane and a jungler still ready to go. They know the Xin Zhao, they know the Renekton, and they're going to pick up the Graves once more. I think that Yikes, played as well as you could with it and was where he needed to be. And now we get to see him once again.
And that Fiora is still on the table here. Immortals know it.
My fingers are crossed.
Well. I think it's going to happen, honestly. It is exceedingly... It is exceedingly close right now at Immortals. They did really feel like they played with the confidence of a squad that can and will pull out the Fiora. The Ezreal, again, this is great. Notice Legends playing with that awareness. They are going to play a little bit safer in the bot lane, especially against the scariness of the Braum and Ashe. But now, with that last pick to round us out, do they go with the Galio, or do they try and get themselves a little bit more AP damage from the mid lane? Because something like Ziggs is still up. Ziggs can stall out the game as well. Notice Legends have a lot on their plate. Although, with that specific champion, he's a little bit squishier, and it's a balance of risk-reward right now.
Yeah, and you do have a little bit of front line with the Renekton and with the Xin Zhao already. If you wanted to go full tank, you pick up the Galio, but since you already have an Ezreal that's pretty safe, I don't think that that's necessarily the right pickup here. We're going to see the Akali again, and I like this pick. Another high mobility champion going to be able to potentially get away from some of the damage that Immortals is trying to go for. And despite the ultimate from Immortals and that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, if it somehow misses, you don't really have all that much CC aside from the Braum ultimate to be able to keep it up. And the Gragas, no Fiora there, going to be the final pickup here for Immortals. That was an obvious choice. As much as I wanted to see the Fiora up against the Renekton, I think that the Gragas is going to be doing just fine against the Renekton. Should be okay to be able to get them into the mid game and into those team fight stages in which Immortals wants to play as. And on top of that, if he's able to get that explosive cask, they're just able to displace the rest of these teams. And it doesn't matter. The Arcane Shift isn't going to move you too far out of that one. You're going to die if you get hit by it by the Ezreal. You're going to die if you get hit by it as the Akali. So I think a good pickup here from Immortals. We'll see how the early game goes for Notice Legends, if it's a little bit better for them, or if it is another snowball for this Immortals squad into a 2-0. It would be the only 2-0 of the night, Dia. And we can't stop the streak now. We got to have another game 3. We got to just have it be consistent.
I do want to say, to touch on the Gragas point, I think that your Fiora read was still right here, but the Gragas is a really interesting adaptation because Immortals save it for last, knowing that Notice Legends could do something like this. You remember when I recommended the Ziggs for Notice Legends? I think that I was doing the same thing that you pointed out, that Notice Legends might be doing in Game 2, which is playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win. And with the Akali, they make an important pivot here, which is to play to win. They get themselves access to a backline, and I think it's really, really smart. And something that I wasn't even thinking of, because I was thinking, how do you stop Immortals and not how do you get going yourself? Akali gives you that way into the backline. It's really good against the Ashe and the Corki. But importantly, the fact that Immortals save that top laner for last means that they get to pick up a really defensive option into it as well. So both teams playing extraordinarily responsively right now, because that Cask can displace Akali, and Akali is your one win con as Noticed Legends.
Right. And so Immortals, they know what's on the line here. Notice Legends know what's on the line. Whoever wins this game, it can either take this to a game 3 if you're Notice Legends, or put you into the semis if you are Immortals. And if you're Immortals, you're facing off against a really strong team in Cloud9 here in the semifinals matchup, or Notice Legends. Either one of you has to go up against Cloud9 here. And Immortals wants to be able to finish the job. They want to be able to make it happen. We're about to see whether or not that is going to be the case as we get ourselves ready to move into potentially our last game of the stream. Notice Legends down by 1, and Immortals looking to be able to close it out.
My eyes are glued on 9 this game. Make absolutely no mistake. This is what it is all about. 9 needs to be performing at the highest possible level. And it's going to be difficult for him for sure, as Akali can be risky, but this is even riskier. Hoon has to blow the flash really early on, but still on the hunt. Joey's going to flash forward, and that barrier does not save you. Joey picks up first blood, and that's a huge play for Noticed Legends.
Massive there. Hoon will have to go back to lane with no summoner spells, and that is big for 9, who's going to have both of them. Zenith God, however, putting in a lot of pressure against Zoro as well. Both these teams are really trying to be able to make something happen here, and now, looking at the mid lane, we do get Akali going down. Zenith God, can you do it? You want it! You got it!
Oh my god, the minions, the minions!
Oh, no. Oh, well, you know, that was cool, though. And the fight is not over. Tony wants to...
Yep. It just keeps happening. Yikes. Yikes.
Okay.
He doesn't get it.
Okay,
he doesn't get it.
Oh, my God. I was nervous there for a second. Whew. Alrighty. Back to center. Return to center, as Aurelia would say. It's 2-2, and it's an even game.
It doesn't feel like it. It feels like we've just got even more chaos right now. Even game is absolutely right, but as to who is going to win the next solo kill, the next 1v1 on the map, I have no idea. We've got a whole lot of action piling in at us, with Yikes applying some really nice pressure inside of the top jungle. Tony, however, is going to be able to clear his out. We've got even more 1v1s going down on the top side. Iraqi Zoro has plenty of minions right here. Doesn't have the AoE damage to clear on anything just yet, but Tony flashing forward, capitalizes on the lack of summoners, and picks up yet another kill.
Massive plays coming in from Noticed Legends. They are playing to win here. They are not afraid of the name Immortals this time, and they are ready to potentially get themselves a victory here today. Wow, Hoang is going to be able to barely survive as he backs just in the nick of time. The collateral damage is going to get popped, but so far, I mean, this is as good of an early game as you're going to get, and will the snowball be able to continue?
I have a question for you. When you say this is as good of an early game as you're going to be able to get, you mean for Noticed Legends, right? Because Immortals are also playing pretty darn well over in the bot side. I know that it doesn't show in the gold just yet, but the fact that we've got a 3-2 scoreline, and the gold gap is exactly that kill, is really good, because it means that Noticed Legends haven't been able to take that kill and turn it into more pressure just yet. And the big test of that is going to come around these Rift Heralds and Dragons. They're going to be spawning in around the next 2 minutes. That's going to be where we look for Noticed Legends and their power spikes that come with the level 5s to abuse Immortals and the small lead that they have.
And that is big. You bring up the right play here. Is, you know, Gume had to pay his tier tax and has potentially both of these teams, both Joey and Gume, had to pay their tier tax. But because First Blood went over to Joey, he is a little bit ahead in that bottom lane. Now, Notice Legends, they're noticing that. I think they realize, hey, you know, we do have Joey in the lead here in the bottom lane. We should have control of this Dragon Pit, and they will take the pressure onto the first dragon of the game. It's also, very importantly, a resistance dragon, a mountain drake, which is going to give them a little bit of extra protection here in the early game when it is absolutely needed. Oh, I was a little nervous there. I thought that was almost perfect from Joey, but nope. The Rift Heralds get taken by Yikes, and it'll be a 1-for-1 objective play.
There is a small thing there that Notice Legends do that lets Immortals start to catch up a little bit as well. They end up committing their mid laner for that dragon play when Hoon is able to farm up instead in the mid lane, getting all those minions and pushing his wave in towards the tower for a little bit of damage. He's returned with the package as well, which is an odd timing for a Corki. Most of them like to have it for that dragon or Rift Herald play, but picking it up afterwards tells us that he's likely going to go for a play in the side lane in the next couple minutes, and we'll have to watch if Hoon is actually able to pull that off, or whether Noticed Legends have also simultaneously picked up on that and are able to play safe for the next little while.
Shout out to Nine, however. He is still within, you know, about 100 gold of Hoon at the moment. It's going to be actually in the lead, picking up that last the cannon minion as well. But the play is now coming through. Joey's going to get hit by the Glacial Fissure, along with Huang is going to try to flash away, but he won't be able to survive. Tony's trying to be able to do what he can, and now Nine is trying to be able to clean up these kills. He's going to be able to pick up 1. He's going to pick up 2.
Nine.
He's going to try to pick up 3. Yikes is still alive, but so is Tony. As Zenith God teleports down, 9 will fall, but Zenith God will come in. Massive play coming through for 9 as he picks up 3.
Tony goes big there and is able to bait in for just long enough that 9 is now really far ahead. 5,000 gold crested right now, on par almost with Yikes, who has been playing out of his mind on this Graves. The big problem, of course, for both of these squads is going to be what on earth the fallout of that is. Notice Legends, I think, very much are hitting themselves for not respecting Hoon's package into the bot lane, but the fact that 9 was able to clean up so hard is going to put pressure on people like Iraqi, Zoro, and Charm to not be going for these plays, but instead peeling this Akali.
And with that pickup, that is a full item pickup there with those 3 kills. He's going to pick up that Lich Bane to be able to get that extra on-hit damage. Haunting Guise is still available, so we can go in for that Leandries if need be. But the big play here is now going to be whether or not 9 can get back into that backline once again. Now, that was an alley-oop, I think, for Notice Legends to give 9 those 3 kills. Everyone was really low. He was able to clean them up. Now he needs to be able to do that consistently. Zenith God's going to get hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and will try to be able to survive. He will not, and Gume will take a kill.
It is just like we saw in the bot lane. It's the arrow into the play. Immortals, they have their source of engage, and it is consistent. Gume is on point with these arrows right now and has absolutely nothing to fear as he goes back to the mid lane after securing his team. Some nice pressure top lane. Ooh. But the one thing that you got to be wary of is as you win over towards the top side, you are losing things over in the bot lane. Iraqi Zoro falls, as will the tower, answered back by Noticed Legends.
But now they got to be able to try to do something against it. A lot of damage onto Zenith God. Yikes and Hoon able to pick up that top tier 1 tower. That is the good prize there for them. That does mean that protection is not going to be there if they do decide to go for the Rift Herald. But Charm is going to be in trouble. The tidal wave is going to land, but a little bit of a misplay coming in from Huang as well. He's unfortunately going to miss his bubble, so they won't be able to pick up those kills onto Gume or Charm, and will not have that ultimate available for this potential dragon fight that is now up. It is an Infernal Drake that Immortals is starting.
No perfect execution for 9 just yet, but it will be up by the time this dragon goes down, maybe even before then, as Hwang is waiting around besides right now. We haven't got an Akali in the backline. Charm throws up the Unbreakable, eats up a lot of that damage, and gets it back with his team. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, though, and just like that, 9 gets deleted, and from here on out, it is an Immortals team fight win, as no damage that you have can challenge this once your Akali is gone.
Oh man, what was 9 thinking? His eyes were big, but unfortunately, the power of Immortals was just a little bit bigger. He goes in the backline, he finds the tag, I believe, onto Gume, and thinks that he's able to secure the kill before he dies, but he just doesn't have enough damage just yet, and on top of that, Charm was there. I believe if he uses Stand With Me, he's able to get those extra resistances for whoever he goes onto. So on top of the resistances, the Akali was all alone, and there was no way that there was no follow-up on the side of Notice Legends to go with them. The tidal wave had already been used. Joey was not ready or in position to go for the Mystic Shot, and it's going to cost Notice Legends that early game advantage that they had built up, and now they're behind by about 3K.
It's really incredible how close Immortals were able to keep it when they were behind, and how far they were able to abuse when they come out ahead. That 4,000 gold is a miracle for them, and off the back of a really nice play around the dragon, they take the mid lane tower and are going to be able to turn this into more. No outer towers are standing for Noticed Legends. You can see that Immortals are walking around that map looking for a little bit more pressure in the top lane. They have that Rift Herald, however, and I want to see them pick a side lane, drop that in, and get more towers going to set up for the Baron and for the Dragon. This pick on Hwang, it may look nice, but it is accidental at best. Immortals walk their way into that one, and with that, they're going to walk their way further in towards the mid lane as 9 gets knocked out by that cast. Gets exactly what you pick the Gragas for. Zoro does his job, and Immortals will do the rest.
And it is going to be a 1-for-1. Joey's going to be able to take that kill onto Iraqi Zoro. Hwang is going to use his tidal wave, and the bubble is going to land onto Charm, but Unbreakable will get used to be able to keep him alive. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we do see a turret going down. Immortals will come through, but it's Corki and Hoon being able to come in, and now Zenith God, he wants the kills, he wants Charm, he wants Gume, he wants the kills, and he will be able to at least pick up 2. 9 is in the area, but Hoon is able to shut down this Renekton. Zenith God will fall. So at the end of the day, I mean, had Zenith God survived, it might have been a different story.
Gume is looking like a snack, I gotta say. Everybody is just full committing for this guy, and he doesn't even have to aim his arrows at this point. He just throws them out in front of him, and they hit, because who isn't going to be going for him? This is really nice stuff to see from Immortals to be able to answer back, but importantly, the signs of life from Notice Legends as they once again go for a pick, and Yikes is going to go down on a overzealous wander inside of his own jungle. This is the stuff that dreams are made of. This is the stuff that your quarterfinals hopes hang on.
All right, Lizzie McGuire, I see you. Anywho, we've got ourselves a really, really, I think, close game here, Dia. Like, this is as close as Notice Legends, I think, is going to be able to get this one. I mean, had the early game gone a little bit better, it might have been a little different. But at the end of the day, this is a far better game for Notice Legends. 12-12, 2,000 gold behind at the 13-minute mark. Game number 1 was over before this point, and now they are really putting in a lot of pressure and potentially the opportunity to be able to win this one here. They're going to go up against for the Cloud Drake. They want to be able to secure this one with Zoro and Zenith God in the top lane going up against each other. The rest of Immortals is in the area, and they are looking to potentially be able to contest this one. Yikes. Going to be able to get the D-leash thanks to Notice Legends going away. But now will they be able to get the job finished? Will they be able to get the dragon? It's looking like they will, as Immortals takes the second dragon for themselves.
Nice objective pickup, but now it's all about this Baron. As the arrow comes out, we're going to get a nice stun, stalling out Zenith God's ability to reset, and Yikes is coming up to clean that one down. Iraqi Zoro fighting it out with him does spy enough time that we get that one done, and Boone is going to steal away the blue buff in the meantime. Plenty of damage on this nicely scaled up Corki, and with the pick already gone, Immortals know that this Baron is theirs for the taking.
2,000 gold in the lead for Immortals. It's going to be the Crescent Guard used by Tony to be able to survive. The Baron will get disengaged upon, so no one will be able to pick it up just yet. But Notice Legends is thanking their lucky stars that Tony did not die. Otherwise, Immortals would very easily be able to take this dragon, but so much damage. Gume going to land another Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and now Nine is looking to be able to do what he can against Charm, trying to be able to get that kill. Will he be able to get it? He's going to go golden, and now Tony is looking to go in against Gume, going to be able to get the knockup, but it's not going to be enough. The teleport's coming in from Zenith God. Will Gume survive? Oh my god, just barely. But he will take down 3-4 with him.
Gume survives for an illegally long time there, and it turns into so many kills. 4 dead on the side of Noticed Legends means that Yikes gets to return back to what he wanted to do in the first place. The Baron is theirs. Immortals still running this game right now. It looks very different from game 1, but make no mistake, they are in control until 9 wrestles it back from them. 3 items on this Akali, and slowly but surely, we've got Joey starting to scale up as well. 3 items completed on Ezra, but let's take a look at this fight and how it started. Really nice arrow again from Gume, changes everything, and the exhaust from onto 9 from Charm, and then absorbing all the damage as well, lets them answer this back. But Gume, how does he live?
He got golden, and I mean, unfortunately for this Nami, I mean, Hwang has not hit those champions, and now is going to be trying to hit that tidal wave. Finally lands a bubble, but it's not going to be enough. Everyone surviving for Notice Legends. But again, I want to point out this Nami, he needs to be able to land these bubbles. They provide so much CC and so much power once you're able to land them. And the fact that you're missing them is huge. The explosive cast is going to be there, and now Tony's going to go in. He's going to try to flash up, and now it's going to be 9 not being able to get that kill, and that might just do it. An inhibitor turret will fall. The crystal arrow is going to land on the Zenith God, and it is a 3v5 situation. 2 inhibitor towers will fall, and the Baron is alive. Gorgon's going to get hit by the bubble. Zenith God's going to go in. He's not going to be able to get out of that one. Tony's the next target, but they don't even finish him as the Nexus falls. Another victory for Immortals as they take it 2-0 against Notice Legends.
And our first 2-0 of the night is in style. Immortals set records in their first game, and in the second game, they have it out. Noticed Legends really got to strut their stuff, and I leave today impressed with them. As much as they won't be making it into the semis, they look really, really good, and I can't wait to see them in the next qualifiers. But you know what else I can't wait to see? Immortals versus Cloud9. That is going to be a matchup for the ages.
Oh, man. And they always put on a show when they go up against each other. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table in that semifinals matchup, which will be happening tomorrow. But to touch on Notice Legends' ability, this game was definitely within their grasp. They had a couple of misplays that cost them the momentum that they had built up in the early game, in the early mid game. But unfortunately, those missteps were just way too big, and Immortals was able to capitalize on them to be able to take this victory. A shout out to Gume as well. I mean, those arrows, long distance arrows from all across the Rift, were able to land onto their targets. And he said, you know what, if you're going to focus me, then fine, focus me. But I've got so much extra damage and pressure to back it up that even though I die, we're going to take 4 or 5 or 3 or whatever down with me, and it's just going to work out well for Immortals.
This bot lane, man, it is really crazy, and I think going into this series, you know, we talked about it, we were asking ourselves, is this going to be a squad that can show us a different enough win condition from the jungle that they can challenge Cloud9, and I think that The answer to that question is definitely a yes. The Yikes plays a totally different style of jungle, and Immortals play a totally different style of game. Very, very bot lane centric, and I'm excited to see those two play styles match up against each other. I keep teasing the semifinals, and you know why? It's because you can tune into them tomorrow, and it costs you nothing.
It does. It costs you nothing except a good time. Immortals and Cloud9 are going to be facing off against each other, and then it's Naguara against Chortle. So Naguara, again, the team that was able to defeat Enemy earlier today, is going to be able to take the 2-0 against Curie 3 Gaming, and will face off against Chortle and their interesting jungle matchups as well. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table in that game. And on top of that, we said it again, Immortals versus Cloud9. The winner of these two semifinal series will be able to go into the finals to be able to get the lion's share of this qualifier. Now, there is money to be made for everyone that made it to this quarterfinals points. I believe it was 150 for the fourth, or 250 for the quarterfinals finishers, and they're going to be able to potentially get even more if you go further into it. Fourth place is going to get 500. Third place is going to get 8. That is going to be the third and fourth place finish. That's the third place matchup. The two teams that lose out, I believe, in the semifinals will come through and be able to go in between third and fourth, and then the top two teams will get a lion's share of that 5K, 1,600 for first and 1,100 for second. On top of that, let me break down the points just real quick before we head out. That is the big part about these games here. The qualifying tournaments, which are this week or the first 3 weeks of this season, are going to determine the 4 teams that are going to be able to make it into the playoffs. It is not winning one of these qualifiers. It is getting the points necessary to be there. If you get first place in one of these qualifying matchups, you get 15. Second place is 12. Third place is 10. And then 8 and 6 for fourth and sixth onward. So really important that you get those points and you get further along into the bracket so that you are able to solidify your spots into those 4-man playoffs.
And you want to be able to, of course, continue advancing throughout the weeks as well. We want to see you in each and every qualifier so that you can rack up as many as possible. All these teams have already done us proud. It's only the first qualifier, so I can only imagine what kind of action we are going to get in the future as all these teams continue to develop. But with the first one already, sort of the first quarterfinals already in the books, the semifinals and finals do await us tomorrow. That's going to be all from us tonight, Moose. I have really had a blast casting these alongside you, and I cannot wait to see even more of the wildest of rifts in our future.
Absolutely. And with that, on behalf of all the players here today, the coordinators, RiftMasters, you can follow them on Twitter at RiftMasters, Dia and myself, and our producer, Tasty Bacon. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Come back tomorrow for the second part of this qualifiers 1. RiftMasters $30,000 qualifying tournament is in the books, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow, the semifinals and the finals.